as main 2. And then it's a good distance, about 3 lengths back to Enniskillen, Timony, and then it's Athlone, no change there. Donlan, followed by Blackrock and Blackrock Fitzpatrick and Shandon Kelly. So as they move on down the course, I'll hand over to you there, Richie.
Cheers, Jerry. First race of the day is underway, coming into view, and it is these time trials for the men's junior 16 single scull. 59 boats competing over the time trial, and all of them racing against the clock as well as each other here. So we've seen this time and time again, some of the competitors thinking they're having a great race, coming first or second in their time trial, and then overall not making it into the final. So an awful lot to do to make sure you guarantee your spot for the final of the men's junior 16 single. Doing all the running, as Jerry said, out on the far side, it is the Clonmel Sculler Wall, and he is leading out. Came under a little bit of pressure from Cappoquin Madden in the last few hundred metres, but he's just pushed on again, not letting him get back into contention. And then back in third, we have Timony of Enniskillen, Nathan's brother, I believe, holding on to third spot at the moment. A little bit of Clearwater, then back to Athlone on his inside, nearest to us. They're the 1, 2, 3, 4, and then very close between Blackrock and Shandon for 5th and 6th at the moment. No doubt about the leader, though. He's winding up for the line. It is Wall of Clonmel ahead of Cappoquin Madden. They're the 1 and 2. Clearwater then back to Enniskillen to get us underway at day 3 of the Irish Rowing Championships in the first time trial of the men's junior 16 single scull. And it'll be a waiting game for these guys, because we have another 8 or 9 races after this for them to get the overall times, and we find out who our leading 6 are heading into the final. So last few strokes is going to be wall crossing for Clonmel, just over a length, and a little bit of Clearwater back to Cappoquin. They're the 1, 2, 3. Timony of Enniskillen coming in to take third place. And then the scullers from Athlone, Blackrock and Shandon closing out. So first race of the day done, and we're back shortly with time trial 2 between New Ross, Skibbereen, Castleconnell, Waterford, Closhignoid and Methodist. Time trial 2 of the men's junior 16 single.
So coming down fast and furious, we have race 102, 302 apologies, of the junior men's 16 single. So leading it out here, we have lane 6, Methodist J Miller, followed by lane 3, Castleconnell J Quigley, followed by lane 4, Waterford O'Skinner, and lane 5, Collignod L Hume. So they're just past the 1K now, so they're halfway through their race. So they're just... there's 59 entries in this time trial, so it's one of the most competitive out of all this weekend. So they just want to put in they want to be in the top 6 to make it into the final later on. So leading it out, we have lane 6, Methodist J Miller, but Castleconnell J Quigley is not letting him go. He's quickly making it up to him. But there isn't too much of a spread in the field so far at this 1K. So they have about 900, 800 meters left to go. So they're just bringing up the pace, trying to keep it going, and not letting anything go. So we can see here the Methodist sculler taking nice long strokes, really strong catch, really strong finish. So there's no doubt he's definitely going to be putting in a good time for the final later on. So followed by Castleconnell, followed by Collignod, followed by Waterford. And Skibbereen and New Ross not out of it either. So on the screen we can see all the scullers together. There isn't a huge wide spread, but we can still see that Castleconnell and Methodist are both fighting it out for the top spot. So it's Methodist in that nice red boat there. He's just leading it on, followed by Castleconnell. As they come into the 500, they're just up in their race, up in the speed, putting everything they can into this race. Only about 2 boat lengths in it for the first position, and 2 more boat lengths back to third place. They're the youngest category in this whole championship, so make sure you're cheering them on, guys. We want them to stay in this sport. They're doing absolutely brilliantly. 2 kilometers is a really long distance. It's very tough to do it in a single. You're all by yourself. There's no one to lean on. There's no one to keep you encouraged. You just have to keep going in your own. Keep going. Tell yourself you can do it. It's absolutely brilliant work these lads are doing. So still in the lead, it's Jay Miller of Methodist, followed by Jay Quigley of Castleconnell. But we can see in the screen that the Skibbereen sculler is making a good sprint. He's putting a good finish into his race. He's coming into third place, so it's B. Hurley of Skibbereen. He's coming to the third position, just trying to challenge the other 2 scullers for the first spot in this second time trial of the Junior 16 men's single. So it's still the Methodist sculler leading out. You can see he's absolutely just putting everything into this. You can see the Waterford sculler just looking back behind him to see where the Methodist sculler is. But the Skibbereen sculler, he's just looking behind him. He's now challenging the second spot. But it's still Methodist leading out over Castleconnell, over Skibbereen. They're coming into their last few hundred meters now. The Methodist scullers, his last few strokes, he's pushing it on, followed by Castleconnell, followed by Skibbereen and Waterford and Collignod. So it's Methodist from Castleconnell, from Skibbereen, from Collignod, from Waterford, from New Ross. And that concludes the second time trial of the Junior 16 men's single.
And now we're going to move back up to Spuddy, who's on the course, and he's with the third time trial for the Junior 16s men's single.
So time trial 3 is underway now, well underway, gone about 1,250 metres with Skibbereen in lane 3. That's Kearney leading the way here, but only just from Cork Boat Club on the far shore to the enclosure. O'Connell, in fact, they're absolutely dead level, I would guess, at this stage. Against the clock now, they'll be able to push each other along here. Then it's a couple of lengths back to lane 2, Dwan from Blackrock College, Dublin, and he's about 2 lengths ahead then of Kaloshtig Thai, who has another half a length just on being pushed along by Fox from Commercial. The Fox is chasing him from Commercial Rowing Club Dublin, and then on the inside it's Cumann Rovic, the Kalashnikov, Lawless Caspi. So that's the positions, a little bit spread out here in this time trial 3. Biggest entry, 59 crews, 6 crews will make the grand final, so a big ask, but these 2 guys in front look good. Skibbereen Kearney now edging in front in the middle there in this glorious morning here in Inniscarra, just 20 kilometres outside Cork City. This morning we're up and running. This is the 3rd time trial of 10 Junior 16 single sculls. So it's Skibbereen leading the way here now. Nice rowing coming from him. You can see why he's leading. Cork Boat Club, O'Connell pushing hard in second position on the far shore in lane 1, and then a couple of lengths back to Blackrock rowing well there. Dwan in third position. with the sunglasses on. And then it's about 3 lengths back to Kolosh the Ignoid Thai. No change there, but he's being pushed by the Fox, as I said, from Commercial Dublin by about a half a length. And then on the inside, it's Cumann Rovi at the Kolosh and the Corriba. So as they move on down now, with about 250 metres to go for the Skibbereen Sculler leading the way home here, Carney. It's Carney Skibbereen leading this time trial 3.
It certainly looks like it's Skibbereen that's coming at a position number 1 at the moment here into the last 250 metres, and following closely behind him in lane 1 is Cork O'Connell, and they're really making a push for the finish line now, and it looks like Blackrock is back in position number 3, but the lads are now approaching the line with Skibbereen still trying to hold that number 1 position as the lads are racing against the clock in this time trial for the men's junior 16 single scull. And it looks as though lane 3 Skibbereen is still holding his lead, Carney, with Cork O'Connell really giving him a challenge now as they come into the last 100 metres of their race, but Skib still has about half a boat length over the Cork Sculler as they're coming up to the line now in the last couple of metres, and they're really making a tear for it now with Skib really winding it up and Cork O'Connell giving him a challenge as they're coming up to the line now. But it seems like Skib is going to take that first position now as he crosses the line, with Cork O'Connell coming in at the 2nd position and the Blackrock Sculler Dwayne coming in at 3rd position now as they come up to the line.
So on the way we have the 4th time trial of the men's junior 16 single. So in lane 1 we have Athlone Hayslip, lane 2 Lee Hurley, lane 3 Clonmel Kane, lane 4 CRCC McNulty, lane 5 Commercial Chulkov, and lane 6 Kenmare Granville. So leading it out so far we have Hayslip of Athlone. He has had a really good season this year. He was in the winning boat of the Junior 18 men's quad yesterday. He's been selected for the Coupe de la Jeunesse in the Czech Republic this August in the junior men's single. So he's doing he's putting a really good effort in the season. So there's no doubt he'll put in a good time into this race. So leading it out we have Hayslip of Athlone in lane 1 over on the side next to the catamaran. So we can see here on the screen, we can see all the colours, the scullers, they're pretty even. We can see maybe lane 4 McNulty, he's dropped back a little bit, but the rest of the scullers, they're pretty even. So we can see here, we can see the sculler Hayslip. He has only about 400 meters left to go. He's upping the pace. He's upping it, the power. He's just making sure he's putting everything into this race. He has about, I would say, almost 50 meters over the rest of the crews. He has a very, very dominant lead. Probably one of the most dominant leads we'll see in this whole time trial. We can see here his technique is absolutely flawless. I've absolutely no doubt he'd be putting in one of the best times for the final later on. So it's Hayslip from the next 3 scullers. They're almost dead level. So it's Lee, Commercial, and Kenmare. They all have a blanket even, and they're closely followed by Kane of Clonmel. So Hayslip here coming into the finish line, only 100 meters left to go. He's just making sure he's not letting any mistakes happen. He's doing pretty well this whole time trial. He's about to come to the finish line as he just puts in his last few strokes. Only last few meters, it's starting to burn. There's a good battle here for second place between Lee and Kenmare, followed by Commercial and Clonmel. So it's going to be really tough to tell who's going to be coming in second place. They're fighting each other on. But it looks like Kenmare has gotten the better of the Lee Sculler, only just. It's going to be a matter of seconds between these two scullers, I can only imagine. So as the scullers come into the line, there's a pretty close finish there between Lee and Kenmare, followed by Commercial, followed by Clonmel. And we can see CRCC coming into the line as well. And that finishes the time trial of the men's junior 16 4.
So at the moment, it looks like it's Lee Valley and Muckers with a strong lead in the 5th time trial for the men's junior 16 scull, as they're really pushing each other on. So that's C. Creedon from Lee Valley, and that's Muckers as well with him, or Fahy, and they have about 5 boat lengths on the rest of the scullers. So back in lane 6, we have the Clonmel sculler, the Mucker sculler as well, actually, and then we also, over in lane 2, giving him a challenge for the Mucker sculler, is Ban, but it's looking like it's Lee Valley just pipping over Muckers at the moment as they cross the halfway point right now, and they're coming up to the last 750 meters. But it's anyone's game for that first position right now, as Muckers and Lee Valley are nearly bow ball for bow ball at the moment. And then it's also looking like lane 6 and lane 2 are really giving each other a challenge also. But at the moment, with the strong lead is Muckers and Lee Valley in lane 3 and 4 as they come into the last part of their race now. And they have about 700 meters to go in their race still, but they have about 5 boat lengths on the rest of the scullers, and it's looking like Lee Valley is still holding a slight lead over the Mucker sculler. And then back to lane 6 and lane 2. Which is the Ban and the Mucker sculler as well. But at the moment, it's still seeming like position 1 is slightly leaning towards Lee Valley at the moment. And the lads are coming into the last 600 meters now of their race. And we still seem to have Muckers and Lee Valley well ahead, with Lee Valley about half a boat length over Muckers at the moment, as they come into the last quarter of their race now, with the lads working against the clock here, so really trying to give themselves the best chance to get into the finals. So they're giving it their absolute everything, and nothing is guaranteed. But it's certainly lane 3 and 4 leading the way here with Lee Valley and Muckers, and it's looking like they're really making a push for it now as they come into the last 500 meters of their race. And it's looking like Lee Valley still has a slight lead over the Muckers sculler with about quarter of a boat length at the moment. And then we go back to lane 2 and 6 with the Ban and Mucker sculler, but it's still seeming like it's Muckers Fahy and Lee Valley Creedon at the moment leading the pack as they come into the last part of their race now. And they come into the last 400 meters, and it's still seeming as though Lee Valley's after pushing on a little more now and nearly giving himself 3/4 of a boat length at the moment, and he's really making a push. And it's still Muckers and Lee Valley with clear water to the rest of the scullers, as the lads come into the last couple hundred meters now. And they come into the last 300 meters of their race, and the lads are really winding it up now, working against the clock, really giving themselves the best chance they can give. And it's looking like Lee Valley still has a lead over the Mucker sculler at the moment. He's got about a boat length only, so it's hard work from both boys at the moment as they really try push now for the first position in this time trial. And they come into the last 200 meters of the race. But at the moment, Lee Valley is still holding his lead over the Mucker Sculler. So at the moment, it's Lee Valley Creedon with the first position, and it is Mucker Sfahi in the second position as the lads of Clearwater over the rest of the scullers. And these two are really pushing on now as they come into the last 100 metres. And Lee Valley still has about a boat length on the Mucker Sculler, and they're really picking up the rate now, really winding it up as they finish out this time trial. And it certainly looks like it's then Ban and Muckers back in lane 2 and 6 for the third and fourth position. But Lee Valley still held that first position now as they come up to the line, give their last few strokes. And Lee Valley's just crossing now. That's Lee Valley Creedon. And then we have Muckers Fahy following in behind. And that is it for the fifth time trial for the Junior 16s as they're approaching the line now. And it's looking like Muckers and Ban are really fighting it out for the third and fourth position at the moment as they come into the last couple of strokes now, the last 100 metres left. And then we also have Greg Namana in lane 1 and another Greg Namana O'Connor in lane 5. So that's Greg Namana Hennessy and Greg Namana O'Connor. But it's looking like Muckers just managed to pip over the Ban Sculler, and then the two Greg Namanum lads are also coming up to the last part of their race now, the last couple of strokes. So that's it from the tower.
So next up is time trial 306, and just want to say a huge thank you as well to Jenny O'Sullivan and Brian O'Callaghan, who've been commentating here for the first time over the weekend. This is part of Richie's retirement plans. I'll be put out to pasture very, very soon, which will be a great relief to everyone. But in the meantime, we have another couple of races here coming up in the time trials. And we have in lane 1, Lee O'Flaherty, lane 2, Methodist McCartney, lane 3, St. Joseph's Naughton, lane 4, Cappoquin Murrin, lane 5 will be Enniskillen Sevi, and in lane 6, Clonmel Noonan. So again, time trials here. So far, those of you tuning in on checking the results online, Athlone Heaslip 7:39.6, the fastest time, and the nearest time to Heaslip of Athlone is Wall of Clonmel 7:53.1. So they're the two leading times at the moment. A couple of the scullers getting under the 8-minute mark, so I'm sure they're going to be in a mix for the time trial wrapping up. Halfway down the course in this time trial between Lee, Methodist, St. Joseph's, Cappoquin, Enniskillen and Clonmel. All of the action on our side here between Lee and Methodist in lanes 5 and 6, and on the far side in Lee on the far side in lane 1, and then Enniskillen and Clonmel nearest to us as well, leading it out. Just seen some fantastic footage there as well. This Lee sculler, and they're coming up to about the 500 metre mark now, leading it out in lane 2. It is Methodist McCartney, that Lee sculler on the inside, but I think over here nearest to us on the enclosure there, Enniskillen and Clonmel in second and third. Difficult rowing, of course, with these time trials, looking for the fastest time, but also trying to get into a race with the people that are around you to try push on and get those qualifying times into the final. Down to the last quarter of the race for out on his own Methodist McCartney in the yellow boat in lane 2. Ahead then of Lee on the inside, and nearest to us is going to be Clonmel Noonan. And on his inside as well, the Enniskillen sculler. They're 1, 2, 3, 4. Further back then, centre of the course, there's St. Joseph's and Cappoquin. So just coming down, about 2:50 to go, racing against the clock. And we said those times, they're the one to beat. At the moment, it's still Heaslip of Athlone, 7:39. And just looking at the latest update that's there as well, Creedon of Lee Valley, 7:49.9. So that's the second fastest time so far. They are the two leading times as we come down to the last 4 time trials. But in lane 2, Methodist McCartney, he's powering on. Look at the lead that he's opened up there. Clear water of about 100 metres. And you can see he's taking the rate right the way up, winding it up for the line, really not letting off here at all, because you need to make sure you can guarantee that spot into the finals. So out there on his own, leading it home, it is going to be Methodist. And then a real battle here for second place. You can see 3 scullers as we watch Methodist Gus coming in to take the first place, crossing the line there, and a real battle here. It looked like the Clonmel sculler just picking it up ahead of Enniskillen, and Lee out on his own on the far side there. Really exciting finish. This will help with that sprint finish. They're just winding up. But one little mistake there from the Lee sculler. He's recovering well. Just a little bit of a speed wobble coming in, clipping one of the boys in the last few strokes. But Clonmel, Enniskillen in second and third, and then Lee. And then it's further back to the centre of the course, Cappoquin and St. Joseph's to close out this time trial. Okay, and now we're going to move on with race 307, the next time trial in the men's junior 16 single.
Yes, race 307 now well underway as they approach the 1,000 metre mark, and following it here now, we're looking at them coming along, and St. Michael's McNally now out to a nice lead. He must have about 4 lengths on the Lee Valley sculler O'Mahony, the local boy, in the middle of the course, and then he's got a good 4 lengths again on the Neptune sculler Brady in lane 1 on the far shore to the enclosure, followed by Brady from Waterford. So the Brady bunch on the far side. In fact, the Brady from Waterford now has just been passed out by Killoughlin O'Flaherty. So everybody is through the 1,000 metre mark now. Just as St. Michael's has just gone through O'Byrne. So all 6 scullers through the halfway mark in this 2K race time trial to try and make it to the final. The big grand final of the Junior 16 singles later on this morning at 11:35. And tell you what, to make that grand final, you've got to be on top of your game. 59 scullers entered in this competition, unbelievable. And all these boys, some of them now I recognise, a couple of them from racing at Junior 18, still only 16, up at winning 18, 1 or 2 of them. So some really good top quality scullers mixed in with all this. So quite across the spectrum, the standard at 16. Some guys coming in late, others at it 3-4 years at this stage, but you bet that the top 6 that make the final will all be right up there. So anyway, this race is well spread out too, as the scullers make their way down to McNally leading the way still for St. Michael's, with Lee Valley. McNally from O'Mahony from Lee Valley. That's the 1-2, and they're a good bit ahead then of the next sculler on the far side, the Neptune sculler Brady, in 3rd position in lane 1. Then it's another couple of lengths back. Big fight going on there between Waterford, Brady and Killoughlin O'Flaherty. So they'll push each other along, but they're quite a bit away from the other 3 scullers in front of them. And then we have a man in the water. The St. Michael's sculler has just fallen in, O'Byrne, so he'll have a rescue launch over to him now. So as we continue on now watching this, he's okay, folks, don't worry, plenty of people going to get him there. That's the nature of this sport. You're in a little flimsy boat, and you gotta try and have the skill to operate it. But as we move on down now, watching this race just for another little bit, no change at all as the St. Michael's Limerick sculler McNally continues to lead home in a nice impressive row from Lee Valley O'Mahony in 2nd position, about 3 to 4 lengths behind him. And then right over on the other side in lane 1 from the enclosure is Neptune Brady in 3rd position. And then a big fight then between Waterford Brady and Killoughlin O'Flaherty for the 4th and 5th position. So we leave that one now to head home towards you. But continuing to lead is O'Mahony McNally from St. Michael's Limerick.
Thanks, Jerry. So, just a correction, it's actually Evan O'Byrne, E. O'Byrne of St. Michael's coming into the lead. So, it's O'Byrne from O'Mahony of Lee Valley, from Brady of Neptune, apologies. So, it's O'Byrne of St. Michael's. He's been selected to go to the Junior World Championships in the Junior Men's 4. So he comes into the finish line now in first place, followed by O'Mahony of Lee Valley. O'Mahony of Lee Valley came second in the Junior 16 double scull yesterday, so he'll no doubt be putting in a good time to make it into the grand final later on. So it's D. O'Mahony coming into the finish line of Lee Valley. Just putting the last push, followed by the sculler Brady from Neptune. And a little bit further back to Brady of Waterford and O'Flaherty of Killorglin. So these final scullers just coming into the finish line, just up in the pace, up in the race. Make sure you're cheering on the guys. We want them to stay in the sport, the youngest category of the championships. And that concludes the seventh time trial of the Junior 16 men's single.
Yep, sorry about that, Greta. I'll have him shot getting the wrong sculler.
We're back with the next time trial for the men's junior 16 single, and at the moment over in lane 4 it looks like Commercial O'Toole has the first position for this time trial, and then Lee Valley Jay Creedon has the second, and back to Muckross O'Connor who has third position in this time trial, as the lads are working against the clock now to give themselves the best chance they can, and they're coming up to the last 500 metres now with the Commercial Sculler with a strong lead over Lee Valley, and then back to Muckross, and it looks like Commercial has clear water at the moment, and then Lee Valley is still holding his second position, and Muckross still working strong in the water, all lads now, and trying to get themselves over the line as they come into the last part of their race. And it's looking like Commercial has got about maybe 450 metres to go, and then back to Lee Valley Creedon and Muckross as well. And they have a strong lead over the rest of the pack, but at the moment Commercial O'Toole still holding a very strong lead with clear water at the moment, and then Lee Valley looks to have also a strong second place at the moment in this time trial, and then Muckross O'Connor also holding his third position, as we can see here. But it's seeming like Commercial O'Toole is coming into the last 200 metres of his race now, picking up the rate, winding it up now to get himself over the line. And then Lee Valley, Creedon is also coming in at the moment as well in second position, and then Muckers as well. And it's a well spread out time trial at the moment, with all lads giving it their absolute everything as they come into the last part of the race. And it's looking like Commercial O'Toole is taking a look behind, seeing that he's close to the finish now, only got about 100 metres to go with his strong lead at the moment, and that's still Commercial T. O'Toole who's coming in now to the finish. And then we have Lee Valley J. Creedon over in lane 3 at the moment in the second position. And then we also have a Muckers O'Connor at the moment, who's coming into the third position. But the lads are coming into the last 100 metres of the race now, and they're really picking up the rate, winding it up now. And that's Commercial O'Toole who has first position, just crossing the line now as we can see. And it's looking like Lee Valley J. Creedon is going to come in on the second position at this time trial at the moment. And then Muckers is still holding his third position, as we can see here, as they come into the last part of their race. And that's Johnny Creedon coming up to the line now, finishing it out. And then we also have Muckers approaching the line at the moment as well, as he comes into the third position for this time trial in the men's junior 16 single, highly competitive category, 59 entries. So the lads are really working it hard now in the water, giving themselves the best chance they can to pull through and give themselves their best time that they can. So, and that's it for the time trial now for the men's junior 16 single, and we've got a few more to go with many entries. So that's it for now from the tower.
We'll head straight back up now and pick up the next time trial of the men's junior 16 single.
Yes, the race 309, and Ken Mayer Kirby well out here in front and looking very good now. Junior 16 single sculls. I'd be surprised not to see him in the grand final later. He's got a considerable lead now on the rest of the field on the inside lane 6 station, and then it's a nice little battle going on then behind him between the Lee Sculler in lane 3, Devons, and then we have Cork Boat Club Gillard. There isn't much between them now in Cork Boat Club in lane 5, and then another little fight going on behind them, a couple of lengths behind them, the Sculler right over in Sligo Foley, and then we have Greg Namana Kid followed by the other Greg Namana Sculler Waterford Whelan in lane 2. But an impressive looking Sculler, Mr. Kirby now from Ken Mayer, County Kerry. So a beautiful place, no doubt it is. I've been there a couple of times, and this Sculler is looking good as County Kerry on a good day. So off he goes now. He's well into his last 500 meters in this. We got one more junior 16 single scull to come after this, and then we're into the men's intermediate doubles time trials. But you can see now with your close-up shots and everything, this Sculler coming in. Watch out, Ken Mayer Kirby. I think he's looking very good there now, way ahead of everyone, with a nice little fight going on behind him between the others, pushing themselves along. Sun is coming out. Here we go. We're into a lovely last day, third day, Sunday, the big day to wrap it all up this afternoon. But as this junior 16 approaches the last 250 now, it's Kirby, Ken Mayer leading the way home.
Down to the second last time trial coming into view now. Ken Mayer nearest to us, Kirby way out in front, and you can see then bunching up in real battle on for second place. They'll be pushing each other on here. Looking at the previous times, our fastest time so far is Evan O'Byrne of St. Michael's in 7:33. So that's the benchmark, and anyone looking to advance into the final here would want to be breaking the 8-minute mark. So we have a number of them there. Evan O'Byrne's from St. Michael's leading it out at the moment. Let's see how Kirby of Ken Mayer gets on as he comes down to the finish here. Sun is shining on the course. You can see the boys all the way up there. They're winding up for the line here. Lots of encouragement. So it's still Kirby of Ken Mayer leading it out then ahead of Cork Gillard in second. Back then to Lee Devons, and on the far side the Sligo Sculler, and then further back the course to the crews from Waterford and from Greg Naman as well. But no doubt about the leader here, Kirby, just crossing the line, and we'll see shortly if he can get into the mix. Under 8 minutes is definitely something they need to be aiming for to get into those fastest times. And just coming up to the line now, we see the remaining crews just going to finish. We have Cork, and then Lee, Sligo, Waterford, and Greg Namona. This will close out. Just one more race left then in the men's junior 16 time trials. So I mentioned O'Byrne of St. Michael's 7:33, Lee Valley O'Mahony 7:45, Lee Valley Creedon 7:49, Heaslip of Athlone 7:39. They're all the ones that are in the mix with 2 races to go. So we'll get the times from that time trial and be back shortly with the last time trial between Enniskillen, Sligo, Athlone, Skibbereen and Ban. So just looking at the times there for the last time trial, another fantastically quick time there for Kirby of Ken Mayer, 7:33.5, matching St. Michael's O'Byrne 7:33. So they're the 2 leading scullers, St. Michael's and Ken Mayer so far. And we're down to the last time trial now to find out who the fastest 6 are for the men's junior 16 single. It's halfway down the course, and in lane 2 we'll have Enniskillen, lane 3 Sligo, lane 4 Athlone, lane 5 Skibbereen and lane 6 Ban. So you can see on screen the crews just coming down, leading it out, it looks like, in lane 6 Skibbereen, Wheeler O'Brien at the moment. And just coming up, they're about 750 metres to go. The sun shining down, making it really easy to spot the line of boys the whole way up the course, as you can see. And then the blades glistening in the sunshine as well as they make their way down. So yet again we have another sculler out on their own, racing against the clock. So Skibbereen leading it out here, and then on the inside we have the crews from Ban, Athlone, Sligo and Enniskillen pushing on for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th as well. And this again is going to close out those time trials, so I'm sure everyone is glued to the Google Sheets doc to see who the leaders are. Some of the scullers from the earlier races would have been the leading time, but as the other time trials came through, they would have been knocked off those top 6 perch to see who the final is going to be between. So it's still definitely Ken Mayer, Kirby and St. Michael's O'Byrne, the 2 fastest times, with just 0.5 of a second separating the 2 of them. And as you can see, last time trial now coming into view, Skibbereen really leading it out here. Difficult to do when you're so far ahead, keep the pressure on, but I'm sure he has a stroke coach in there. He realises what time he's potentially able to go to over the 2K race, and he's matching that here. Trying to get a PB will always be a good thing, and try to get that fastest time to get into the overall 6 fastest in the men's junior 16 racing later on once we hit the finals. So after these we have the time trials of the men's intermediate double and time trials of the women's clubs single as well. But just going to close out this race now. It is Wheeler O'Brien of Skibbereen out there on his own, powering onto the line. Another fast time. We'll see how it'll fare. Hopefully in and around the 7:33 mark to guarantee that spot into the final. He's well out in front of the crews then from Athlone. Enniskillen back in 2nd and 3rd, and Sligo in 4th, and then a little bit further back to Ban will be the last there in 5th place coming in. No doubt about the leader though. A really powerful row here from Wheeler O'Brien of Skibbereen coming in towards the finish. Last few strokes for him, and then you can see the tussle that's going on for 2nd and 3rd. But no doubt about it, Skibbereen getting the job done. The question is, what time will he get, and will he be in the mix? We're just seeing a real sprint finish here now between Athlone and Enniskillen. Athlone taking it right up just in the last few strokes, opening up about a half a length lead. So it's going to be Athlone holding on to 2nd at the moment, ahead of the sculler from Enniskillen. They're the 2nd and 3rd. A little bit further back then to Sligo, 2nd, 3rd, and Sligo coming in 4th. And then we have the Ban Sculler just coming in to close out the race as well. Well done to the commentary teams. Johnny Creedon racing this morning. We'll see if he will be in the mix for the final later on. So little suspect here, a small little break before we get underway then with the time trials of the men's intermediate double. But we will, of course, once the full schedule is known for the men's junior 16 single, we'll bring you that draw, and it'll also be available online as well. So back shortly with the time trials to the men's intermediate double. We are underway with the next race, the men's intermediate double scull time trial. This is again looking for fastest 6 crews. In time trial 1 we'll have Muckross, Commercial B, Athlone, Lagan and UC University of Galway A. So we'll head straight up to the start and pick up the first time trial of the men's intermediate double.
Yes, indeed. We're here at 250 metres out from the first time trial of the men's intermediate double sculls, and they're all away cleanly, and what a great sight, what a great morning as we watch these crews head down. But charging out in front is the crew in lane 3, which is the commercial crew from Dublin. They must have about a length of clear water, maybe just about, from the crew on the near shore, which is the Lagan crew. Through the 500 metre mark now, everybody is gone. So we've got this is a time trial, so they got to keep going now and race against the clock. But Commercial now have had the best start, and they're out to Clearwater. They've got about a length of Clearwater now, and then it's the next two crews who are absolutely dead level on the inside of them to their left, Lagan and University of Galway Boat Club A crew. And then they've got another length back to lane 4, Athlone, who have absolutely dead level then with Muckross in lane 2 on the far side in the yellow canary colours. So spreading out a little bit here, but moving the fastest on the course at the moment is Commercial Rowing Club Dublin, and rowing very well now together as they move on down. They've got about 2 lengths of Clearwater from University of Galway, now beginning to make second place their own. They've moved out to a half a length on the Lagan Sculler from Belfast, the Lagan Double rather, from Belfast in lane 5, and then they've got a length on Muckross, who've got a half a length on Athlone. So that's the positions now as we go through about 750 metres. We have 4 time trials. Unbelievable to have time trials for the men's intermediate doubles. It just shows you how popular and the growth of all the different grades within rowing, the numbers coming on up. I think this is possibly the first time we've had a time trial at men's intermediate doubles at the championships, as opposed to heats and qualifying. So moving on down now, Commercial continuing to lead. They have a good couple of lengths, but University of Galway going very well on the inside to their left, on the enclosure side in lane 6, and they've moved out now. They've got Clearwater on the cruise behind them, but they're beginning to sort of nudge back as the bowman looks over to his right at the Commercial crew, beginning to nudge. I'd say they're moving faster than Commercial now at this point, so we'll see what happens there as they settle down now into the body of the course of this 2-kilometre race. So it's Lagan in third still now, but a great race there. They're just holding off the crew in lane 2, which is Muckross, and then it's a couple of lengths back to Athlone in lane 4. What a great morning here. The 9:25 race well underway, as I say. We're into the second half now. Men's double sculls, first time trial out of 4, and as we move on down now, that little push from University of Galway, they haven't made any more inroad into the Commercial crew, who are continuing to lead and commanding this time trial as they push down fast and furiously with the legs and move that boat along and pick it up and lead the way here now through 1,315 metres. So on we go now, and it's in their heads that doesn't matter about how far out we are here. We've got 3 more races behind us. We've got to make the top 6. We've got to get to that final as they move on down. They're doing their best. They're moving really well now, Commercial. We'll have a look for them now on the final, see if, well, we assume they'll make it now on this performance as they move on through the 1,500 metre mark. It's Commercial from University of Galway by about 3 lengths, I'd say. University of Galway going well, but they haven't made any more inroads into the Commercial crew as we watch them. And then in lane 2, holding on to that third position, Muckross just about a length ahead of Lagan, followed by Athlone behind them. So well spread out now as Commercial continue to lead. They have about 300 metres left, I would say, at this point in time, from the University of Galway crew, charging down on the inside to their left from Muckross. But the first time trial of the men's intermediate double sculls, it's Commercial leading the way home here.
Thanks, Jerry. So we can see here in this first time trial of the men's intermediate double, we can see the Commercial double leading it out, followed by University of Galway, followed by Lagan. So we can see here at the bow in the University of Galway crew, he's Donnacha Keeley. He'll be going to the world champion, to the under 23 world championships in the lightweight men's double this August in Canada. So there is a really competitive battle between Commercial and University Galway. University Galway are not letting them go. They're just putting in their final push. They're arguably over-racing the Commercial crew. You can see how how much effort they're putting into this race, but it's gonna be a real close one, everyone. So keep shouting for them, guys. It's really close, but it looks like Commercial's gonna get the better of this Galway crew. So Commercial coming into the finish line, just coming out in first, closely followed by University of Galway coming into the last few strokes, followed by Muckris into lane 2, followed by Lagan, followed by Athlone. So you can just see in the enclosure Athlone coming into their final few strokes, just putting everything they can into this race, trying to get into those top 6 spots into the grand final later on, and that concludes the first time trial of the men's intermediate double.
So just to give an update on the men's junior 16 time trial events, we now have our 6 fastest scullers, and those of you checking in on the live updates will have seen the times and everything there. Just to give you the draw, Skibbereen Wheeler O'Brien lane 1, Methodist McCartney lane 2, St Michael's O'Byrne in lane 3, Kenmare Kirby in lane 4, Athlone Heaslip lane 5, and Lee Valley O'Mahony lane 6. The 2 fastest crews are in lanes 3 and 4. That's St Michael's and Kenmare. On the outside in lanes 2 and 5, then Methodist and Athlone. And then the next fastest out in lane 6 and lane 1, it is Skibbereen and Lee Valley. So the draw and the times available now for the men's junior 16 single final coming out of those time trials. And in the men's intermediate double, we just saw there, it was first across the line, the crew from Commercial ahead of University of Galway, and then the crew from Muckross and Lagan and Athlone. Men's intermediate time trial 2 is on its way down to us now. This is the second of 4 time trials in this race. We have Clonmel, University of Galway, Commercial, New Ross, and a second University of Galway crew. Just looking at the times there for the men's intermediate. Time trial Commercial B, 6:41 is the time to beat for the crews that are coming down in these next 3 races. So we have, as I said there, Clonmel, University of Galway C, Commercial A, New Ross B, and University of Galway B as well racing down. Just looking at a 4 or quad coming near the course. Hopefully they'll adjust their course before the race comes down. About halfway down now, you can see on screen. And leading it out nearest to us, it is the crew from University of Galway in lane 6. They're nearest the enclosure. Then it'll be lane 3. Looks like the crew from Commercial. That's the University of Galway there. Leading it out centre of the course, and then a little bit further back. So there's the overhead shots. You can see the leading crews are quite spread out here, and again, similar to the junior 16s and all the time trials we've seen this weekend, they need to get that fastest time, so they'll really be pushing on here a little bit close to the boy line, as you can see, so they want to make sure that they get a clear run down the centre of their lane, not run into any danger, clip in any boys as they come in towards the finish. But looking in full control, the crew from University of Galway, the B crew nearest to us, the second University of Galway crew you can see in the background, some way off the pace, back in 4th or 5th at the moment. But really nice rowing from University of Galway double. They've got clear water then back to the crews from Clonmel and Commercial in 2nd and 3rd. And again, clear water back then to the crews from University of Galway C and New Ross back in 4th and 5th. And the time to beat in these time trials so far, it's been Commercial 6:41. So we'll see how we get on with University of Galway as they come down. That lead that they've had has just been eaten up a little bit by the chasing pack coming in, but I think with clear water they're in no danger of being caught. Just out to about 100 metres to go, and they continue to push on, similar to the previous race we saw, winding right the way up to the line here. The Commercial crew, the one on their inside, pushing on again, trying to shake off the challenge that's coming from Clonmel on the far side. They're the 1, 2 and 3, and then you can see some way back then to New Ross and the second University of Galway crew. And looking further up the course, you can see the next time trial already underway as well. But meanwhile, back at the finish, it is going to be University of Galway. Little glance over the shoulder for the strokeman, just checking and seeing where's that finish line. Just about 5 or 6 strokes to go, and they're going to close out this second.
Commercial Rowing Club, please present for Wales. Josh Byrne, Commercial Rowing Club, please present for Wales immediately. Thank you.
So there it is, University of Galway just crossing the line. That is the B crew. We'll wait and see, can they get 6:41 or anywhere near it, the fastest time that we had on the previous time trial. And the crew's just coming in then to close it out. Commercial and Clonmel, New Ross and UCG. Second crew just coming up. And we can already head up for the next time trial of the men's intermediate double.
Well underway now, gone about 750 metres. We're all universities, third level institutions in this one. It's like a university championship race, this. But out in front, it's Queen's University Belfast Boat Club with the little white caps on them, and fresh from their win yesterday in the quad. What a great race they had. Intermediate doubles now on the list to try as well, but they lead the way from a good looking University of Limerick crew as well to their left, and they're well out in front. So Queen's leading by about a length and a half from the University of Limerick, and then it's a considerable distance back as DUBC now go across the halfway mark, 1,000 metres in third position. And then they've got a couple of lengths on the two University College Cork crews, lane 2 leading lane 6 by about a half a length. But in this race, to take notes for the final, very surprised now these two boats out in front don't get there. Queen's University Belfast Boat Club out in front now, and looking really sharp, looking really good and confident there from that University of Limerick Rowing Club crew. As they move a little bit further away from them now, they've opened up a little bit of clear water as the sun shines down and glistens the top of the water here in Inniscarrow. What a gorgeous morning. Loving this, and I hope those of you watching online are enjoying the coverage. It's great footage coming out. Andrew here on the boat getting some great footage too, and see Upshot Productions doing a magnificent job for us all weekend. But getting back and enjoying this rowing now, and looking at the Queen's University crew, good stuff coming out of them now. Really nice double sculling as they move out to a couple of lengths clear now from the crew from Galway, University of Galway. Still fall over that now, still want to call them UCG, but it's University of Galway in second position, and then it's quite a considerable distance, as I said earlier. No change there, back to the DUBC crew in lane 3, and then a couple of lengths back to University College Cork in lane 2, and their second crew then in lane 6. So with about 250 metres to go now, no change at all, but leading the way home here in this time trial of the men's double sculls, Queen's University Belfast from University of Galway.
It's certainly looking like it's Queens that are leading the pack here as they come into the last 500 metres of their race, and they have the first position at the moment, followed by UL, and then back to DUBC. But at the moment, Queens are still holding their lead. They're still keeping that going, keeping their timing and their power in the water as they come up to the 250 mark now. And then following behind them, about 2 or 3 boat lengths, is UL. But Queens are holding it steady now as they work it hard in the water for this time trial. So they're working against the clock and trying to get themselves the best chance they can to get into that final. So they're really having to push through now. But it is certainly Queens at the moment, and then back to ULRC, who are holding the first 2 positions at the moment as they come up to the line now into their last 100 metres. And Queens are really pushing it now in their first position that they've held for quite some time. And then as they cross the line now in first position, it's looking like it's going to be ULRC coming in on the second position on this time trial. And then after them, it's looking like it's going to be DUBC, followed by the 2 UCC crews after.
So opening up the fourth time trial of the men's intermediate double, we have Lee in lane 2, New Ross A in lane 3, St Michael's in lane 4, Killorglin in lane 5, and Skibbereen in lane 6. So leading out so far, we have St Michael's. They've just passed the 500 meter mark, they've just passed the 1K mark. Apologies. So leading out is St Michael's, followed by Skibbereen, followed by Lee and the other two both after them. So St Michael's have a considerable lead so far, but only have 1 length over.
Who's on the course at the moment, and he's going to continue with this race now.
Luke Fitzgerald from Castle Connell presents the regatta office, please. That's Luke Fitzgerald. Present the Castle Connell the regatta office, please.
Apologies, there's some confusion there. So St Michael's leading it out, followed by Lee and Skibbereen. So they have about 750 metres left to go, coming up to the 500 metre mark. They're just pushing. St Michael's have now opened up a lead over Skibbereen. So they have a length and a half over, 2 lengths over Skibbereen. So they're just keeping that lead open. They're just gliding along the water, keeping it nice and strong. We can see a really good view of the 3 boats, St Michael's, Lee and New Ross over the screen. So St Michael's have a considerable lead over the rest of the crews. So they only have about 400 metres left to go, just past the 500 metre mark, and they're just pushing. They have only a few more metres left. They're just putting everything they can into this time trial, just getting the best time they can to make it into the grand final later on. As Buddy said, it's a really competitive one. The first time they've seen time trials in the men's intermediate double. So it'll be the top 6 crews to qualify out of times. So they're racing against the clock. They could be looking left and right. They could be winning their heat, but that doesn't mean they can't come 7th, 8th or 9th, just harshly missing out on the grand final. So they have to make the best time they can. And here we can see the results of race 314 on the screen. So Queen's University of Belfast with an amazing time of 6:41.2. No doubt they'll be in the final later on. So we can see the bow of the St Michael's double just looking left, making sure they're in considerable lead, making sure they're comfortable, but they're not being let go by the Skibbereen double. The Skibbereen double in the red Filippi, they're just charging for the finish line. They're not leaving anything on the water. They're putting the foot on the pedal, just making sure that they're putting everything they can into the race. You can see the St Michael's and the Skibbereen boats battling it out on the screen. This is a challenge that has happened many times before, so they're not letting each other go. Skibbereen are gaining, they're gaining on the St Michael's boat, but St Michael's boat have crossed the finish line, followed by Skibbereen, followed by Lee, New Ross and Killorglin.
The final time trial of the men's intermediate double is completed there. We'll get the overall fastest times and give you the draw for the 6 fastest crews. Meanwhile, back on the course, we have the first time trial of the women's double or women's Club 2 single, and we'd head up to pick that race up now with Jerry.
Yes, indeed. The Women's Club 2 single sculls first time trial now approaching halfway almost. And we've 2 scullers broken out here. We've got Brennan from New Ross. She would have form all right, and that's the sculler who's been selected for the women's double for the World Junior Championships. So here she is now. But she's been under a little bit of pressure from the University College Cork sculler Winter now, who's overlapping with her in lane 4. So New Ross in lane 2, Brennan and Winter in lane 4, University College Cork. Maybe New Ross slightly ahead, but then it's a little bit back, about 4 or 5 lengths back. So these two are the form crews in this first time trial. In lane 5 then we have University of Galway, Froburg, and she's having a right fight there with the girl on her left, University of Limerick, O'Loughlin, overlapping each other, and then back to Fermoy, Burke. So good spread out of crews here between 1st and 5th. But Brennan from New Ross with the long socks pulled up and showing good form there on the far station to the enclosure in lane 2. But as I said, Winter from University College Cork not letting her go, so she's getting a jaunt along, she's getting a lift with Brennan now, because this being a time trial, top 6 into the final later on, that's what these girls are aiming to do. So these two look like it. I would guess they're looking form. I think I can nearly safely say we'll see them later on in the final. Looking at them now rowing down here through about 1,300 meters. So Brennan now has moved out more now. She's broken away at this point, showing her real form. New Ross Brennan taking about a length now at this point on the far station to the enclosure in lane 2. And then 2 lanes to her left is the University College sculler Winter in second position. And as I mentioned earlier, it's a considerable distance back now to the University of Galway sculler Froburg, who's now pushed out but still being overlapped by University of Limerick O'Loughlin. So they have a nice little fight going on there in the inside, and that'll keep them busy, and then followed up by Fermoy. So 2 kind of races going on here. We've out in front through 1,500 now, about 1,600 meters gone. We'll follow it a little bit more, but watching Brennan there sculling along now, good, strong, nice levers and pushing through. She's got that little bit of about a length, I would guess now at this point, from University College Cork, and then, as I say, 3rd and 4th, University of Galway Froburg and University of Limerick O'Loughlin. But coming down here now in this first time trial, it's Brennan, New Ross, continuing to lead from the sculler from University College Cork, Winter.
Like position 1 and 2 are for New Ross Brennan and UCC or C at the moment. It's looking like Brennan has a slight lead over Winter at the moment as they're coming into the last couple of 100 meters of their race now. They're coming up to about the 300 meter mark, and it's looking like New Ross and UCC are going to lead it out here in position 1 and 2 in the time trial for the Women's Club 2 single. And then after them, it's looking like it's UGBC and ULRC in 3rd and 4th. But it's still looking like it's New Ross Brennan who is leading it out here in the first position as she approaches up to the last 100 meters now of the race. And then about a boat length or 2 back is the UCC sculler Winter, who's also coming in on the second position. And then back further we have the UGBC sculler and the ULRC sculler, and Fermoy Burke as well. But it's looking like it's New Ross Brennan who's going to be finishing in the first position as she pushes it out now the last couple of strokes. And then it's UCC Winter coming in about a boat length or 2 behind her as the girls approach the last few strokes of the race as they come up to the line now. So it's looking like it's going to be New Ross Brennan finishing in first, and then just after her we have the UCC sculler Winter coming in on the second position in the time trial for the Women's Club 2 single. And at the moment it's looking like it's ULRC who's going to be coming in on third with about only half a boat length over the UGBC single sculler, who are also approaching up to the line now. So you can see there for yourselves that it's looking like it's ULRC finishing in third. And then coming in on fourth, we have UGBC, and that is Froberg. And then we also have the Fermoy Sculler approaching the line as well over in lane 3. And that is it for the first time trial for the women's club 2 singles.
Of course, now we have the second time trial of the women's club single, and I'm going to hand over to another guest commentator. Rosie from Tralee is going to take this one for us.
So here in lane 2 we have Mahon from Neptune, who was in the Interskull as well and did quite well, I believe, and Anna O'Grady from Athlone in lane 3. She's doing quite well as well. And we have Meehan from Clonmel, Fuller from Sligo, and O'Loughlin from Clonmel there in lane 6 for closest to you. Currently now Mahon from Neptune leading out with about half a length on O'Grady from Athlone. She won the junior double yesterday quite well. Mahon now from Neptune taking about a length on Athlone, with the other scullers following behind. Meehan closely following with about a length behind Athlone. Coming up to the 500 metre mark now. Neptune still has this lead over Athlone, followed closely by Clonmel, then by the Sligo and other Clonmel sculler. Fantastic headwind now for our lighter scullers, especially coming in here now. Coming into their last 500. Neptune still there with a bit of a lead over O'Grady from Athlone. Still followed by Meehan right behind her. She's still under pressure there, but the Neptune still holding on to this, looking quite relaxed all the way. Really with a lower stroke right now looking from Athlone. But she can see her. She can see right across the course now over there in lane 2, all the girls behind her. Will Athlone get this connection back? She has a bit of clear... Neptune now has a bit of clear water over Athlone. And about 4 lengths then between Athlone and Clonmel then behind her. Athlone picking the rate up now slightly, trying to close that clear water. Neptune bringing it up as well, responding to that very quickly. Coming into their last few strokes now. Athlone's giving it her all, trying to get into that position for the time trial. Will Athlone get that time for the time trial? She's giving it her all now, all the way up now. She's getting her rate right up. Last few strokes now, she's trying to close it all up. Neptune crossing the line first. Athlone close behind her. Clonmel Meehan crossing the line at 3rd place. The times there for the first heat showing up on the screen, very impressive there from Anna and UCC.
And Spuddy's going to take the commentary for the next race coming down the course.
Yes, here we go for the race 318, the Women's Club 2 Single Sculls. And showing good form here now on the far shore of the enclosure in lane 2 is the Shandon Sculler legrously, and she's sculling along at 33 strokes per minute now. She's powering her way down this course. Not too far behind her though is the Cappoquin Sculler Quinn from Cappoquin on the inside, right over on the other side of the of her in lane 6 on the enclosure side. So they're opposite sides of each other, and that's the 1-2, and then it's about a length back to St. Michael's Limerick, Pasinska, and she's in lane 4, and she's holding off 2 scullers. She's sandwiched in between. They're about a length off her, which is Greg Namana O'Brien in lane 3 and Galway Affinity in lane 5. So that's the positions now as they come through about 1,250 metres in this second of the Women's Club 2 Single Sculls time trials. And we got 6 fastest go through out of all these time trials to the final later on. So another big ask. All time trials this morning, and those that make the grand finals later on, it'll be a massive achievement, and then they move on and look for medals after that. But continuing to lead the way down here now is she's led the whole way in lane 2, is Legrosley in the bright the sky blue colours of Shandon, row on the marina out in the city of Cork. So only 20 kilometres from, she's probably trained here lots of times and knows the river very well. So she's got a considerable distance now. She's pushed right out in front as the sculler from Cappoquin falls back. Quinn level now with St. Michael's, who's pushing on. Paskinska, they're dead level now, lanes 4 and 6. So that's second and third. Good fight there now. We'll watch that one as the sculler in lane 3 now begins to move up. O'Brien trying to catch up with them, so we'll see if she can make more ring grounds. But and then the sculler from Galway Finnerty, but out in front with about 400 metres left to go. It's continuing to lead home. Shandon, who hasn't let the foot, taken the feet off the pedal. She's just moving along there now at a really fast pace, rating 33 strokes per minute all the way. No doubt she'll push it up now for the last 250 metres. But she leads the way here. She's got a considerable lead now. But as I mentioned, St. Michael's and Paskinska now pushing right back on the sculler from Cappoquin Quinn for second and third. And that's so coming home there now, continuing to lead home in this Women's Club 2 Single Sculls time trial is Legrosley from Shandon.
Thank you, Jerry. So leading out in this time trial of the Women's Club Single, we have Legrosley of Shandon, followed by Quinn of Elaine, followed by Pasinska of St. Michael's. Really well done to Pasinska of St. Michael's. She's only been rowing 2 years. She's really new to the sport, but she's picked it up really well, so massive congrats to her. But leading it down the course is Legrosley of Shandon. We've seen a really high level, really high quality of sculling from Shandon this weekend, so no doubt she'll be putting in a good time to get into the final later on. So as Jerry said, only 20 kilometres away from Cork City, from the NRC. Shandon, local crew from Cork City, doing really well. Followed by Elaine Quinn of Cappoquin and Pasinska of St. Michael's. Followed by the Galway sculler and the sculler from Greg Namana. So coming into the finish line, the last 100 metres of her race, we have Legrosley of Shandon finishing it out, just up in the rate, putting everything she can into this race. She knows she's done it. She knows she's doing really well. She just needs to be into the top 6 crews. So she's crossed the line, followed by Quinn of Cappoquin and Pasinska of St. Michael's. So just coming into the very last few strokes, we have Quinn from Cappoquin and Pasinska from St. Michael's. So Cappoquin just finishing out her race, followed by St. Michael's, followed by Galway, followed by Greg Namana. So that concludes the race 317 of the Women's Club Single.
The
Just to give an update on the men's intermediate double, the time trials have been completed and the draw is available online. So the 6 fastest crews coming through the men's intermediate double: St Michael's Lane 1, University Galway A Lane 2, Commercial B Lane 3, Queen's Lane 4, University Galway B in Lane 5, and UL in Lane 6. So those times all available online. And the 2 fastest crews centre the course in Lanes 3 and 4, Commercial B and Queen's, in the men's intermediate double.
Heat. Here we have our last heat of the last time trial, of the Women's Club 2 sculls. 5 boats again in this race, with Queens in lane 2, Skibbereen in lane 3, Neptune in lane 4, Tralee Moritz in lane 5, and Tralee O'Sullivan in lane 6. Now, full disclosure, I am from Tralee myself, so completely unbiased opinions here. Don't worry. I rode in a double with both these girls over the weekend, but it's okay. Neptune now leading the field. In the middle of the course now, she can see all her competitors around her. She's in a good position, using the tailwind to let the boat run down the course now. She can see all her competitors behind her. She's in a good position. Moritz there coming in second place with O'Sullivan Tralee right behind her. Moritz has about half a length on O'Sullivan. And the Queen's University sculler still holding on there in the 4th position, with Skibbereen still in contention as well. This is the last time trial out of these 4. So there's 20 scullers in this competition altogether. So only 6 can get through. So all these girls are pulling as hard as they can just to get that fastest 6th time. They're coming up now in the last 500 metres. Big push now, just trying to get every stroke here now counts, as they need every second to get into this. Into the grand final later on. Neptune still holding a strong lead over the 2 Tralee scullers, and then half a length back to the Queen sculler, and then a little way back to the Skib sculler. Neptune now giving it her all the way to the line. Tralee O'Sullivan bringing up the rate now, just driving it on all the way to the end. The Neptune sculler there looking lovely, really lengthening out there all the way to the end, looking very relaxed. The 3 scullers here in contention for 2nd position. It's very tight, with Tralee O'Sullivan really pushing it on there, as well as the Queen sculler. Really pushing it on now all the way to the end, bringing the rate right up. The Neptune sculler now, last few strokes to the line, giving it her all now for the last bit. It's going to be a tight one now for 2nd position, as Tralee O'Sullivan really pushes it on there to the line, with Queens right behind her and Tralee Moritz there. Tight one there for 3rd position, with the Skib sculler taking her last few strokes to the line.
So the women's club single closed out there. We'll get those fastest overall times to find out who the 6 advance into the final are. And meanwhile, we're back with the women's intermediate 4. So we're going from Club 2 single to women's intermediate 4. UCG, Shandon, Commercial, Trinity in the race here. 2 to qualify, and we'd head up to Jerry to pick up this race.
Heat 1 well underway, women's intermediate Cox 4s, and they've gone about 650 metres, and 3 crews have broken away from the Shandon crew in lane 3, and it's tight enough there as we watch them move on down. In the yellow boat is the DULBC A crew. I have UCD down for this race, but they're not no show there. So anyway, there's 4 crews definitely in this race. As they approach about 800 metres now, DUBC winners of the Club 2 already this weekend, and now here we are. They're beginning to show in front here from University of Galway in lane 2, and Commercial then probably another half a length back, Commercial Dublin in lane 4. So these 3 crews now with 2 to qualify. So at the moment that is DULBC and University of Galway, with Commercial now in between these 2 boats, and they're slipping back slightly, so they need to keep the foot on the plate there now, and the Cox needs to urge them on to stay in this race. Through the halfway mark we go, and DULBC lead the way through by about 2/3 of a length from University of Galway, who have about a little bit of overlap with Commercial. So Commercial now need to hang on to them as they move into the business end of this race, into the second K. This is where it begins to get all a little bit hectic, and you've got to rely on your strength and fitness now to get you down the next 600 metres or so before the big charge for the line. So as we move on down here now in this glorious morning here in Inniscarra, what a great day it is for our sport of rowing. We couldn't have asked for any better here in finals, last day of finals, Sunday right through to this afternoon, when we finish up with the men's senior 8s at 17:15. We've got the women's senior 8s too, 2 big races along with a lot of other ones. But back to this race, the women's intermediate Cox 4s Heat 1. As they move on down towards you, it's DULBC now pushing out, and in the yellow boat. Not much now between them and University of Galway. They're beginning to move away now. Commercial have slipped back. There's open water between them now and the other 2 crews, so they are in trouble. I'm not so sure they can get back at this point as they approach about 1,350 metres gone in this 2K race. So moving on down the course here, I hope you're getting great quality pictures now, and you're enjoying it, because it's all set up for you there now for the day, and the big screen for those of you lucky to be here this morning to watching it as they move towards the 1,500 metre mark. University of Galway now have pushed on. They look very strong now over that 3rd quarter of the race. DULBC seem to have gone a bit sluggish. Can Commercial come back on them? It's about a length of clear water, though. It's a big ask in the last 500 metres. But University of Galway look the stronger crew here now as they move into that last quarter. They're into it now. They have about a minute and a half rowing left in this race. Top 2 qualify for the final later on this morning. But it's University of Galway continuing to lead here from DULBC. And they've got that clear water from Commercial, so they need to. It looks like they will hold on from that, with Shandon following up in 4th position. But as they approach the last 250 metres, it's University of Galway continuing to lead from DULBC, from Commercial.
Cheers, Jerry. So we're back out of the time trials. Now we're into actual qualifications from the first 2 spots going through from this. We've 2 more heats with 2 to qualify from each, giving us our 6-boat final. At the moment, University of Galway, they've done all the running. The Trinity crew, we're matching them up to the halfway mark, slipping back a little bit and looking like they're still in control. Different rigging you can see on the boat from Trinity, with the bow and stroke on the stroke side, the 2 girls in the middle then on on the bow side. A little bit of a different rigging setup that they have there in the yellow boat, but they're just about holding off the challenge that's coming from Commercial. I think University of Galway as well have taken it down a little bit, but they might be in danger in the run here now of getting overlaps again. 2 crews to qualify, and University of Galway on the far side in control. You can see just on the overhead shot there's a bit of an overlap, so they definitely have let the Trinity and Commercial crews come back into it as they come into the run in towards the finish. But no doubt about the leaders there. First spot into the final goes the crew from University of Galway. Trinity doing enough to get into second, just over a length ahead of the Commercial crew, who did their best to get back into contention there, getting the overlap, but not enough to get into that second qualifying spot. And some way back then to Shandon will close out the first heat. And as I said, this women's intermediate Cox 4, there's 2 other heats with 2 crews to qualify from each. And the next race is already on its way down to us now. Women's intermediate Cox 4, Heat 2 between Shannon, UCC, Trinity B and Neptune. So we'll be back shortly with an update of the second heat.
It's looking like Neptune has slight lead over the UCC crew, and they're the 2 crews holding the top 2 positions at the moment, and they're the qualifying spots. You need to be finishing in the top 2 to get through to the final later on today. So at the moment it appears as though Neptune has about a boat length over the UCC crew, and then it looks like Shannon is in 3rd spot, and with the DUL BCB crew then back in lane 4. But at the moment Neptune are still holding about a boat length over the UCC crew. They're still holding that slight lead, and then UCC have clear water over the Shannon crew over in lane 2. So at the moment, if UCC and Neptune manage to hold their places, they look to have the top 2 spots at the moment as they approach the last about 750 metres of their race. So they're well past the halfway mark now. And it looks like UCC and Neptune are still holding on to those top 2 spots. In the great conditions today, there's hardly no winds at all, so it's perfect for rowing. And the weather grand as well. So the girls are really working hard in their water now as they try to see themselves through to the final. So at the moment, UCC and Neptune are still holding on to that top 2 positions. And it's looking as though in 3rd spot at the moment, it is still Shannon, but Neptune are still holding that 1st position in this heat for the women's intermediate Cox 4, as we can see here today. And Neptune and UCC are working nice and steady in the water now as they try to see themselves through, to see themselves into that final. But at the moment, it's still Neptune and still UCC holding their lead over the other crews, as we can see here on the screen right now, and they're still working it hard in the water as they try to see themselves through. And they're coming up to just about the last 500 or 600 metres of the race, and I'm sure their coxes are urging them on now into the last part of their race. But Neptune now is, after opening up a strong lead over the UCC crew, who have clear water over the Shannon crew back in 3rd. So the top 2 boats will see themselves through if they can hold on to their lead now, as we can see here. And the girls, Neptune are coming up to about the last 450, with UCC following after them, and then Shannon back in lane 2. And then we also have the in lane 4, we also have the DUL BCB crew, but at the moment Neptune are still holding their 1st position, as we can see here. And I'm sure they're beginning to lower their rate now if they can just hold on to the lead with the UCC crew. And with those top 2 positions, they'll be later on in the final today, once they can get over the line now and maintain that and hold their pace, as we can see here. And it's still looking like it's going to be UCC and Neptune that we see later on today. As we see now, as they come into the last couple of 100 metres, they've only got about 250 metres left to go now. And I'm sure that their Neptune are still holding on to their lead, and they still have about a boat length or two over the UCC crew. And then we can see that there's clear water then back to the Shannon crew who are over in lane 2. So at the moment, Neptune UCC are still holding on to their lead. And as you can see here on the screen, and they've held on to it for quite some time now as they try to see themselves over the line into the last 100 metres. So it's looking like it's Neptune in first position, UCC in second, Shannon in third, and Trinity in fourth. So as we can see here, Neptune are just coming up to the line now into the last couple of metres as they try to get themselves over, and that'll see them through to the final later on today. And it's looking like it's going to be UCC that join them later on today as they come up into the second position here in the women's intermediate Cox 4, and it's looking like it won't be Shannon today as they come in third, and it's only the top 2 to qualify into that final later on today.
So Neptune and UCC doing enough to qualify there in the second heat. We're going to head straight back up to Jerry and pick up Heat 3.
Heat 3 now gone through the first 500 metres. Women's intermediate Coxed 4s, 2 to qualify, and we've a breakaway with 2 crews already. Fermoy in lane 3, moving along nice and strongly, rating 34.5 strokes per minute from the UCD Boat Club crew in lane 2 to their right. The B crew, they are officially, as they move on down the course now. They've got a bit of clear water, I'd say a length and a half of clear water from lane 5, University College Cork. So that's a bit of a gap already. So we'll see how this one goes, and then an overlap then into lane 4, Skibbereen. So the last of these heats, 2 more places up for grabs to make the grand final. 4 already qualified in the previous 2 races. Fermoy now and UCD, they haven't got it all their own way now, because UCC on the inside, if they can just stay in touch in the yellow boat and not let them get away anymore, then they have a chance. But if they keep letting them slip away, and they're doing the rot has stopped now there. There's about a length of clear water between UCD in second place and University College Cork in the yellow boat in lane 5. So they're opposite sides of the lake to each other, and they'll be having a little side view, don't you worry, as the UCD crew now in second place, all sporting nice sunglasses, look, with the hair in a bun. So they've organised that well for the cameras, no doubt, as they move on down in lane 2 behind Fermoy, who looked a stronger crew, looked very comfortable, and they all have sunglasses on as well. And they're all out for the occasion, and it looks great here this morning. So Fermoy continuing to lead by just about a length, I would guess, from the University College Dublin crew. But that they've broken away now. If anything, they've gone another half a length ahead of the University College Cork crew on the other side of the lake for that second position. So it looks like these 2 crews now, they can relax a bit more, take the rate down a couple of pips possibly, not just quite yet, because sometimes the commentators curse, the other crew will come charging back at them. But at the moment there's no inroads being made as we approach about, I would say, about 1,250 metres gone. So moving on down here now into this second half of a 2-kilometre race. You can see the rates dropping a little bit from the other 2 crews, and that's always a sign that they're not under as much pressure. Fermoy at 31.5, they were at 34.5 for the first half, so that's a big sign that they've taken their foot off the gas a little bit. UCD though, just keeping a half an eye now on that yellow boat on the other side of the lake, because they want to just stay ahead enough so that there's not much pressure then on the charge for the line. So as we approach, we're nearly through this third quarter. 2 places, the final 2 places up for grabs, and then we'll have the draw for lanes. The fastest 2, well, there's no draw, the fastest 2 of all the qualifiers go into the middle in lanes 3 and 4. Next 2 fastest, lanes 5 and 2, and then the next 2 fastest rather, go into lanes 1 and 6, a bit like the swimming. So it's a chevron shape. Through the 1500 now, these two crews have gone, and there's no inroads being made at all by University College Cork. So as they move through 1500 metres, my guess is now that Fermoy from UCD now in those qualifying positions, with University College Cork a terrible lot to ask them to try and catch up there. So this final heat of the women's intermediate Cox 4s, it's Fermoy leading home from University College Dublin.
Thanks, Jerry. So it's Fermoy leading out in this final quarter of the last heat in the women's intermediate Cox 4, followed by UCD, followed by UCC, and followed by Skibbereen. So Fermoy and UCD are both in these comfortable qualifying positions. You can see that they have lowered their stroke rate. They're trying to save themselves for the final later on, that they're in comfortable position to qualify from. So it's Fermoy leading it out, followed by UCD, with a little bit of clear water back to UCC and back to Skibbereen in fourth position. So you can see here the stroke in the Fermoy boat. She's lowered her rate. She's saying to the girls they know they're in qualifying position. They're comfortable. They're just trying to keep it going, not make any mistakes. Cox 4s are where mistakes can happen if you get too cocky. So they're just trying to be as smooth as possible. Just make it to the finish line. They're in their last quarter of the race. They're just pushing it on. Only about 150 meters left to the finish line. So it's Fermoy followed by UCD, but UCC are coming back. And followed by Skibbereen. So you can see UCC in the yellow boat. They're following the UCD, but they're running out of water. So it's Fermoy followed by UCD. These two will probably be the qualifying positions if nothing goes wrong. So you can see here Fermoy on the screen, looking really well, really strong, sitting up nice and tall. And they cross the finish line, closely followed by UCD, who are just coming up to the finish line now. They're the two qualifying spots. Unfortunately, UCC have just missed out on the final, so they're just coming through to the finish line, doing really well. They're just recovering now, and then Skibbereen come in fourth position, and that concludes the women's intermediate 4.
Next up, we have the first heat of the women's junior 18-8s. There's 3 to qualify in this heat now. 6 boats competing in this first heat here. Shandon in lane 1 furthest away, with Methodist close behind them. Galway in lane 3. Enniskillen B in lane 4. St. Michael's in lane 5, leading the way out there with about half a length on the rest of their competitors, and Castleconnell be there in lane 6, closest to us. The times there for the second heat of the women's Inter 4, Neptune with an impressive lead there on the rest of their competitors. St. Michael's now holding that lead against the rest of the field. All they have to do is come in the top 3 to win this, so they're going to try and hold that lead while conserving enough energy for the final later on today. It's side-by-side shots you're seeing there. Nice aerial view you're seeing on the screen there in front of you. St. Michael's still with that clear lead, but Castleconnell B crew still holding on to them. With that Shandon 8 also moving away now, holding that third position. These 3 crews now out in front, Shandon, Castleconnell B and St. Michael's, just looking to hold those 3 positions now all the way to the end as they come up to 1,000 metre mark of the race now. They're just trying to hold those positions so they can get into the final later on. The results there of the Heat 3 of the Women's Inter 4 with Fermoy and UCD progressing to the final. Very impressive times again there, especially Fermoy. St. Michael's still holding on to that half length over Castleconnell B and Shandon. looking very relaxed, very long, as they come into the last quarter of this race. Methodist now in 4th position, trying to get into that 3rd position. They're definitely in contention. They have the time to get into that 3rd position, with Galway very close and Enniskillen be about half a length behind Galway. In they go now into the last 500. St. Michael's still with a sizable lead, looking very long, very relaxed. And another Limerick crew just outside them. They can see them. They know them well. Also looking very long there on the outside, Shandon, with a slight lead now on Castleconnell B in the inside lane. But Methody picking up the rate now, trying to get into that 3rd position. And Galway right behind Methody. And Enniskillen, this is going to be tight now for 4th position. St. Michael's still with that comfortable lead over Castleconnell B, and Shandon on the outside as well. It looks like it's going to be the 3 of them for the final. St. Michael's doing everything they can now to hold on to that. With Castleconnell, they can see Methody coming up. This is a competitive boast race for the women, for the junior women. Methody now coming up on Castleconnell as they take their last few strokes. But it will be Shandon, Castleconnell B, and St. Michael's who take those places in the final as they cross the finish line.
So the first heat concluded there, and it is St. Michael's, Castleconnell and Shandon advancing on to the final. Heat 2 of the Women's Junior 18-8s already underway. Neptune, Lee, Castleconnell, Skibbereen and Enniskillen A. And we'd head up to Jerry to pick it up.
Yes, they've gone through the first 500 now, and Enniskillen rowing rather low rate there, around 34 as they go through the first 500. They're out in front, but only by about a third of a length from Skibbereen, so they're rowing well. Skibbereen beside them in lane 5, they're in lane 6, and then another third of a length back to Lee in lane 3 going well, and then there's a bit of open water to Castleconnell and a half a length back then to Neptune. So big gaps already there in this second heat. The first heat looked a bit tighter, but we've got Enniskillen, the form crew and the yellow M-Packer on the enclosure side now, moving out in front, about a half a length through 750 metres gone in this 2 kilometre race from Skibbereen Rowing Club, and then another half a length back, no change there, to Lee Rowing Club. So they're the 1, 2, 3 to qualify. So the rates will start coming down because they've pushed out to Clearwater now from the crew in lane 4, Castleconnell A crew, and then Neptune in lane 2. So they can bring the rates down now, and as they come up towards this first half completed of a 1 kilometre gone. Through the 1 kilometre, Enniskillen go looking really sharp as we watch them rate down to 33 now, 32 and a half. And they'll be saving themselves now for that big final later on this morning. Women's Junior 8s just get through safely, and then they'll line up for that final. So the winner will get lanes 3 and 4, and it's always good to get the middle lane. You can watch the crews either side of you, you know what's going on, and you've got complete awareness all around you. So the winners of each heat will get lanes 3 and 4. So at the moment that is Enniskillen. Of course they won the 4s yesterday very strong four, and of course 4 of them will be the stern 4 of this 8 now, and that stern pair are driving them on. Really solid rowing, and what quality coming out of them. You can watch them there coming down in the pictures when they come into view, that when they show the shots of that yellow boat of Enniskillen. They're out to clear water now as Lee and Skibbereen come back together into this third quarter. So they're level now, but there's no hurry, because they've got considerable distance now. They've broken away from the Castleconnell crew, and Neptune are having a right good fight back here in lanes 4 and 2. There was an overlap about a third of a length between them, but and it's great that they're getting that race. But out in front, these 3 crews now approaching about 1,350 meters gone. They know they just need to get home here now and put their name on the list for the final, the grand final of the women's junior 18s later on. But watch Enniskillen. I have to say they are the form favourites, and they're showing that here now, and they'd be delighted to be able to get home in this heat now without having to exert themselves to the full as they push on away into the last quarter, tipping along at 32 strokes per minute. Whether Skibbereen and Lee want to fight it out for that second position, it's up to them for lanes, and we'll see if any of them push on for the line over the last 30 strokes. But moving away in this second heat, as I say, 3 to qualify, so you can see that they're nicely in control. But very impressed there with that Enniskillen crew. But it's Enniskillen leading the way here in this second heat, going to take this very soon from the crew from Lee and Skibbereen.
So it's certainly looking like Enniskillen have the lead in this heat for the women's junior 18-8 with 3 to qualify, and it's looking like that it could be Skibbereen and Lee joining them in the final later on today as they lower down the rate now as they come into the last 250 metres of the race. And it's looking like Enniskillen are still holding the first position, with Lee looking to be in second and Skib looking to be in third as they now approach the last 150 metres. As we can see here on the screen, it's nearly clear water for Enniskillen as they come up to the finish now, and then it's Lee back in second and Skib back in third, and those are the top 3 positions that you need to be in if you want to qualify for the final. So at the moment we can see Enniskillen just about to approach the line now in the last couple of metres as they give their last few strokes, and then it's looking like Lee is going to finish off in second, and we have Skib back in the third position at the moment. So we can see Enniskillen just coming over the line now, and then back in second we also have Lee, who are looking to secure their spot for the final, and they're also just coming up the line now too. And then it's looking like it's going to be Skib in third, which will see them through to the final later on today for the women's junior 18-8.
More 8s now just off the stake boats, about 250 metres into their race. The men's club 2-8. This is a 2-heat event with 3 to qualify from each heat. In lane 2 we have Queen's University, Closhlag in lane 3, St Joseph's in lane 4, UCD-A in lane 5 and ULRC in lane 6. All crews looking very strong now, with UCD with a bit of a lead now on the rest of the field, but Queen's University right behind them. UCD have about half a length now on UL as they approach the 500 metres This is going to be a fast race now between these boats as they push on, just trying to get those 3 spots. But in that top 3 position now, it's UCD, UL, and Queen's University ahead of St. Joseph's and Coláiste Agnoid about a half a length behind them. Results there from the second heat of our women's junior 18-8s. Enniskillen there with an impressive time over Lee, but Enniskillen, Lee and Skibbereen progressing to that final later on.
So back on the course with the men's Club 8s. We're going to head up and pick this one up with Jerry.
Yes, we've got the men's Club 2/8s now, heat 1 of 2, 3 to qualify for the final later on. And looking at them come through 1,100 metres now, we've picked it up here, and it's UCD Boat Club in the yellow boat, moved out to a length, just a length now from the crew on their left, which is University of Limerick, and then St. Joseph's, University of Limerick. And then on the far station, then it's Queen's University Belfast in 3rd position. They're the 3 qualifying positions at the moment. Coláiste Agnoid in 4th, and they'd be desperately trying to get back on them, but they've broken free now from these 3 crews as we move through. We've gone through the 1,000 metre mark now. So UCD leading through the 1,000 metre mark, beginning to take their foot off the pedal a bit now, with just 3 to qualify. And then it's the crew from University of Limerick on their left in 2nd position, and then Queen's University in 3rd. So no change there. There's Clearwater about a length maybe, and they're moving out all the time. These 3 crews are the fastest boats through the 1st kilometre. Coláiste Agnoid in 4th, and then the crew beside them, St. Joseph's. Of course, I don't know if any of these guys are in this boat from the championship yesterday, the junior 8s. What an amazing race that was, where Coláiste Agnoid bravely tried to hold on all the way down and eventually just got caught in the line by the Bish. And there's a fantastic photo finish there, photo where you can see online. But what an incredible race, and well done to both clubs for providing that for us yesterday. One of the big highlights of the weekend. But unfortunately in this race now, Coláiste Agnoid in 4th and St. Joseph's in 5th are not in the qualifying positions for this Club 2/8s heat, where only 3 will qualify. So UCD now just taking the rate right down. They're around 32 strokes per minute, looking very comfortable, and beside them is University of Limerick looking almost as comfortable, and then Queen's University Belfast holding on to that 3rd position. Strong lads, and they're in lane 2 out on the far side of the enclosure. So as we move on down now, and this gorgeous morning for rowing, we've got the other heat to come up now after this, heat 2 of the men's Club 8s, with another 3 crews to qualify. Who will join them, we'll find out later on. But right now it's pretty clear as we move through about 1,700 metres in this men's Club 2/8s 3 to qualify. It's UCD leading the way home here from University of Limerick, from Queen's University.
All those crews now through the 500 metre mark. UL, UCD and Queen's University with a comfortable lead now, just trying to stay in those top 3 positions to progress to the final later on. Both St. Joseph's and Coláiste Agnoid in those 4th and 5th positions, still trying to hold on just to see if they can get into those 1, 2, 3 positions. But Queen's, UCD and UL looking very comfortable coming into the finish line. Queen's now with a sizable lead over the rest of the field, trying to conserve their energy for the grand final later on in the day. Coláiste Agnoid still connecting to UCD, and UL really dropping the rate now, looking very relaxed as well as UCD as they come into their last few strokes to cross the finish line. So from our first heat of the men's Club 8s. It'll be Queen's University, UCD and UL progressing to the final later on.
And coming down fast and furious is the second heat of the men's club 8. So we can see here really, really close between UCC, Trinity and Shannon. So really close between these crews. There are about 750 meters left to go. It's still really close. It's no one's game yet. So in this heat, it's Neptune, UCD, Shannon, DUBC or Trinity and UCC. So leading it out so far, it looks like it's UCC, Trinity and Shannon all really close together, but we won't be able to see until we get the upshot view and who's in the lead. So we can see on the screen, we can see the UCC, Trinity, Shannon and UCD all together. This is a really competitive battle between these crews. It's only 3 to qualify. And we can see here UCC is in the lead. We can see here, we can see on the screen the last race, and we can see Queens, UL and UCD have put in some good times to make it into the final later on. So leading it out, we have UCC over Trinity over Shannon. These will be the 3 crews so far going into the final if nothing goes wrong. So UCC have just maybe quarter of a boat length over Trinity and another quarter of a boat length over Shannon. So it's really competitive so far, but Neptune and UCD are not out of it yet. Their coxes are screaming at them, just telling them, don't let these crews go, just lower the rate, they know they're in contention for the final, just keep it up, try and save their energy for later on. So we can see here, UCC and Trinity are battling it out, they're almost dead level, with Shannon just quarter of a boat length left behind. So it's a great battle between Trinity and UCC for the first spot, followed by Neptune. Apologies. So you can see the colours on the screen. Really, really colourful bunch. So you can see the crews have lowered their rate. They're looking over to their right. They're looking over to their left. They know they're in contention for the spot in the final later on. Look at that. It's really close. Only like a quarter of a boat length between these 2 crews. I can only imagine it'll be one hooter, apologies. So it's UCC, DUBC and Shannon through to the men's club 8 final. Followed by Neptune and followed by UCD. And that concludes the heats of the men's club 8.
Fantastic racing there in the men's club 2/8. Next up is going to be the heats of the men's junior 18-4. 3 boats to qualify between St. Joseph's, Shannon, Presentation Cork, Lee, Enniskillen A and Enniskillen B. And these crews already off of the start, and we're going to head up to our man up there. Jerry's going to pick up the first heat of the men's junior 18-4.
Yes, indeed, Richie. They've gone through 500 metres now, and out in front is the Enniskillen A crew and the Yellow M Packer. If you're looking on the cameras, you'll see that clearly. They've got a little bit of clear water from the crew right on their other side to their left, St. Joseph's College Galway. So as they move on down, in fact, St. Joseph's now pushing on, and it's probably only about a half a length. 3 crews will qualify, and in that third position now is Pres Cork in between these two, and they're trying to break away them, but desperately holding on there in lane 2 is the Shannon crew, and right on the Enniskillen B crew in 4th and 5th, followed by Lee. So they're up and running now, settling down into the body of this course through about 800 metres. It's Enniskillen and St. Joseph's, and of course St. Joseph's, are they going to win the triple? They've already won the pairs, they've won the 8, and now the 4 is up for grabs, and we got that the pair, of course, Bradley and Stilton in here now looking for the triple, and this St. Joseph's 4 looking quite strong in the Filippi with the whitish blades with the blue stripes. The white blades are the white, and they're inching along there beside Enniskillen. But you know what? It's not. It's well, they've got a bit of a lead, but it's still not as comfortable as they would like it in this heat. As Pres Bray now in that third position at the moment, will they hold on to that? The Enniskillen second crew, the B crew, on the enclosure side, rowing along there, and they're not out of it. So will they put any pressure on Enniskillen, St. Joseph's and Pres Cork? These 3 big rowing schools now in the 3 qualifying positions, 3 to qualify for that men's junior 18 Coxed 4 final later on today. These 4s have a coxswain in the boat, steering the boat for them, and so they don't have to worry about that as they move on down the course. As we move towards about 1,300 metres gone, nothing at all, I'd say, between Enniskillen and St. Joseph's. They're happy enough there, having a look at each other as the stroke man from St. Joseph's looks across, just to keep an eye on them, and with Pres Cork looking very comfortable, rowing very well actually. Pres Cork in the middle between them, and up with the big boys there now, as they move along. So a little bit of water there, a little bit of clear water, but the Enniskillen B crew bravely rowing on the inside station in lane 6, not letting them away, giving them a fight, not letting them have it easy. And then in lane 2 we have the Shannon crew just about a length behind them, having a nice row as the 2-man looks over, where are we? And then we have the crew from Lee. So as we move along here, we've gone through 1,500 metres. Enniskillen, I'd say St. Joseph's now go have a little tiny bit of a lead, but nothing much. These 2 happy to and content to get through to that grand final later on, with Pres Cork in the middle, they're rowing really nicely in the middle. It looks like they're going to run out of water shortly, but with the Enniskillen B crew desperately trying to come back into it. But it's Enniskillen and St. Joseph's and Pres Cork at the moment going to qualify for the final later on of the Junior Coxed 4s.
Down now to the last few hundred metres there, as Jerry was saying, 3 crews looking comfortable. The Enniskillen crew, St. Joseph's and Presentation Cork leading it out. The second Enniskillen crew nearest the enclosure were doing the very, very best to get back into the mix, along with Shannon trying to get that third qualifying spot. But with clear water between them coming into the last 250, you'd imagine that St. Joseph's, Enniskillen and the crew from Presentation just doing enough. You can see rates are a little bit low here, so they're just securing those spots, saving after a long weekend of racing. They want to save up every little bit of energy they can for the finals later on this morning. So looking good and in control. Glance over from the bowman of the St. Joseph's boat, just checking where the competitors are. So St. Joseph's and Enniskillen Presentation looking nice and comfortable coming in. That's the St. Joseph's crew with the stroke and bow. The St. Joseph's crew on the far side there, just ahead coming in towards the finish. You can see the different rigging that they have there. Stroke from the bow side, so stroke and bow on the bow side, 2 and 3 on the stroke side. Then they're just coming in about a length, little bit of clear water, then back to Enniskillen and Presentation. They're the 1, 2 and 3 advancing on to the final. Enniskillen B really did their best to get back into contention there, but just missing out in 4th ahead of Shannon and the crew. Second crew from Enniskillen and Lee then back as well. So that completes the first heat of the men's junior 18 single. The second one is on its way down to us as well. And again, 3 crews to qualify out of the 5 here. Closhignoid, Commercial, Skibbereen, Castle Connell A and Castle Connell B. So we'll be shortly back with the update on the men's Junior 18 Cox 4 Heat 2. We're going to head straight back up and pick up the next heat, and Jerry's going to give an update on the second heat of the men's Junior 18-4.
Now this is an altogether tighter race coming at you. This Heat B, 3 to qualify, and just about leading the way here. Oh, it's probably absolutely level between the top 3. In lane 4 we have Skibbereen, and in lane 5 Castle Connell A. They're absolutely level rather, with lane 2 Closhignoid just beside them. But Commercial now hanging on desperately. They're about 2/3 of a length behind them. So Commercial now need to just keep the gas going and keep this, because 3 qualify, and at the moment they're in 4th. As we move on down here now, who will join the other 3 crews in the final later on of the Junior Cox 4s? Moving on down now, Skibbereen looking good, but beside them, looking equally as good, is Castle Connell, and then Closhignoid. Don't know how much of that took out of their 8th race yesterday, but they're doing very well and bravely now, holding on to that 3rd position from the Commercial crew from Dublin by about a length at this point. So we've gone through about 1,350 metres, and presently it's Commercial who aren't going to make it, but can they put in an almighty charge and come back on the other 3 crews who are almost dead level? But I'll tell you one thing Commercial are doing is they're keeping them all honest, and they're making them work hard as they push through the 1,500 metre mark. But watching them here now, I'd say the Castle Connell crew now beginning to push out. They look the form. They look nice there on the red and black on the enclosure side as they push on. Probably taking about a 1/3 or half a length now from the other 2 crews, as Closhignoid nudge ahead of Skibbereen in 3rd. And Commercial now, you know, if they can absolutely throw it at them, they might squeeze back in, but they've got 400 metres to do that. But at the moment, it's Castle Connell on the inside from the crew from Skibbereen, just beside them to the right from Closhignoid Galway. They're the 3 qualifying positions, with Commercial Dublin desperately trying to do something before they get to that line to get into that 3rd spot.
We have 4 crews approaching the line with only 3 spots for the final. So we can see that Castle Connell, Skib and Closhignoid are still holding the top 3, but Commercial are really trying to push through now and see if they can get that 3rd spot. So as they come up to the last couple of 100 metres now, they've only got 250 metres to go. It's looking like it's going to be Closhignoid, Skibbereen and Castle Connell A that'll go through to the final, but Commercial are only half a boat length behind them, and they're really trying to pull through now as they try secure their spots for the final later on today, with the top 3 going through. So at the moment it is still looking like Closhignoid is in the lead along with Skibbereen and Castle Connell, but you can see Commercial really trying to push through now. They've only got half a boat length off the other 3, so they're really trying to see if they can get that spot. But at the moment it is looking like it's going to go to Closhignoid from Galway, Skibbereen and Castle Connell A as they approach the line now. And those are the 3 crews that will be joining Perez and Enniskillen A and St. Joseph's later on today for the grand final.
Fantastic racing there for the men's junior 4s. We just want to welcome the team from Kinetica who have joined us here on Sunday for the last day of racing. They're setting themselves up. There's a flag being planted outside the merchandise stall, and they have, at the risk of a health and safety issue, charging to the merchandise stall and also to the canteen here. Kinetica have some free goodies to give out to people both at the merchandise stall and up here. Be polite. in an orderly form of queue going up to them. They have some goodies there, and also they're going to provide all of the adult championship winners today with some products, whey products and protein products as well. So thank you to Kinetica, not just for joining us here today and helping us celebrate day 3 of the championships, but for being such a great sponsor of rowing in our international cruise as well over the last number of seasons. So up in the canteen area, and right beside the Finish Line Cafe and also the merchandise stall, the team from Kinetica are there. And we have a small little suspiog here before we come back in 5 minutes' time with the 2 heats of the men's senior single. Again, 3 crews to qualify for 6 boat finals. So we'll be back shortly with the men's senior single scull. So we're heading back up to the start now for the next two heats to close out this morning's sessions before we take our break and come back with the finals. Next up, it's going to be the first heat of the men's senior single scull. We've 5 boats racing here. St. Michael's Balf does not start, so 5 boats racing, 3 crews to qualify, and they're just getting on the stake boats now. In lane 1, we'll have St. Michael's, Spellman. Mother Marie is right beside me here, looking very relaxed. No tension whatsoever for Marie. UCC Byrne in second, lane 2. UCC Sheehan in lane 3. Winners, of course, of the doubles race earlier on this weekend. Commercial Began in lane 5 and UC's UL Tanner in lane 6. So we're just looking up the course. And Jerry's going to pick this one up as well. 3 crews out of 5 to qualify, but really tough racing here. A lot of talent in here, multiple championships. Ryan Spellman of St. Michael's just back from Henley, and we mentioned the 2 UCC scullers, Byrne and Sheehan, championship winners in the doubles earlier on. Joe Tanner, previous championship winner at the intermediate level as well. So a lot of talent here. Niall Began, a commercial, a very familiar name as well to all of us. So this is a stacked first heat. The guys in Heat 2, then we have Cork Hurley, Skibbereen McCarthy, Jake McCarthy, UL Keelan Mannix, Castleconnell O'Connor, winner of the championship yesterday. Wooly Hat is on, we saw him launching earlier on. And then in lane 6 we have Lagan Watts as well. 5 crews in the second heat as well, with 3 to qualify. So don't think they're underway just yet, but we'll have an update shortly. And then we have our break, and we'll be back after that then with a series of finals for the rest of this morning's session. Just want to thank again our commentary volunteers that took on the job here. Nice to get some new voices into the mix, and we'll build that out over the next season as well, supporting local regattas and building up to the 1K Classic and the championships as well. So thank you to all the team that have volunteered here, and to Jerry out on the water as well, Alan yesterday. This afternoon we'll have Leah joining us here on the balcony. I'll be signing off at lunchtime, so you'll get a break from listening to me. And Rosie joined us as well from Tralee this morning, taking on a couple of races. So we're building out the team here for the commentary, which is great. Still looking up the course here for the start. We're waiting to see those blades flash into the water to know that the single sculls heats in the men's senior single are underway. Ideal rowing conditions. You can see the flags here at the enclosure area. Lovely tailwind coming down the course that'll push along, especially the smaller boats. And we might see some fast times in the final later on this morning. Not like them. Footage just on screen. We can see there's some scullers just making their way onto the stake boats. Not quite sure. Maybe they took a little longer break. The kettle took a little bit longer to boil, maybe. up there at the start, so hopefully we'll be underway shortly with the first heat of the men's senior scull. You can see some of the junior 16s already making their way up to the start. That'll be the first final of this morning's session at 11:35. The men's junior 16 single scull are going to be such a cracking race, because out of those times, all of them are under 8 minutes and very little between them, about 10 seconds, 15 seconds separating first and sixth. So the men's junior 16, what a great way we're going to get the finals off to when they get going after our break here shortly. So 2 races left before we kick off. It's the 2 heats of the men's senior single. So we'll be back shortly, just getting onto the stake boats, and we'll pick it up once they're underway. So just had a quick chat with Jerry there to see if there was any issues. Doesn't seem to be any problems with any of the crews or the competitors. So they're oh, there we go. Our man on the inside up at the top, just saying they were they needed some time to realign after the fours race, so that's why there's a slight delay. But all the crews are on there, and we'll be underway shortly. On screen, we'll get the footage of the first heat of the men's senior single. We are underway with the men's senior single heat 1, a 5-boat race for 3 to qualify for the final. Just underway, as you can see on screen. Lane 1, the lineup, St. Michael's Spellman in lane 1, Burn UCC in lane 2. St. Michael's Balf does not start, so there's no one in lane 3. Then we have UCC Sheehan, Commercial Began and UL Tanner. They're the 5 crews looking to get those 3 qualifying spot, and we said this is a fairly stacked heat with a lot of talent in there. Byrne and Sheehan, very familiar names on the international circuit, and also winning their championships with UCC in the double earlier on. This weekend, Niall Began, Joe Tanner and Ryan Spellman, very familiar names over the last couple of years at intermediate and senior level as well. So great to see that they're finally underway, and we're going to check in. We're going to head up to the start and pick up the first heat of the men's senior single scull.
Yes, they've gone about 300 metres now at this point. First heat in the men's single sculls, and off to a flyer is Niall Began from Commercial in lane 2. And then on the other side of him then is the sculler Ronan Byrne. Spellman from St. Michael's. So these two just nudging in front as we approach 400 metres, just coming up to the first 500. So we'll have a look at that now as they come towards us through the first 500 metres. So 3 crews now, probably nothing between them at all, as Began from Commercial now just about holds on to about a half a length lead from Andrew Sheehan beside him from University College Cork, and then it's the St. Michael's Sculler, Spellman just back from racing last weekend at Henley Royal Regatta, so we'll see how that, and then just a little behind them, but definitely I wouldn't say will be out of it, is Ronan Byrne from University College Cork. A lot of pedigree here, and then University of Limerick Tanner just about a half a length behind him, so all tightly bunched with 3 to qualify. So moving along down the course here now, Began, a little bit of a lead then from Commercial in lane 5, and then Spellman from St. Michael's Limerick. He won this last year rowing under the Shandon colours, Spellman. So will he do it again for St. Michael's this year? But he's got a lot of big competition as Ronan Byrne from University College Cork now comes into the action. He's joined the party. So we got 4 scullers here now, and we'll see who's going to get through out of these 4 as Tanner from UL drops back a bit. But these 4 now are absolutely level here through about 700 metres. Moving on down the course, there's medals galore, World Championships. Sheehan, a silver under 23s in there. Of course, we've got Ronan Byrne, a silver World Championship medalist in 19. Lots of pedigree. Niall Began is a under 23 medalist as well. So we've got some mighty pedigree in this race now. I'd say when they looked at the draw, they went, oh my goodness, what am I gonna, I could have got it, I wanted easier than that for the heat. But now watching it here, Began, he's just beginning to lose that lead slightly from Sheehan from University College Cork. So Sheehan from University College Cork leads from his clubmate Ronan Byrne, who's now moved into second, showing his pedigree there now, as Sheehan and Byrne take up that 1-2 with Began in third. So it's Spellman now who's dropping back a little bit here as we move through 750 metres. Is he tired after his Henley Royal Regatta trip journey? It can't take it out of you. It's only a week since he was there, since he came back after competing in the Diamonds. But these are the guys in front of him. I mean, I wouldn't like to have to try and catch them. Ronan Byrne and from rowing under the UCC colours, and Andrew Sheehan as well. It's 3-3 now, moving away a little bit. It's back into third goes Began, as Ronan Byrne now moves into the front in his yellow Empacher with his white blades flashing as he shows you how to do it, as he drives the legs down now and moves into first, and he is looking absolutely magnificent there now. Out in front he goes by Clearwater from Sheehan. Sheehan's got a length then on Began. Began now is a bit of a fight against Spellman from St. Michael's. Spellman's not gone back anymore, and he's overlapping slightly with Began on the other side of the course. So these 3 scullers either side of the two scullers, Spellman, St. Michael's Limerick, and it's Began from Commercial Dublin now having a bit of a slog here now for that third qualifying spot at the moment. But things can change. Single sculls can move up and down very quickly. They can catch up or fall back much easier than 4s and 8s. So but showing dominance now in this and setting down a marker for the final is Ronan Byrne, University College Cork. He's gone through 1500. They've all gone through 1500 metres. Ronan Byrne, University College Cork, from Andrew Sheehan, who's having to fight hard because Began is having to fight hard behind him to keep off Spellman from St. Michael's on the other side. So bit of a fight going on there. So we'll have to watch that. It's not over yet for that third qualifying position, but there's no doubt about it. It's Ronan Byrne from University College Cork in the yellow Empacher who will lead the way home here as they head into the last 250 metres. It's Ronan Byrne from University College Cork from his teammate Andrew Sheehan, University College Cork, as Began hangs on to that third position, qualifying position from St. Michael's Spellman.
Thanks, Jerry. So in this first heat of the senior men's scull, we have Ronan Byrne in first position, followed by Andrew Sheehan of UCC in second, and it's an absolute fight of Began of Commercial and Spellman of St. Michael's for third position. It's a heat, only 3 to qualify through to the grand final later on today, so it's an absolute dogfight for third place. So without a doubt, it's Ronan Byrne of UCC, formerly Shandon, straight in first place. No doubt he'll be into the final later on, followed by Andrew Sheehan also of UCC, and Ryan Spellman and Niall Began of Commercial fighting out for the third spot, and Joe Tanner back in fifth. So we can see here in the closure, we can see Ronan Byrne just putting his last few strokes. He knows he's through, but it's not over yet. You can hear the crowd; they're going absolutely mad. They really, really are supporting these crews. So it's Ronan Byrne coming in through first spot, followed by Andrew Sheehan in second, and Ryan Spellman in third, and Began in fourth. So well done to the first three crews straight through to the final. So it's Ronan Byrne, Andrew Sheehan, and Ryan Spellman through to the final of the men's senior scull.
Past the 500 metre mark now in our second heat of the men's senior sculls. 5 boats in this race now, with 3 to qualify for the final to join those 3 scullers who came 1, 2 and 3 in the last heat. We have N. Hurley from Cork in lane 2. Jake McCarthy from Skibbereen, a big rowing name as we all know. Kay Mannix from UL beside him in lane 4. A. O'Connor from Castle Connell in lane 5, and L. Watts from Lagan in lane 6, closest to us here in the NRC. The Castle Connell and Skibbereen scullers have already won championships this weekend, so we're looking to get a second one there if they can fit it in. But the UL sculler here looking very comfortable in the first position, with the Skib sculler fairly level with him now at the moment, I think, as they are coming up to the halfway mark now, looking very comfortable, all scullers, as they try to get into that 1, 2, 3 position. The Castle Connell sculler has fallen behind slightly, as the 1, 2, 3 position are taken up by the Skibbereen, Cork N. Hurley, and the Lagan sculler. Skib, UL and Boat Club with a comfortable lead there in the 1, 2, 3, but all clear water on each other, with the Skib sculler well out in front there, looking long and very comfortable in his first position, confident to make it into the final later on. With UL about a length and a half of clear water behind, and the Cork sculler then with about half a length of clear water behind the UL sculler. Skib still opening up that lead as they now cross the 500 metre mark, but those 1, 2, 3 positions are still very strong. Skibbereen McCarthy now coming into his last 300 metres, still looking very relaxed, very long, trying to conserve all that energy for this highly anticipated final later on. Lagan Watts holding on to that third position now, looking very comfortable with Clearwater over O'Connor from Castleconnell, who holds Clearwater over Hurley from Cork. McCarthy from Skibbereen taking his last few strokes across the finish line to confirm his place in the final later on. Followed by Mannix from UL and Watts from Lagan. This closes out all our heats for the morning, and we'll be back with the finals after the break.
So welcome back after our short break there. All of our heats and time trials are completed. Huge thanks again to the commentary team who've been helping us out here. A lot of them commentating for the very first time. And we're back now with the final of the men's junior 16 single sculls. All of these crews came through the time trial, and these are the 6 fastest, so we're expecting it to be very, very competitive here. You can see the overhead shots were underway already. A little bit of steering issues in lane 5 from Athlone Heaslip, but he's recovered well, and leading it out at the moment, it looks like in lane 2, Methodist McCarthy. So they're coming up now off of the start, and we're going to head up to Jerry to pick up our first final this morning, the men's junior 16 single.
And they're all away cleanly, all 6 scullers. Not much between them now. These guys have fought bravely to get through to this grand final from the time trials this morning. Every one of them away, and there's less than a boat length between them as they come through the first 250 metres. If anything now, it is Kenmare Kirby just slightly throwing his head in front here from the black boat, St. Michael's Limerick O'Byrne. Has nothing in it hardly, about a couple of feet, and then it's a half a length now as they open up a little bit more back to Methodist College Belfast McCartney. But in lane 3 now, O'Byrne from St. Michael's and Kenmare Kirby absolutely level, as I said, with Methody College McCartney in 3rd, and then it's about 2/3 of a length back to Skibbereen Wheeler. And he's just about ahead of the sculler from Athlone Heaslip. No doubt these guys they haven't gone away yet. Nobody's gone away. And then on the inside is Lee Valley O'Mahony. So through the first 500 metres we go, and there's a good race on here now. Really good final of the men's junior 16 single sculls. Great pictures coming at you as you watch them now coming on down the course. It's Kenmare rowing really strongly there in lane 4, and he's just pushed out now to about a half a length all of a sudden from O'Byrne from St. Michael's Limerick, and he's big long strokes. He doesn't look like he's that tall, but he's getting everything out of it from the much taller O'Byrne from St. Michael's Limerick in lane 3, and they've got a length now back to Heaslip Athlone is beginning to nudge up a bit now, and beside him in lane 2 then is Methody McCartney, who hasn't gone away, and then as the Skibbereen sculler in lane 1 looks over, Wheeler we'll call him for the moment, and that's the way it is now as this chevron shape now takes shape, because that's what happens. Lanes 3 and 4 were the fastest in the heats, and it's showing already with O'Byrne from St. Michael's and Kenmare Kirby out in front. They're the 1-2. They were the fastest in the heats, and then the next 2 fastest are in 3rd and 4th. We have Methody McCartney and Athlone Heaslip, and then the other 2, the 5th and 6th fastest out of the massive entry of nearly 50 crews this morning, Skibbereen Wheeler and Lee Valley O'Mahony. So moving on down here now towards 800 metres gone, Kenmare beginning to push out a little bit more now. Kirby from the St. Michael's sculler O'Byrne, and looking at Kirby now, we'll focus on him for a second as he's striking 34 strokes per minute. So 34, that's good high rating for a single sculler. And then we'll focus on O'Byrne from St. Michael's now, and we'll just have a look at him, see what he's up to, and he's at 36, so he's having a right go. He's not letting him go, and didn't I say it now? It's Heaslip from Athlone now beginning to move up a little bit more. Let's see, can he do it? But also the Methody sculler. These 2 guys haven't let the other 2 guys go away in front. So Methody in lane 2 on the yellow boat, McCartney, and then it's Heaslip from Athlone in lane 5. They're on their outsides, and they're giving them a good old race now. So as we move on down the tracks, final men's junior 16 single sculls, the first final of the day, and this 3rd day of the Irish Rowing Championships out here in Inniscarra on the lake, on the reservoir about 20 kilometres west of Cork. And I hope you're all enjoying the fantastic picture quality being brought to you this morning. I know I'm being beamed all over the world, as well as the big screen here, if you're lucky enough to be out here today on this gorgeous day in Cork. But back to the race, and there's no change. It's the sculler from Kenmare, from Kerry. Will Kerry win something this weekend? Will he take this one? So Kirby Out he goes now. He's pushing for that length from the big, strong Sculler from St. Michael's O'Byrne in the black boat in lane 3. Let's see, can he stay with him now and muscle on down this course? But he's to his right, and Kirby now has an absolutely fantastic view of everything that's going on. He can react to everything now. He's in the middle, he's in front, and he can see any attacks coming at him and respond. So he's got that length now on St. Michael's, but St. Michael's still looking strong. And I tell you what, Methody College McCartney hasn't gone away either, in the white cap, in the yellow boat. Methody College, their junior rowing program really coming on over the last couple of years. You can see that. And then, of course, we've got the Athlone having an amazing championships again. Really good stuff going on there with their program in Athlone. But he slipped now in 4th, and so this is showing from the time trials now all the way down here. There's been no change. They're all sort of stuck there. Nobody's gone back. The only Sculler, the Lee Valley O'Mahony's gone back a little bit. As we watch them move on down now through the 1500 metre mark. This is the final of the men's junior 16 single sculls. Kirby now, he's not been made. It's not being made easy for him as O'Mahony looks across in the yellow boat from Methody College Belfast, and he says he has to go. But will St. Michael's go? And I tell you, he slips coming up there as well on the inside. But Kirby, can he hold on here? He has that length on the black boat of St. Michael's Limerick, and they're all beginning to wind up now. They've got about just under, a little over 250 metres to go. We'll concentrate in the front. Kirby, Ken Mayer Rowing Club leading the way here. He's led most of the way, all the way down in this Junior 16 Single Sculls final. And up he goes now. The rate's being charged by everybody. St. Michael's is charging. O'Byrne in 2nd. And look at this from Heaslip and Athlone. He might push. Don't forget there's medals here. O'Mahony, it's Methody McCartney as well in the hunt for medals. But Kirby holds on to 1st. Coming up now with the 2nd, 3rd and 4th. It could be anybody's. Over to you.
Winding up for the line in our first final of the day, the men's junior 16 Sunderland. Kirby of Kenmare has done all the running here off of the start, coming under increased pressure. The second place crew had been St. Michael's O'Byrne up until this point, but down the last few hundred metres we're seeing Methodist and the Sculler from Athlone pull back in and come up to challenge. But we think that Kenmare Kirby has done just enough as they come in towards the finish, led from the start, held off all the challenges that are coming, and the winner of the men's junior 16 is Kenmare Kirby, ahead of Heaslip of Athlone, and Methodist then in 3rd place. McCartney, St. Michael's O'Byrne back in 4th, and then we have Skibbereen and Lee Valley coming in to close out the first final of this morning. The men's junior 16, really powerful rowing there from Kirby of Kenmare. He led it off of the first few hundred metres and held off all challenges that came his way in the run into the finish. So really well done there too. Kirby of Kenmare, winner of our first race today, our first final at the men's junior 16 single scull. On its way down to us now is the second final, the men's intermediate double scull final between St. Michael's, University Galway A, Commercial B, Queen's, University Galway B, and UL. They're coming down, they're about 7:50 gone, so we'll get an update shortly on that. These crews coming through the time trials as well, so the two fastest crews should be centre of the course and doing the running. We're expecting to see Commercial and Queen's. The men's intermediate double won last year by University of Galway. So they'll be looking to hold on to the 2023 championship as they come down in towards the finish. Leading it out in lane 4, it is the crew from Queens, winners of the quad course yesterday. So it is Queens leading it out in lane 4. Right beside them in lane 5, it's the University of Galway B crew in second place, so we're just a little bit ahead of the chasing pack then with UCG, or University of Galway A, and Commercial as well. Men's intermediate double. So you can see on screen it is the Queen's crew leading it out in lane 4, ahead then of the crews beside them, the University Galway crews, ahead then of Commercial as well, centre of the course. On the outside it is St Michael's and UL doing their best to stay in touch, but off the pace here at the moment. All of the action in those lanes nearest to us, Queen's, University Galway and UL, just in the last few hundred metres, moving back into third place and coming up into contention. Just on screen you can see the official result there of our first final, the men's junior 16 single. A win there for Kirby Kenmare in 7:23.3. Really well done to Kenmare on the win in the men's junior 16 single. Meanwhile, back on the course, just coming in now to over 500 metres to go. It's still Queens leading it out, ahead of University Galway, nearest to us, and then also the UL crew. They're the 1, 2 and 3. A little bit further back then to the chasing pack of the other Galway crew, Commercial and St Michael's on the far side. And still leading it out, Queens, that fantastic win that they had in the quad yesterday. They've opened up Clearwater now. You can see just how much of a distance that they have back to the chasing pack that's there. The camera angle here a little bit different, but definitely you can see the leading crews are all on the enclosure side here. We've got Queens leading it out, looking for the win in the men's intermediate double. University Galway, the current holders of this intermediate doubles championship, in second place at the moment. And you'd imagine, I think they're going to run out of water as they come in towards the run-in. Really good showing as well from Commercial and the University Galway crew coming back into the mix, coming up to the last 500 metres as well. But no doubt about the leaders, Queens, they pushed on. They're coming under pressure from the chasing pack, but Clearwater, as they get the run in towards the finish, it's unlikely they're going to be caught powering home here and looking to take the doubles as well as the quad race that they had there yesterday. Commercial having a storming 500 metres to come back into second place ahead of the Galway crew and UL as well. So it's Commercial now putting increased pressure right up. They're pushing on here in second place, but they're definitely going to run out of water down to the last few strokes. They are just holding off the University of Galway crew, but it is going to be the crew from Queens powering on here, centre of the course, coming up towards the finish line. Clearwater for them. It is going to be the Queens crew taking the win. Arms aloft there for the Queens crew, taking the win ahead of the crew from Commercial and the University of Galway. The second Galway crew coming, taking it easy coming in. Ahead then of St Michael's and the crew from UL as well. And this closes out the men's intermediate double. So we've already had the win there for Kirby Kenmare in the men's junior 16 single. And the men's intermediate double goes to Queens. And just a reminder that the guys from Kinetica are here both at the merchandise stall and also up at the Finish Line Cafe here in the main rowing centre building. And they've got some free things to give out, and they're also kindly sponsoring some whey and protein powders for any of the senior championship winners for this afternoon, or for the entire day here. So welcome to Kinetica. Not just a sponsor of the international cruise, but also the national events, and great to have those partners here with us today. Next up, it is going to be the Women's Club Single. Again, coming through the heats earlier on, we are going to have Shandon, UCC, New Ross, Neptune, Athlone, and second Neptune Sculler. So we have Neptune Mahon and Neptune Jordan competing next in the Women's Single. So we'll head up there shortly and pick up the next race. So just up at the start now, we're looking at the lineup. You can see the crews making their way up on the left-hand side of the screen for the remaining finals we have here before the lunchtime break. Up next, we have the Women's Club 2 single, followed shortly after by the Women's Inter 4, Women's Junior 8s, Men's Club 8, Men's Junior 4, Women's Senior Scull and Men's Senior Scull. So an absolutely jam-packed set of races coming up to bring us up just to the lunchtime break. And next up, as I said, it's going to be the Women's Club 2 single between Shandon, UCC, New Ross, Neptune Mahon, Athlone and Neptune Jordan. These crews have come through the qualifying in the heats, and the centre crews in lane 3 and 4 will be the ones to watch, having taken first place in their heats. So we'll see how we're going to fare shortly underway with the Women's Club 2 single Championship of Ireland final. And just a reminder for clubs and competitors and spectators as well, if you're sharing any photos, videos on social media, be sure to use the hashtags #WeAreRowingIreland, #GreenBlades, #IrishRowingChamps, and tag Rowing Ireland, and we will share your details there. Fantastic support here as always, so we're hoping you're looking forward to a great day of racing as we look to close out day 3 of the Irish Rowing Championships. Huge thanks as well to Upshot, our streaming partner, have done amazing work. We've come on leaps and bounds even from the amazing footage we had last year. Now we have the on-board camera as well, giving us those side-by-side views. I'm sure last night plenty of people were tuning in and re-watching to see how they were getting on and how their races went yesterday. So thanks to them for the amazing footage that we're seeing here as well. And on screen you can see all of our sponsors, not just for the international cruise, but everything that we do in Rowing Ireland. And we're delighted to have everyone: Cork County Council, Kinetica, Rowfit, Cork International Hotel, Total Cleaning Supplies, Sport Ireland, Sport Northern Ireland, Powerhouse Sport, Whoop, Kinetica, Quilcha, MG, Avison Young, Aegis, Philippi, Swift Racing and Rowfit. We'd be lost without all your continued support of our sport and our crews as well. So we're underway now with the Women's Club 2 single scull. They're off the starts, and you can see the footage that we're getting from the cameras. So we're going to head up to Jerry to pick up this race as they come through the first few 100 metres.
Indeed, they have gone through about 250 now, and we have 3 scullers bunched up here now. Brennan from New Ross in lane 3, and then in lane 5 there's the Athlone sculler O'Grady, and then just half a lane behind them is the Neptune sculler Mahon with the sculler with the other Neptune sculler. So they're equal third, about a half a length behind them at the moment. But they're all bunched up here, these top 4, and then about a length back to the sculler in lane 1, Shandon Legacy, and beside her is the University College Cork Winter, another length probably back at this stage. So as we approach 500 metres now, we'll give you the updates as we move on up. So here we go now, quite tight. Anna Brennan from New Ross, but only just as they move on through the first 500 metres from Athlone, O'Grady, and then it's a half a length back to the two Neptune scullers, Mahon and Jordan, who are equal in third position. But I tell you, Mahon now is coming back into the hunt, and she's moving up, slicing in between those 2 leading scullers and having a right go. So she's overlapping now with Brennan and also O'Grady from Athlone. So of course Brennan will be the most experienced here now. Rode well in the heat, and she's got that fast lane she's one of the top qualifiers, and then of course beside her, Mahan, the second fastest qualifier, and she's overlapping now Mahan, who's with Brennan. And I'll tell you what now, the Athlone Sculler O'Grady has just done a mighty push there through 7:50. Must have rehearsed that. She's right up now, just gone through Mahan, and she's about a canvas off New Ross, off Anna Brennan. So these three now, nothing between them. But the Athlone Sculler is being brave here now as these three break away. It's a couple of lengths back then to the other Neptune Sculler, Jordan. And then another couple of lengths back to the other two scullers in lanes 1 and 2, having a right good fight, overlapping each other. That is Shandon Legacy and UCC Winter. But let's concentrate on the front now with the final of the Women's Club 2 single sculls. And these three scullers now, Mahan has been brave. She stayed with them now. They try to push away from her, but it's New Ross Brennan just leading by about a half a length from Athlone Grady, and then another canvas or so back to the Neptune Sculler. So that's nothing in this in single sculls. So let's see how this progresses now. If these three stay stuck together all the way down over the second half, or will it open up? A long way to go. We're only just coming up to halfway now shortly. And let's concentrate on Brennan. She's led. She's trying to push out to a length now all of a sudden. She's having a bit of a spurt. She's at the 1,000. Her coach will have told her, Alan, you would have said go. She's at 32, and then about a half a length behind her, the Athlone Sculler. She's pushing on now into second, making that hers as she pushes on. They're all doing a bit of a push. You can see that. Now, will the Neptune Sculler do a push? She's just being slipped slightly now. She's a length off Brennan from New Ross, but there's still an overlap between Athlone and New Ross. So this is good. This is a great final. These three, the fastest three in the time trials earlier on this morning. As we move on down now, a little bit of a cross tail, but nothing much to write home about. These girls are well in control now. As we move along here now, watching the scullers beside us in lanes 1 and 2. We'll have to let these other ones move on down as they've broken away. But they still, the New Ross Sculler, Brennan hasn't really got away. She's trying desperately, but she's probably just about got a length as Mann comes back up equal second now with the Athlone Sculler, but they're a length off the New Ross Sculler. So can they work together and try and haul her in? It is possible. There's still a good bit to go here. There's about 800 metres left in this race, maybe 750 now, as Brennan holds on to that lead. And will she do another almighty shove down here and get away? Here we go. She's doing one again. She's trying to lead. She's trying to break away from them. She's trying to break that band and get clear water. As Mahan now just nudges into second from the Athlone Sculler, but there's clear water now between her and Brennan from New Ross. So moving on down in this final of the Women's Club 2 single sculls. These girls, some of them, they won't be rowing that long. Others will have been at it. It all depends on the points. They might have been doing sweep a good bit and moved into single sculling. But this is tremendous quality. I tell you, it's a lot higher than I've seen it in previous years in this final of the Women's Club 2 single sculls final. So on we go down now towards those darkened clouds past the finish. Hopefully the weather will stay good. It's really warm out here. It's a lovely day. But Brennan's moved out. She's got 2 lengths now of clear water. She's showing her form. She's pushing on. She's now just showing that gap between the other two who are having a right fight, the Neptune and the Athlone Sculler, in second position. But it'll take an almighty battle to try and pull her back again now. So Brennan from New Ross moving on down here now, and she's beginning to surge away and show her true form. So with about 300 metres left now, it's Brennan from New Ross leading from the Neptune Sculler man, who's absolutely equal at this point with the Sculler from Athlone O'Grady.
So fantastic final coming in here. Really brave rowing from the New Ross Sculler Brennan. She went out and holding off the challenges, and we just seen in the last few hundred metres her pushing on again and opening up clear water. There was overlap coming into the last quarter, but just as she came into the 500 metre mark, she pushed on, opening up 2 lengths of clear water and leaving the rest of the scullers in her wake there. And it's a real battle then between Neptune and Athlone for second and third. No doubt about the leader here though. Fastest coming out of the club 2 single heats as well earlier this morning. New Ross Brennan, she's powering onto the line here in full control. Got off to a lead off of the start, was able to look left and right. No one pushes her coming from the competitors. She felt quite happy to leave them sit with her coming up through the halfway mark, but just coming up to 500, she changed gear and moved into the lead. And now we're seeing the Athlone Sculler just moving ahead of Neptune, I think, as they come in towards the run into the finish for second and third. But no doubt about the leader here. Championship heading the way to New Ross. Last few strokes, clear water you can see, and you can see also just how close it is for second and third. But it is going to be a win for New Ross, taking the win in the women's club single. New Ross Brennan ahead then of the Athlone Sculler in second place, just by half a length ahead of Neptune. They're the 1 and 2 and 3. Really fantastic racing there, and well done to New Ross Brennan, changing gear in the last 500 to come up and take the win there. Ahead then of Athlone in second, Neptune third, and the crews from UCC, Shandon, and the second Neptune Sculler coming in to close out the women's Club 2 single. A win there for New Ross Brennan. Next up is going to be the women's intermediate Cox 4 between UCC Fermoy, University of Galway, Neptune, Trinity and UCDB. These crews already off of the stake boats and on their way down towards the course, and just trying to check and see where Jerry is, if he's ready to pick this one up. But we can see already in lane 5 leading it out in this race, it looks like the Trinity crew leading here. And again, these came through the qualifiers, so we have the crews that came through the heats, the fastest 2 from 3 heats, giving us our 6-boat final here. The yellow boat in lane 5, it does look like the Trinity crew leading it out at the moment as they come through the first few 100 metres. Amazing shots again overhead from Upshot. Just on screen you can see the result there, the women's Club 2 single championship of Ireland. Brennan New Ross taking the championship in 7:08. Congratulations to New Ross on their championship win. And just coming up now to the first few 100 metres, it is the women's Cox 4 at intermediate level. UCC Fermoy, University Galway, Neptune, Trinity and the second UCD crew. And it still looks like Trinity doing all the running here for the first few 100 metres as they come up. You can see that yellow boat. Different rigging here, the stroke and bow on the stroke side, and then middle of the boat, 2 and 3 are on the bow side. A little bit of a different setup that you have from the more traditional riggers that are there. Just been informed there, that's New Ross's first Irish championship in the women's scull. Huge round of applause there for Brennan and New Ross. There'll be a dinner dance heading on that way later on, celebrating that. Well, everyone, Wendell to everyone in New Ross. And back on screen here, I'm just going to check and see where Jerry is. Hopefully Jerry's in position to pick up the women's intermediate 4s on its way down to us now. Looks like Trinity leading it out in lane 5.
Yes, as they come towards us now, struggling to get back up, but we watch them now come through 1,000 metres very shortly. But looking at it, yeah, tight enough now as they come right up on top of us here shortly. DUBC up in lane 5, but only just then from the crew on the other side of them then University of Galway. So Neptune in the middle of them then, probably just about a canvas behind them in third. But it's Dublin University Ladies Boat Club in the yellow M-Packer leading the way here now. They're just trying to get a length on the other two crews who are practically dead level now, University of Galway and Neptune in lanes 3 and 4. And then it's a half a length, 2/3 of a length, I'd say, back to Fermoy. And then University College Cork on the far station in lane 1 from the enclosure. And then Shandon... University College Dublin on lane 6 on the inside. But here we go now. This is tight. It's through the 1,000 metre mark we're going now, and it's Dublin University Ladies Boat Club. They haven't broken free. They have about 2/3 of a length on University of Galway, with Neptune on a big push, and they're just overlapping. They're about a half a length behind University of Galway in third. So everybody's safely through the 1,000 metre mark now. We have a race on, women's intermediate Cox 4 Championship of Ireland, with DULBC winners of the Club 2s 4s over the weekend already. Can they take the intermediate 4s? But I think these other two crews will have something to say, University of Galway and Neptune, before it's all over. So moving on down the course now, DULBC, Rowan DeLiffey in Dublin in the yellow boat, leading the way here by about, I would say, they're trying to push out to a length now. They're on a big push. They've got about 2/3 of a length on University of Galway. They've got about another half a length on Neptune in third. We'll concentrate on them now. They've got Clearwater on the other three boats who are practically dead level, possibly UCD in 6th. So on we go down the course now. We concentrate on the DULBC crew for a second now as we watch them charge down this course, rating 36 strokes a minute. University of Galway charging after them, desperately trying to hold on at 34. They have a little bit more there to give. Neptune then in third, another half a length back in 35 and a half. So they're all up there, they're on the edge. This is where we have to do the business in the third quarter of this race. But it's DULBC from University of Galway as the stroke of University of Galway, and the little pink cap looks over and just having a sneaky look at that DULBC crew. Neptune stuck in the middle, sandwiched between them. Can they make a big charge? They are not out of it just yet. We just have to wait now. But the other two crews are beginning to sneak away into those first and second position. Moving now towards the 1500 shortly. Someone needs to start doing something here now to hold back that DULBC crew. University of Galway look like they can, but at the moment it's DULBC through the 1500 metre mark. Final, I love the finals. Women's intermediate Cox 4s in the yellow boat, as I said. DULBC, can they do two in a row on these 4s? Cox 4s leading the way. University of Galway on a big charge now. I think they're the fastest moving boat at the moment, coming back after them on a big charge. Neptune slipping back into third, staying at third and not making any inroads. They're all through the 1500 metre mark now, and they've got about 400 metres. Who wants this now? DULBC still leading. They've led most of the way in this race, but I think University of Galway have a big kick in them. I think they are going to absolutely get at them here. This is going to turn into a close one. If DULBC, they need to watch that now as they come through. Neptune have fallen back now, a little bit of Clearwater in third. So I think their game is up there unless they can do something absolutely amazing. But it's DULBC trying desperately to hold off the crew from the University of Galway as they charge after them. Over to you, Richie.
So fantastic racing so far. Trinity doing all the running up to the last 500 metres, but we've just seen the University of Galway crew changing gear as they come into the last quarter of this race here. They've taken the Trinity crew and moving out into lead now, and they're charging for the line. The Neptune crew back in third place, as you can see, with an overlap and in danger. The Trinity crew are just holding them off and might hold on to second place, but it's all about first here in the women's intermediate Cox 4. That University of Galway crew timing it to perfection. The Trinity crew doing their best to come back and push them all the way to the line here, but the University of Galway crew really high rating here. They're pushing on to the line and they're starting to open up Clearwater. It's going to be a championship win for the University of Galway, it looks like, in the women's intermediate 4. Winners last year were UL, not in the mix here so far, but it is going to be University of Galway, this championship for Women's Intermediate 4, heading the way of University of Galway, just a length ahead of the Trinity crew, who in turn just under a length ahead of Neptune. They're the 1, 2 and 3 crossing the line in the final of the Women's Intermediate 4. Absolutely timed to perfection there in the last few hundred metres for the University of Galway crew. Huge celebrations from them, taking the championship in the Women's Intermediate 4. You can see just how much effort it took there for those women's intermediate 4s in recovery there. Congratulations again to the crew from University of Galway. Timing it to perfection there, just taking the win ahead of Trinity. And just to reiterate again, huge congratulations to everyone from New Ross on their very first championship win, Champions of Ireland in the Women's Club 2 single. Congratulations there to Brendan New Ross, first time champions of this regatta and in their history as well. Next up, we have the Women's Junior 18-8 between Shandon, Lee, St. Michael's, Enniskillen, Castleconnell and Skibbereen. And those crews are just on the stake boats there, as you can see on screen, so we'll be back shortly with the final of the Women's Junior 18-8 Championship of Ireland. We are underway with the next Championship of Ireland, the Women's Junior 18-8 underway between Shandon, Lee, St. Michael's, Enniskillen, Castleconnell and Skibbereen. St. Michael's, current holders of the Women's Junior 18-8 Championship, they are centre of the course here. Enniskillen and St. Michael's, the two crews to watch, leading out based on the qualifiers earlier on in the heats. Just with that overhead shots, it looked like it was the crews in lane 6, maybe Skibbereen taking an early lead along with the crew from Enniskillen. They were the 1 and 2, St. Michael's in third, just ahead then of the crew from Shandon and also from Lee. And Castleconnell very much in touch, just about 3/4 of a length separating first to sixth with these overhead shots that we see coming down the course in the championship of the Women's Junior 18-8. 3 crews qualified from each of the heats earlier on. Just seeing the official result there of the Women's Intermediate 4. A win for University of Galway, as we said. Congratulations to that crew. And back on the course now, you can see just how we're doing. It's changed a little bit from the view that we have here. Enniskillen looks like in the centre of the course, leading it out by about 3/4 of a length ahead of St. Michael's. They're the 1 and 2 at the moment. Very little between them then, and overlapping with the crews from Skibbereen, who led off the start, staying in touch. We're going to head up to Jerry and pick up the Championship Women's Junior 8 final.
Oh yes, and they're well on the way. They've all gone through the first 500 metres, and we've got a kaleidoscope of colours coming at me. Well, look at this. This is amazing. The Junior 8s, and just showing their noses in front now. We have Enniskillen out by about a third of a length, but only just from the St. Michael's Limerick crew. Both these crews now showing form. They've got the two fastest pairs in the country in their stern of their boats, and they move along now. In fact, Enniskillen now trying to push out to nearly 2/3 of a length at this point. We've got Skibbereen on the inside there in third place. In fact, they're just not far behind St. Michael's, about a third of a lane behind them. And then fourth on lane one, the Sky Blues of Shandon. And then we've just behind them, about half a length behind them, is Castleconnell. So we're well into this race, 600, 700 metres gone now. Enniskillen now beginning to show form here, show to dominate. They're out to half a length. They have half a length in St. Michael's. Of course, they won the fours yesterday, and we've got the two best girls there now on that boat, Niamh Cassidy, Acorn, and we've got Isabella Wright driving them down there, and they're doing a tremendous job as they push out, looking for a length from the St. Michael's crew and Skibbereen, who are just behind St. Michael's. So flashing the white blades there, Skibbereen not out of it by any means, and Shandon on the inside rowing very well too. In lane one on the right over from the far side of the enclosure, and then it's back to Castleconnell and Lee. But Enniskillen, they were the favourites, and they're showing this right now. They're out to almost a length, not quite. Skibbereen have moved into second. Well, they throw everything at them now and frighten the hell out of them. But let's see what happens here now. Of course, they've got one of their girls on the Coupe 4 as well, going off to row in the Europeans shortly, the Coupe La Jeunesse. So they've got some pedigree in that boat. But it's Enniskillen now showing form as we move on down. They've got about 2/3 of a length on Skibbereen, and then it's St. Michael's in third position. So St. Michael's winners of the pairs, Enniskillen winners of the fours over the weekend. Now who'll get the eights? Enniskillen out there in the yellow boat in the middle, but Skibbereen are having a right go at them. Is this one that this is going to be a shocker? I wouldn't think at the moment, but they're giving it a right go, with St. Michael's battling as well there on the other side in lane 3. As we move on down now, let's concentrate a little bit on Enniskillen and have a look at them. Love this rowing that they're doing as they move along, and we'll just see what they're at here. Rating, I'm just getting a funny number there, so I won't give you that one. But let's see now as we see 34. That's not too high now. They never really rated that high, interestingly. So 34 is really cool. They'll have lots of kicking them now if they need to, but at the moment they don't need it. They're moving out there all the time. They're the fastest moving boat on the course now as they move on down past the into 1250 gone already, nearly heading towards the 1500. All you supporters all around the world here on the course watching the big screen as Enniskillen, I've no doubt, have all your supporters down en masse watching them as they move well out in command here now with 500 metres to go. It's Enniskillen now through the 1500 metre, leading the way from St. Michael's and Skibbereen. Not much between them. If anything, it's Skibbereen now in second, and it looks like it's Enniskillen now who's going to push away here, but it's still quarter of the race to go. Enniskillen pushing through. Their coach Derek Holland now will be just smiling quietly to himself. He knows this is great, and he's looking at them there. And as they push on down, there's no change. There's about 350 metres to go. It's Enniskillen leading the way home here.
So Enniskillen leading out there. They've taken up clear water. They're holding off the challenge of any of the crews that are coming. I think it's going to be a race for the silver and bronze here between Shandon, St. Michael's and the crew from... I've forgotten who it is. And the crew from... Castleconnell and Skibbereen as well. Skibbereen in the mix for the silver and bronze as well. But Enniskillen, no doubt about it. You can see they have that clear water lead as they come in towards the finish. They're looking to regain the Women's Junior 18 Championship of Ireland. St. Michael's winners of it last year, now battling for the silver medal, and I think it is going to be a race for single and bronze between St. Michael's, Shandon and the Skibbereen crew. Very little between them, no doubt about the leaders here. We're seeing the dominance of Enniskillen winning the fours yesterday, now coming up and looking to do the double with the eights race, and it's going to be a tough race for that silver and bronze. Lee putting on a big push as well as they wind up towards the line along with Castleconnell coming in towards the finish. No doubt about the winners there. It is going to be that Enniskillen crew winding for the line, taking the Women's Junior 18 Championship of Ireland. And the big question is, who's going to get the silver and bronze? So Enniskillen, last few strokes, they take it. It's the Women's Junior 8 Champions of Ireland, Enniskillen. taking the win there, and the race on for second and third. We just see between Shandon and St. Michael's. I think it might have been the Shandon crew and St. Michael's for second and third. Ahead then of Skibbereen. We'll wait for the official result. Really tough racing there, and fantastic. Well done to Enniskillen, just powering on, moving away from the pack and opening up Clearwater, leaving the other crews to battle it out for silver and bronze. Just as Castleconnell and Lee come in and close out this Women's Junior 8 Championship of Ireland. So congratulations there to Enniskillen, now taking the win in the Women's Junior 18-8. Four races left in this morning's programme. Just a reminder, the Finish Line Cafe is open here in the National Rowing Centre for lunch and teas and coffees and pastries as well. Also up here at the Finish Line Cafe we have our sponsorship partners of Kinetica, and they're also set up at the merchandise stall as well, and they have some goodies there for everyone who's interested in checking it out. And thank you again for them for being on site here in day 3 of the Irish Championships and for their ongoing support of Rowing Ireland as well. Next up, in the last 4 races, we're going to have the final of the men's Club 2-8, the men's Junior 18-4, and then the 2 sculling races, senior men's, senior women, will be on the way shortly. So next up is going to be those Club 8 races between UCD, Shannon, Queen's, UCC, UL and Trinity. So you're seeing footage here. You can see all the crews on the stake boats now for the next race. The final of the men's club single. Lane 1 is on your left-hand side there. That is UCD. Beside them is Shannon. Then Queen's, UCC, UL and Trinity. There's the official result there. And we're underway. So we're underway now in the final of the men's Club 2-8 between UCD, Shannon, Queen's, UCC, UL and Trinity. We're having some technical issues with our catamaran, so we won't have some on-the-water commentary, we think, for the next couple of races, but we can give you the updates from here. So they're underway now, coming through all off cleanly, and you can see the umpire there behind them just following the race down. These crews as well came through the qualifiers this morning with 2 crews to qualify from the heats that we had. 3 crews qualifying from the heats that we had. And the centre lanes, Queen's and UCC, were the ones that won their heats. So we'd imagine they'd do the running here. But we've seen time and time again over the weekend through the time trials and also through the heats that everything goes out the window as soon as you get to the finals races and the form book is maybe thrown out. Lane 4 doing the running here at the moment. It looks like the crew from UCC. Really successful championship for them so far. Multiple wins across sculling boats into the doubles and fours as well. And now leading out the men's Club 2-8, it looks like in lane 4. Lane 1 as well, the crew from UCD. Right beside them, Shannon staying in touch as well. These look like the 3 leading crews, and a little bit further back then to lane 3, which is Queen's, UL and Trinity. Maybe falling off the pace as they come up to the first 500 metres. Fantastic footage again we're seeing here, and you can see that it is looking like the UCD crew in lane 1 just holding off at the moment in the UCC crew centre of the course in lane 4, and right beside that UCD crew Shannon in the mix as well here, but just about 2 boat lengths separating first to 6 coming through the first quarter of the race. UCD tucked in on the far side, taking advantage there and moving out into, it looks like half a length, 3/4 of a length lead ahead of the crews then from Shannon and UCC. They're the 1, 2, 3 coming up on the first quarter. A little bit further off the pace, but still within striking distance. Definitely the crews from Queen's, UL and Trinity as they come in towards, they'll be coming into the second quarter of the race here. UCD, Shannon and UCC, these 3 crews leading it out and opening up a little bit of a lead then as they come through the first half of this race. They'll be coming up on the halfway mark soon, settling into their race pace, and it looks like the UCD crew striding it out here, and they're moving ahead of the crew from UCC. Our early leaders are now back in second place, and it's between Shannon and Trinity now moving up to second and third, putting a bit of pressure a little bit further back then to the crews from Skibbereen, from Queen's and from UL as well. But still UCD doing all the running here. Right beside them, Shannon are trying to stay in contention with them, but centre of the course then, we're seeing UCC continue to stay in with the mix of the lead. And a good solid 500 from Trinity has seen them come back into the top 4. And they're coming up to try put a challenge onto the Shannon crew and try get that overlap as well. But we're just seeing now Clearwater opening up ahead for the UCD crew. So it's UCD opening up a little bit of Clearwater now against the chasing pack of the college UCC crew and the crew from Shannon as well. Shannon now looking under a little bit more pressure from Trinity. These side-by-side angles are a little bit deceptive, so it's a lot closer than we see UL back, a little bit further back then, along with Queen's back racing out for 5th and 6th. But the UCD crew are continuing to stride out. The UCD crew continuing to stride out on the top of your screen there. UCC establishing themselves in second, and then really tight between Shannon holding on to third at the moment, just ahead of Trinity as they come down towards the halfway mark. Well into the halfway mark now, 7:50 to go in fact, as they come to look to get the run in towards the finish. So UCD, they did just enough to qualify and get one of those outside lanes as they came through the heat process this morning. They're not in the centre lanes, so they were quite happy to take one of the minor placings coming through the heats. Now into the final and leading it out here, and you can see just opening up that Clearwater against UCC. So very different to the small boat racing where we see a lot of changes happening over the last 500. With these big boats, you need to move, and you need to move now if you're going to get back into contention. So without an overlap coming into the finish, it's looking pretty for the UCD crew here ahead of UCC centre of the course. Still overlap then. Shannon holding on to third place at the moment, holding off Trinity. There's that UCD crew out on their own in lane 1. What a nice comfortable place to be. They can look over to the left, know that any of the challenges that are coming, they have that Clearwater cushion, and they're in full control here in the Men's Club 2 Championship of Ireland as they come in towards the run-in towards the finish. Trinity, winners of this event last year, not in the mix at the moment, just coming up to battle for third place with the Shannon crew, and it's UCC in second place, but no doubt about the leaders there. We have our footage up on screen. The UCD crew, little glance behind from the Cox, encouraging the crews on as they wind up for the line. UCC trying to get that overlap. They've battled to try get into contention, but UCD have responded to every challenge that's come, and really it's going to be a battle for second, third and fourth. UL on a bit of a charge against Trinity here. Shannon doing their best to maintain the third spot that they had throughout the race, but no doubt about the winners here. It is going to be UCD by Clearwater, and some advantage coming in to take the Men's Club 2 Championship of Ireland. Last few strokes, it's going to be a win for UCD. A length and a half for Clearwater. You can see just how much it means to the UCD crew there. Ahead of the crew from UCC in second place. Shannon, Trinity, UL in third, fourth and fifth. And then the crew from Queen's in sixth as well. A really great race there, similar to what we had in the Women's Junior 18 race. Enniskillen winning by Clearwater. Now we've had the UCD crew winning by Clearwater there, taking the Championship of Ireland in the Men's Club 2-8. So just a recap on some of the races we've gone through so far. The men's junior 16 single, a great win for Kirby of Kenmare in that first race of the block of finals that we had. Then the men's intermediate double, Queens taking the win there along with the quad race that they took yesterday. The women's club 2 single, first Irish championship for New Ross, so well done to Brennan of New Ross bringing it home there. And the women's intermediate 4, we saw University of Galway take the win. And then our 2 eights races that just completed, a great win yet again for Enniskillen in the women's junior 18-8. Clearwater back to the chasing pack. In second place it was Shandon and third St. Michael's. And in the men's club 2-8, just finished there, it was the UCD crew, again Clearwater winning that ahead of UCC in second place and Shannon in third, closing out the men's club 2-8. One more medium-sized boat with the men's junior 18-4 coming down next, and then we have our 2 singles championships, men's senior and women's senior championship of Ireland. So next up is going to be the men's junior 18-4 between Presentation Cork, Skibbereen, St. Joseph's, Closhegnoid, Enniskillen and Castleconnell. And Closhegnoid are going to be gunning here for revenge on St. Joseph's after that amazing 8th race that we had yesterday. So those crews just up on screen now, and we'll be shortly underway with the final of the men's junior 4 championship of Ireland. We're underway with the next race, which is the men's junior 18 championship of Ireland, the 4s race. Shandon winners of this race last year. Not in contention here. We have Presentation, Skibbereen, St. Joseph's, Coláiste, Enniskillen and Castleconnell. And up on screen you can see it is the Enniskillen crew leading it out in the lane 5, their yellow boat. They're second from the left as you're looking on screen. Right beside them, the crew from Castleconnell are staying with them at the moment. Looks like maybe a third of a length that Enniskillen have over Castleconnell. They're the 1 and 2. And then over to Skibbereen and St. Joseph's. But with just 2 lengths, I'd say, separating first to 6, coming off the first few 100 metres, everyone within striking distance. But you can see Enniskillen pushing on again here on the left hand side of your screen ahead of the crew from Castleconnell. They're the 1 and 2, and then it's a blanket between a canvas just separating the other crews of Presentation, Skibbereen, St. Joseph's and Closhegnoid. Those 4 crews bunching up there. Maybe it is the crew from Skibbereen just slightly ahead of the chasing pack that's there. They'll be looking to make sure that they stay in touch with Castleconnell and Enniskillen to get back in the mist. So the second lane in, you can see Enniskillen now coming up, Skibbereen now coming up to try get into contention along with our leaders over on lane 5 and 6 nearest the enclosure when they come down to us, the Enniskillen and Castleconnell crews. So again, we've no on-water commentary. We ran into some technical issues, so we'll cover it from here and give you the updates. Those overhead shots, absolutely ideal to find out who's leading it out here. I mentioned the Shandon crew were the winners of this event last year. So it's up to a new club to take on the men's junior 18 championship of Ireland here. And at the moment, it's looking like the crew from Enniskillen, but they barely have a third of a length over Castleconnell at the moment. They're the 1 and 2. And then you can see that Skibbereen, now Presentation Cork, are coming up beside Skibbereen in lanes 1 and 2. Over on the right-hand side, you can see they're matching each other stroke for stroke, and there's just barely a couple of inches separating them as they come through. Centre of the course then, we have St. Joseph's and Coláiste, who we'd see they won the earlier heats, and that's why they have those centre lanes, and you'd imagine they'd be up doing the pushing on here, especially they might be a little bit exhausted after those races that they had in the 8s yesterday. So hopefully we'll see them come back into the mix in the second half of the race. They've gone through about 750 metres and they're coming up on the halfway mark shortly. Still leading it out in lane 5. It's Enniskillen just ahead of Castleconnell, and the two crews from Skibbereen and Prez on the far side coming back into contention as well. They'll push each other on here, but you can see there side by side. Enniskillen and Castleconnell are pushing on here. The Castleconnell crew have maybe eaten into the little bit of a lead that Enniskillen had coming off of the first 500. That angle is a little bit deceptive there, but there's very little between all 6 crews, probably just a length and a half of 2 lengths separating them, so all within striking distance. But what we've seen with the bigger boats, you don't have that much time like you have on the smaller boats to react and change the running order and get into those leading positions. You can't leave it into the last few hundred meters to make up so much time. So all those crews that are overlapping, they'll be pushing now in the centre of the course in this middle 1,000 metres to try make sure they're within striking distance, because anything can happen in the run in towards the finish. But still leading, it looked like the Enniskillen crew coming under increased pressure from Skibbereen and from Presentation and from Castleconnell right beside them. Look at that on the right hand side, matching each other, the Enniskillen and Castleconnell crews powering on here, and they're leading it out. Very little between the two of them for the Championship of Ireland Men's Junior 4. And then a little bit further back, we're now seeing the Presentation Cork getting the better of Skibbereen over on the left-hand side that we were looking at there. But there's the two leading crews, Enniskillen and Castleconnell side by side coming up. That yellow marker on the far side indicates 500, so they're coming down to the last 500 metres in the Men's Junior 4 Championship of Ireland. Enniskillen leading it out. Will they be able to lift it again and shake off the challenge that looks like they're on screen? They've opened up to just a third, maybe even a canvas ahead of the crew from Castleconnell, and out there on the far side, Presentation Cork really storming now ahead of the crews that are there from Skibbereen, St. Joseph's and Clough-Ignoid in the centre of the course. But no doubt about the leaders here, Enniskillen, they power on, they're moving on from the chasing pack. It looks like they might have shaken off the challenge that were coming right beside them from Castleconnell, and I think all eyes are going to be on the far side for Presentation Cork. They're having a blinder of the last few hundred metres here, and they're the crew now coming up to challenge for second with an overlap, and they might get into the mix for this championship pot against the crew from Enniskillen. Enniskillen have led from the first few hundred metres. Castleconnell have edged right beside them and at times looked like they were about to take the lead. But the Enniskillen crew have responded to every challenge that has come their way. They push on again now, coming in the run into the finish. The question is, what have the crew on the far side, Presentation Cork, got to get into contention? They're pushing on, but I think there's a little bit of a cushion there between the crews. It looks like Enniskillen's to lose here as they power in towards the finish. Close up of the crew, they drive to the line in their distinctive yellow boat. The M-Packer there, it's Presentation on the far side. Castleconnell nearest to us, doing everything that they can to try push them to the line. It's going to come up to the last few strokes. Enniskillen by half a length at the moment from the crew from Presentation and Castleconnell. They're the 1, 2 and 3. Skibbereen back and forth. There's the finish line. It looks like Presentation pushing all the way here. We're going to get that close up. The Men's Junior 4 Championship of Ireland coming up to the line. It is going to be the Enniskillen crew just ahead, and we'll have to get a photo finish for second. What a race there by Enniskillen. Sit down or you'll need a new M-Packer. Enniskillen looks taking the championship there, the Men's Junior 4. What a great race. They held off the challenges that came their way throughout that race there. Castleconnell and Presentation pushed and pushed and pushed, but there was a response every single time from Enniskillen. They drove on and just opened up enough of a cushion coming in towards the line. So congratulations to Enniskillen. Get back in the boat. There's people watching all over the world. Health and safety, no issue there. Everything's okay. Everything's awesome. Change camera. Change camera. Well done, Enniskillen. Fantastic race there. And well done to Prez and Castleconnell. I know it's not easy to come second and third, but a great run of it there, pushing them all the way to the line in the Men's Junior 4. So the championship heading north to Enniskillen. Men's Junior 18. Champions of Ireland in the 4. So we'll catch our breath and look to the next two races. Thankfully, they're singles races. Women's senior singles scull coming down shortly, and then the men's senior singles scull. In the women's race, we'll have UCC Nolan, Ban Shirlow, Neptune Ferrick and Skibbereen Hayes, along with Lee Valley Davis. And then in the men's senior, we will have St. Michael's, Spellman, UL Mannix, UCC Byrne, Skibbereen McCarthy, UCC Sheehan and Lagan Watts. So a real stacked field in both the men's and women's senior single scull coming up shortly. The crews up on the stake boat, so we'll be back to close out this morning's session with these two sculling races, and then we'll have the lunch break. I'll be handing it over to Jerry and to Leah and some of our juniors who are here as well to take it home for the afternoon. And just thanks again to everyone for their support and to our volunteer commentators. Get a few new voices in. Meanwhile, up at the start, we're underway now with the women's senior single scull between UCC, Ban, Neptune, Skibbereen and Lee Valley. A straight final here in the women's senior single. They haven't gone through time trials or heats, but of course a lot of these rowers already competing in other boats, including Holly Davis of Lee Valley winning in the double scull earlier on over the weekend. So there'll be Nolan as well, some very familiar names here. They've been in other boats and plenty of experience over the course. They'll be well warmed up and ready for this final of the women's senior single. And shortly after that, then we're going to have the men's senior to close out the race. So up on screen, you can see our 5 boats contesting it out here. And Lee Valley in the yellow boat on the left-hand side of your screen. Holly Davis looks like doing some of the early running along with Neptune Ferrick, centre of the course. There's the official result there of the men's junior 18 Cox 4 final. A win there for Enniskillen in a time of 6:41. Presentation just getting in ahead of Castleconnell to take second place. Castleconnell third, ahead then of St. Joseph's, Skibbereen and Closhignoid. Congratulations again to Enniskillen on the win there. Meanwhile, back on the course and coming through the first few 100 metres, we're seeing it open it out here now. I mentioned already they haven't come through heats and time trials. This is a straight final, so they haven't raced each other like this before. So we don't know what kind of form everyone is on. Very obvious that there's 3 crews leading. And the 3 scullers from Lee Valley, Skibbereen and Neptune, they'll be nearest the enclosure as they come down towards the finish. A little bit further off the pace then back to UCC, Nolan and Ban Shirlow over on the top of your screens there in lane 1 and 2. Holly Davis of Lee Valley, local sculler. We're on her home turf here. She'll know this course really well, know when to go for the pushes. Matched as well by Hayes of Skibbereen right beside her. And then we have Neptune Ferrick. They're the 1, 2 and 3 that you can see on screen with just very little separating them. Open water now back to Ban and UCC. And again, if they're going to come into the mix into the second half of the race, they're going to have to go now to get back into contention to get overlap with these 3 leading scullers. It does look like Holly Davis and her Empacker, the yellow boat there, leading at the moment, the red blades, bottom of your screen. And then the Neptune sculler, Ferrick, as well, pushing along here, taking in between them the Skibbereen sculler, Hayes. They're the 1, 2 and 3. Further back to UCC, Nolan, who's just clear water back. She's going to have to put a big push on here coming through as we come up towards the second quarter, coming up towards the halfway mark. If she's going to come back into the mix here, we're seeing Neptune push on now. A really big squeeze from Ferrick of Neptune. Caesar opening up a little bit of a lead ahead of Davis of Lee Valley and Skibbereen Hayes. They're the 1, 2 and 3. The halfway mark is coming up soon. They're about 200 metres off of that, so plenty to play for here. And we mentioned in the bigger boats, it's really hard to change the positions unless you're on a real charge and you're very close with an overlap. Here in the smaller boats, you can push on and the standings can change fairly quickly as they get in. So what we're going to see is these 3 scullers coming down towards the finish. If there's overlap between them, we're going to have a real race on our hands here because anything can change in the smaller boats. They need to make sure they don't run into trouble as well. You can see the line of boys either side of them. They can be so determined on getting ahead and opening up and pushing on that if their steering goes, they're in danger of hitting a boy or moving into another lane. But there's such experience here in the women's senior single scull between all of the competitors. We think we'll get down nice and safe here, really fair racing, and see who our leaders are going to be. All of the running being done on our side of the enclosure here between Neptune Ferric, Skibbereen Hayes and Lee Valley Davis. They're the 1, 2 and 3. On the left-hand side of your screen there, so I think you can see just the Neptune Sculler and Holly Davis now starting to move ahead of the Skibbereen Sculler Hayes. She's going to have to react to these pushes that are coming here because they're coming up on the halfway mark, and you don't want to be left behind at this point because you'll be left with too much to do to get back into contention in the run into the finish. So you can see the tactics here from Ferric and Neptune. Wants to get out of trouble, get a bit of clear water of a cushion that can respond to any of the challenges here. You don't want to cruise side by side as you come in towards the finish of an Irish championship here in the women's senior single. You can see that's exactly what Neptune is doing. Great tactics here, getting out. You want to be leading in the run into the finish. What you don't want is someone from Lee Valley and Skibbereen hot on your heels coming in with an overlap. So Ferric of Neptune is pushing on and trying to get this Clearwater lead. If they can get that bit of a cushion, they can build on it, and it'll be up to the chasing pack to come back into contention. Holly Davis on the right-hand side of your screen with the red blades. Hayes of Skibbereen right beside her on the white blades. These two are doing their best to push on with the Sculler from Neptune. Really solid 500 metres from Ferric of Neptune. Opening up the lead here and trying to shake off the challenge that's coming in the guys of Lee Valley and Skibbereen as they come in the women's senior single scull. That yellow marker over on the far side near the safety boat indicates 500 to go. So they're coming up on the last quarter of the race here. Still leading it out. Neptune, Ferric, really solid rowing from her. Coming through the first few hundred metres, there was overlap between the three scullers. But now you can see there's that clear water that we spoke about. She's opening up that cushion, and it's up to Lee Valley and Skibbereen now to try eat back into that lead. They've everything going against them into the last quarter. Will Neptune have done enough to secure the Women's Senior Championship of Ireland? Powering on towards the finish here. She's done all the running leading it out after the first few hundred metres. She moves into the Clearwater lead. Centre of the course, can look left and right and see the challenges that are coming and hopefully respond to anything that comes her way. Leading it out in full control, and now it's Skibbereen Hayes moving into second place. You see just how close she is coming to those line of boys. But leading now ahead of Holly Davis in third place. They're the 1, 2 and 3. Close up of Ferric of Neptune. You can see the little bit of a tailwind pushing her along here. And there on her inside, UCC Nolan in the background, off the pace, back in fourth place at the moment. But no doubt about the leader. The question is, can she hold off the challenges that are coming? There's clear water between her and the Hayes from Skibbereen is really winding it up towards the line here. Ferric of Neptune leading after 500 metres, driving home here in the women's single scull, powering on, and looks like she might have done enough, just needs to keep safe and keep that pressure on as she comes in towards the finish. Hayes of Skibbereen in second place, Lee Valley Davis, they're the 1, 2 and 3, ahead then of Ban and UCC. Last few strokes you can see from the Neptune Sculler Ferric at a fantastic race. We're just looking, maybe there's a bit of an overlap coming if Hayes of Skibbereen can push on, but just doing enough to secure the Women's Championship of Ireland. Little glance over her shoulder. She knows the finish line's in sight and she can hear the encouragement. It's going to be a win for Neptune. The arms aloft from Ferric. What a fantastic race there, holding off the challenge of Hayes of Skibbereen. And the challenge that came from Holly Davis as well of Lee Valley. Arms aloft for Ferric and Neptune. She takes the win in the women's senior single scull. A fantastic race there. Took the lead after 500. Opened up that clear water as I told her to do. She must have been listening to me as she was coming down, and then powered on towards getting that cushion towards the finish, and was able to hold off the challenges that came her way from Skibbereen in second place, Lee Valley third, UCC in fourth, and Ban in fifth place. Champion of Ireland, it is Ferric of Neptune. Oh, good Lord, I haven't caught my breath, and we're back. Thankfully, there's just one race left before our lunchtime break, and it's the little matter of deciding who is going to be the men's champion of Ireland for the men's senior scull. This lineup that I'm going to read out will sound like an international race. So many of our Rowing Ireland international scullers in this race here, multiple Irish champions as well. In lane 1, St. Michael's Spellman. In lane 2, UL Mannix. In lane 3, UCC Byrne. In lane 4, Jake McCarthy Skibbereen. Lane 5, UCC Sheehan. And lane 6, Lagan Watts. A really stacked race here. It could be anyone's. They've such vast experience over the last number of seasons, both nationally and internationally. Championships galore between all of them. So it'll be interesting to see how the tactics go here. Will it go to form with UCC and Skibbereen, the two fastest in the centre of the course, leading it out in the earlier heats that we had as we watch them come through the first few 100 metres. And apologies again, we're down our catamaran. Hopefully have it back for this afternoon's session, but I do my best to give you all the updates here in the final of the men's senior scull. Centre of the course in lane 3, UCC Byrne opening up just about a 1 length lead, it looks like, ahead of UL Mannix, and also Ryan Spellman of St. Michael's look like the 1, 2 and 3, and Lagan Watts very much in contention as well. The only crews, UCC Sheehan and Skibbereen, McCarthy, all within the mix as well. But look at this from Byrne. We're seeing his intentions here. How is he going to race this? He's going to get out to an early lead, and he's going to make them work if they're going to come and take this championship out of his hand. He's driving on now and opening up in the first 500 metres a full length in the men's senior scull. It's UCC Byrne. Ronan Byrne driving it on here. We saw him win the double with Andrew Sheehan UCC yesterday. And now the rivals here in the men's senior scull. Ryan Spellman of St. Michael's, top of the screen. Mannix of UL will be next down. Leading it out, you can see there UCC Byrne. Beside him it's Skibbereen, Jake McCarthy now moving into second place. Then we have UCC Sheehan and Lagan Watts, bottom of your screen. There's the official result there for Claire Ferrick of Neptune winning in the women's senior scull in 7:49.8. Really great race just closing out before this one here. Congratulations again to Neptune. But it's opening out here to an almost perfect chevron. You can see centre of the course. In lane 3, UCC Byrne, Ronan Byrne opening up Clearwater now. Jake McCarthy, the lightweight sculler, in second place. Just holding off at the moment UL Mannix. They're the 1, 2 and 3. As they come through the 750 mark, and they're shortly going to be coming up on the halfway point. We're seeing similar tactics to what we had in the women's senior scull, where we saw Neptune Ferrick opening up a lead after the first 500 and push on with Clearwater and drive on towards the finish with that cushion, could take any challenges that came from Skibbereen and from the Lee Valley sculler, holding on to the women's championship there. Let's see how it's going to play out here. Ronan Byrne, centre of the course. Top of your screen there in the yellow boat for UCC. More than 3 lengths of Clearwater back to the chasing pack of Jake McCarthy, Skibbereen, Keelan Mannix of UL. They're second and third at the moment, ahead of Ryan Spellman of St. Michael's in fourth, Andrew Sheehan of UCC in fifth, and Lagan Watts in sixth place, staying in the mix, battling it out for fifth and sixth there. No doubt about the leader, they're doing all the running. Ronan Byrne of UCC still in full control here, even pushing on further here now, ahead of Jake McCarthy, chasing him down in second place. But I think it might be a battle here for second and third between Jake McCarthy of Skibbereen, Keelan Mannix of UL. Close-up shots of our leader there, centre of the course. Ronan Byrne of UCC, he drives on again. He wants to make sure there's going to be no one anywhere near to strike him in the last half of this race here. Halfway mark has gone through, and we're coming up on 750. They're spreading out even more now. That chevron we see on screen, it's UCC top of the screen. Jake McCarthy on the right-hand side of him. Keelan Mannix staying and battling out for second and third, but really powerful display here from Ronan Byrne to take the lead in the men's senior scull championship of Ireland as they come down to just about 700 metres to go. That yellow marker on the far side indicates 500. He's powering on again. Very similar tactics we saw from the Neptune Sculler. Get out to the lead after 500. Open up that clear water and hold on for dear life. He's really extending the lead here with every single stroke. It's Jake McCarthy chasing him down in second place. And then it's Keelan Mannix, UL in third. They're the 1, 2 and 3. A little bit further back then, it looks like Andrew Sheehan of UCC starting to come up and challenge Ryan Spellman of St. Michael's for fourth place. And then further back to the Lagan Sculler, Watts back in sixth place. But just coming up now, they've gone through 500 and they're run into the last quarter here. The men's senior single scull already came through heats earlier this morning. We saw the form that Ronan Byrne was on in those heats, winning in style. And look at here, centre of the course. On screen, he is powering home now. Every single stroke, he's moving away from the chasing pack. And it does look like Keelan Mannix and Jake McCarthy battling it out for second. There's very little between them. You can see the determination. Keelan Mannix just in the background there. And Ryan Spellman, top of the screen. Keelan and Jake McCarthy. Looks like Keelan might be coming back to challenge second place, moving ahead of Jake McCarthy. We'll see what's left in the tank as they come in the run and towards the finish. Still Ronan Byrne. He's powering on. He's in full control. Look how relaxed and powerful he looks. The challenge coming from Keelan Mannix as he winds up towards the line. Jake McCarthy doing his best to battle back into contention. Ryan Spellman back in third place ahead of Andrew Sheehan and Watts of Lagan. They're the fourth, fifth and sixth place in the Men's Senior Championship of Ireland. In full control, we're watching a display here from Ronan Byrne. UCC is powering on to add to the multiple championships UCC have won over this weekend. He's got clear water, and really it's a battle for second. You can see Jake McCarthy lifts it again to move ahead of Keelan Mannix for second and third. Last few strokes for our leader here. Close out a fantastic morning of racing. The men's senior singles scull. It looks like a win. It's going to be UCC Ronan Byrne taking the Championship of Ireland. Arms aloft there from Ronan. And then the battle there for second between the crews from Skibbereen. Jake McCarthy just coming in second, ahead then of Keelan Mannix of UL in third, Ryan Spellman fourth for St. Michael's, Andrew Sheehan of UCC in fifth, ahead of Watts of Lagan in sixth place. And that closes out the men's senior singles scull and our racing this morning. Huge congratulations and thank you to everyone. Well done to all our winning crews from the junior 16s, men's inter double, all the way down to the sculling races that we had there. If you can make your way down, we're going to do the presentations once you can catch your breath. And we'll be back in the afternoon session. We'll have Leah and Jerry and some of our junior commentators will be wrapping things up. Just want to say thanks again. I'm not here for the afternoon session. I want to say thanks to all our junior commentators who joined us this weekend, and hope everyone tuning in at home has enjoyed the coverage that we've given. Thank you to Upshot who've done amazing again with the footage that they have here. I think we'll all go off now, get a little bit of a rest before we come back for this afternoon session to close out day 3 of the 2024 Irish Rowing Championships.
1, 2, 1, 1. One.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Could Andrew from Upshot Productions please kindly make his way down to the launch to head out onto the water for your footage? That's Andrew from Upshot Productions. Please make your way down to the launch.
Going, are we going down to the
I'll
start
tell you now
or are we
once-
going a second?
1, 2.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. I hope you're feeling refreshed and rejuvenated after your break. But racing is about to kick off again. We are into the final hours of the championships. I think we have 6 events left, kicking off with time trials. So on the starting blocks now, we can see the first heat of the women's junior 16 single. In lane 1, we have Lee Power. We have in lane 2, Cork O'Sullivan. Lane 3, Lee O'Shea. Lane 4, Lee Valley Monaghan. Lane 5, Athlone Rocket. And lane 6, Fermoy Tobin. I'm Leah Coakley from Commercial Rowing Club, and alongside Jerry Murphy from Neptune, who'll be out in the water, we'll be taking you in for the commentary for the remainder of the afternoon. And just while we're waiting for that first heat to kick off, the girls are still on the block. Just a few words about inclusivity and community. This championship is more than just a competition. It's a celebration of community and inclusivity. We're proud to see participants from all walks of life uniting under the banner of rowing. It's wonderful to see such a diverse and enthusiastic crowd today. Yeah, let's hear a cheer. Come on, guys. That's not enthusiastic. I've just read out that we're happy to have an enthusiastic crowd. Show me what you're made of. That's better. Thanks, guys. Like it. I like it. And they're off in the first time trial. Looking like we've got the crew in lane 5 in the lead, and that is Rocket from Athlone, and she's rocketed in front. Not out of the comfort zone though, we've still got overlap. So it's looking like lanes 1 and 3 have fallen behind now, and really the ones in contentions are lane 2, Cork O'Sullivan, lane 4, Lee Valley, Monaghan, and lane 5 out in front at the moment, Athlone, and then lane 6 Fermoy. But at the moment in front, it is Rocket from Athlone. And catching the footage out of the water is Jerry, who's going to tell us exactly how it's looking with the bird's eye view. Over to you, Jerry.
Yes, good afternoon, and welcome to this afternoon's racing as we get into position. So I hope you all had a nice lunch break, and those of you all around the world listening as well are settled down for this afternoon. We're off to time trials obviously, so as they all approach the 500 metre mark, spread out a little bit now at this point, it's Athlone rocketing along here through the first 500. This girl goes, and she's got about a length, maybe a length and a half on the Cork Boat Club Sculler O'Sullivan in second position, and the next 2 scullers going through Fermoy Tobin, and then she's just ahead of Lee Valley Monaghan. So as we move on down, she's got about a length of clear water then on the sculler on the far side of the enclosure, Lee Rowing Club Power, who's got another couple of lengths on her colleague Monaghan from Lee Valley. So all these scullers now are up and running and heading down, but well spread out, nobody overlapping here as we move along down the course. So continuing to lead, it's out in front, it's the Athlone Sculler Rocket, and of course Athlone, who've having a great championships as well, women's quads, great race there. taking that one yesterday. Let's see how they get on now. She's looking very strong in this Junior 16 time trial. So we've got quite a lot of these time trials to go, six of them with 36 entries. So that's to be whittled down to the top 6 for the final later on this afternoon. So Athlone continuing to lead here now in this first race this afternoon, the final session of the championships here in Inniscarra in Cork. So Athlone, she's got a couple of lengths from the Cork sculler O'Sullivan, who's then got another length and a half, I'd say, on Lee Valley Monaghan. I'm guessing that's Noel Monaghan's daughter, is it? Maybe, I hope I'm right there, in lane 4. And then another couple of lengths back to Fermoy on the enclosure side. Tobin, a length ahead of the sculler in lane 1, Lee Power. So no change there, and then her colleague in lane 3 from Lee O'Shea. So well spread out here as we move on down the course. As I said, top six. So even though we've said this all the time for time trials, even though you have got out in front, you got to hold on, you got to race yourself here. It's a time trial. You might be in the lead, but you've got a load more scullers coming on down after you. You got to got to get into that top 6. So we have a tremendous afternoon ahead of us now, culminating in big races later on this evening. Women's senior 8s, and we've got the men's senior 8s there, the 2 big ones, and then women's junior 18 quads, men's intercox 4s. So some lovely big races coming down right up to 17-15, and really looking forward to them. So we'll just watch this race go down now. Nice conditions, lovely afternoon for rowing. There's no sun, it's behind the clouds, but so it's not blinding these rowers. They like it like this, a little bit dim like that, little dull, just not glaring rather into them as they move on down here. So these scullers absolutely spread out now down the course here as we're well into the second half now, about 1,300 meters gone. And leading the way still, there's no change. It's the Athlone sculler Rocket, and as she moves on down, she's probably got a good couple of lengths on Cork Boat Club in lane 2, and then in lane 4 it's the Lee Valley sculler who's making a bit of a push now to try and get back on the Cork sculler, and she's probably moving the fastest on the course at the moment. Now we'll see whether she can make any inroads on the Athlone sculler, but we're moving through about 1,300 meters as we move on down the course here, I've no doubt one of this Athlone sculler, I'd be surprised if she's not in the final later on, looking good. But Lee Valley now beginning to charge along. She's definitely the fastest moving sculler as she pushes up now, overlapping with Cork in second and charging along. It remains to be seen whether she can catch that sculler from Athlone on the last 500 meters. So we'll watch them through the 1,500 meter mark now. So it's Athlone Rocket leading through the 1,500 meter mark, and Lee Valley, who's put in a tremendous third 500, has come right up and running right through Cork Boat Club on the far station to the enclosure O'Sullivan, who's now in third, and then a bit of a distance back then to the other Lee sculler in lane 1 and the Fermoy sculler Tobin. So as we leave this first time trial now, move back up, it's Athlone Rocket continuing to lead home here in the first time trial of the Women's Junior 16 single sculls.
And it would appear to be Rocket by name, Rocket by nature. Let's see if she makes it to the final, which I'd imagine she will. Can she hold to that? Winner of the women's junior double yesterday, so she's already a champion this weekend. This is a non-championship event, but obviously she'll want to really show that she's in front of the field and just what she's capable of. So she is looking quite comfortable now as she comes to the finish. Can't get too comfortable though, because as we know, this is a time trial. So she'll just need to keep that push out in front. But she's leading in front at lane 5 with lane 4 Lee Valley Monaghan behind her. And they're just really striding it through. And then with Cork in lane 2, so they're the 1, 2, 3. Athlone, Lee Valley, Cork. And you can come and see them come to the enclosure now. They've about 30 strokes to go. And it looks like the sculler from Lee Valley is actually pushing back on Rocket. So Rocket, she was feeling comfortable, feeling settled. But again, reminder, it is a time trial. You have to keep pushing it all the way to the end. So she's opening it up again. She doesn't want to give away her lead. You can see she's looking to her right and she's pushing away from the sculler in lane 4. And they are the 1-2 for this event. Just coming to the line now. And it's Rocket, lane 5, looking a bit tired, with lane 4 in second place from Lee Valley. And we'll just wait to see how those times do and how they come through as the time trials develop and see who it is that makes it into the finals.
We have the second time trial of this event here coming up now, just around coming up to the halfway now, and lane 3 there has a bit of a lead over lane 5. Lane 3 is Manning from Shandon. Lane 5, Kylie Clonmel. So Kylie from Clonmel there with about half a length over Reynolds from Athlone. Athlone with big shoes to fill now after that time trial. Very impressive from Rocket. Will the Athlone sculler be able to do it again? Just to do a roll call for you now as they pass the 750 now, I'd say. In lane 1 we have Sligo Lenine, lane 2 Duke of Offaly, lane 3 Reynolds Athlone, lane 4 Shandon Manning, lane 5 Clonmel Kylie, and lane 6 Offaly Clark. Offaly now in the 3 position, Athlone in the second position, and Clonmel in number 1. Those are the results now of the first time trial. Impressive time there from Athlone. Clonmel Kylie now with about 3/4 of a length above Shandon, doing well, holding on to that well.
Don't worry, just relax. You see, okay, they're up on the screen now, so you can see it on the screen now. 1, 2, 3, 4. Lane 5, but half a length up from lane 3.
Lane 5 now with Clearwater over lane 3, who is Clearwater again over lane 1, with lane 4.
And say their names, lane 4, blah, blah. Yeah.
Okay. Kylie from Clonmel now with 2 lengths of Clearwater above as she approaches the 500 metres. She's almost there. She'll be the first one to cross that now, just last few strokes into the last quarter of this race. With lane 3, Athlone Reynolds in that green boat closely behind her. And following them, Lenine from Sligo. Sligo from Lenine out in front. The Clonmel sculler looking very strong now as she approaches the finish. But still that 1, 2, 3 staying strong between lane 5, 3 and 1. Yes. Yeah. All three now fighting for every second they can get to get into this time trial. Only the top 6 from all these heats will qualify for the final later on. That Athlone and Sligo Sculler is putting on a big push now to catch up with that Clonmel Sculler. And the Shandon Sculler now coming into contention as well. All Scullers very in line here.
You say, oh, we have a capsule. And we've a capsize here in lane 3, and no doubt we'll have a safety boat there in no time at all to help her. So we can see the safety boat making their way through. We've got all the measures in place for what needs to be done. This is a water sport, these things do happen, but all will be well. And the next time trial is underway, and we have Jerry on the course with them now to talk us through it.
Yes, and they've gone through the 1,000 metre mark now, and it's the 2 Skibbereen crews leading the way here. Fowler from Skibbereen in lane 3. She's got about a length on the other girl beside her. McCarthy in lane 4. They probably know each other very well. So Fowler with the white cap, the white brim cap there, leading the way. And then it's Commercial in lane 1, O'Donovan in third position, and then a couple of lengths back then to Neptune Thomas, and another couple of lengths back to Neptune McLaughlin, followed by the sculler from Cork Cronin. So well spread out here now. I'd say there's probably 200 metres between these crews, between the first and the leading position and the Cork sculler. So the 2 Skibbereen scullers now, I tell you, they're having a right go at each other, and they're now probably dead level. So they, I would say, have done this many's a time back home in training. I'm well used to it. So as we move on down now towards the about 1,300 metres gone, I would say the other Skibbereen girl now, McCarthy, has pushed ahead by about a half a length, and Commercial doing well now on the outside with the long socks on her, O'Donovan, and in the yellow boat, she's in third position. And then just behind her, well, about 3 lengths behind her, the 2 Neptune boats now together as well. So they're absolutely together with McLaughlin and Thomas, who are having a right good race off each other. So it's the 2 Skibbereen crews in front, with Commercial in the middle, the 2 Neptune scullers, and then Cork. As they move now into that last 500, out in front goes McCarthy. Fowler having led for most of the way. McCarthy's now pushed ahead of her and out to a little bit of clear water. So they're into that last 500 now. Everybody there, first 5 scullers are through the third 1,500 and into that last quarter. So we've got another 3 time trials to come of this Junior 16 women's single sculls, and this one now coming down into the last 300 metres. It's Skibbereen leading the way here. McCarthy from Fowler, her colleague, who rose with her colleague from Skibbereen, they're the 1-2. Commercial in third place, O'Donovan, followed by the 2 Neptune scullers, Thomas and Fowler.
the men's senior 8 and the women's senior 8 is now open.
As you just saw there, the times for the last time trial up there, some very impressive times put up. All these girls competing for those 6 spots in the final later on. Skibbereen McCarthy here with a sizable lead over clubmate Fowler, but pushing to the end there with Fowler a few lengths behind her, closely followed by
The other skip crew, isn't it?
by the commercial crew there crossing the line now, followed by Neptune. And the 4th time trial coming down to us now. In lane 1, we have Cork O'Brien, Lee Valley O'Donovan, Skibbereen Waugh O'Brien. Lane 4, Athlone Colch. Lane 5, Garda Duggan. Lane 6, Sligo Walsh.
He's not going to do this one?
Yeah.
So we can see it up on our screens there, the next time trial, and well out in front with a very comfortable lead is lane 5, Garda Duggan. And while she may be comfortably in front of the girls behind her, she still has to push all the way to the line because she's not racing against the particular heat that she's in. She's against the whole category. So I say comfortable, but I can tell you she is anything but right now. So she's right out in front, a good several, 3, 4, 5 lengths ahead. And then it's a close for second place. It's a battle for the number 2, 3 positions with lane 2 sculler O'Donovan from Lee Valley in second. And the other contender for second place in this is lane 6, Sligo Walsh. But it's still that Garda Sculler Duggan pushing well out in front. And they're about halfway through now. So they'll really be feeling the burn now. This is really where you just have to keep the head in and keep pushing. Particularly difficult as a sculler. It's always, a very tough, brave person that, is able to get into a single scull and really push themselves on and drive themselves on without the support of a cox or a crew to drive against. So it's really a self-motivating thing, and particularly in a time trial, you really have to keep going and dig deep. And we can see the competitor from lane 5, Garda Duggan, is really, really doing that, really just driving through, putting her oars in the water, making big puddles, sending the boat past her and just really working through to the finish. So Garda Duggan just extending her lead every single time, really, really pushing it out. And it's still tight between lane 2, Lee Valley, and lane 6, Sligo for the 2 and 3. And they're through the 500 metre mark now. And you can see the yellow boat and Garda driving on, pushing through. She's got about 35 strokes to go, so she just needs to keep going. And we can see that the other scullers have kind of seen the 500 metres. They can feel the enclosure by them. They know where they are now, so they've got the extra motivation just to push and drive it through for those last few strokes. Garda coming to the line now. She's the number 1, Lee Valley. She'll be the number 2 position as she crosses the line the next couple of strokes. As they cross the line now, we're already well underway as the next heat is on the course. They're with Jerry right now. So the next race is lane 1, Greg Namana Butler. Lane 2, Shannon Balfe. Lane 3, Muckross O'Donoghue. Lane 4, Muckross Brosnan. Lane 5, Waterford Lemon. Lane 6, St. Michael's McDonough. And it's over to you, Jerry, to please let us know how they're getting on the course.
Thanks, Leah. Yeah, we're on the way here now. Yeah, we're underway here for race 347. Gone through about So race 347 on the course here now, and they've gone through about 700 metres, and well out in front now is the sculler from Muckross O'Donoghue. She has about 2 to 3 lengths on the sculler right over to her left, St. Michael's McDonough. So that's the 1-2, and then it's a couple of lengths back to the girl from Muckross in the black boat, Brosnan. So that's the 1-2-3, and then in 4th place then from Waterford is it's Lemon, and then she's got a couple of lengths then on Greg Namana Butler, and then another couple of lengths back then to the sculler from Muckross, the other sculler Brosnan. So that's the positions now as they're well spread out as they move on down here, nearly approaching 1500 already for the leading sculler here in lane 2. Moving on down, yes, Shannon continues to lead, and she has just taken this one now by the neck and pushed on down quite a considerable number of lengths ahead of the sculler on her, right over on her left from St. Michael's of McDonough. So that's the 1-2 with the Muckross sculler then in 3rd position. So it's a lovely afternoon here as we move on down now for the final afternoon of the Irish Championships, and really looking forward to all the races coming up when we get through the time trials, all the finals, and hopefully they'll be as exciting as all the finals we've had right over the Friday and the Saturday. If you've been lucky enough to see them, if you haven't, you can play back and look at them online. But continuing to lead here all the way down from the start is the Shannon sculler Balfe, as she heads now towards about 1300 metres gone. To her left is Muckross O'Donoghue, but over further is the sculler from St. Michael's McDonough in 2nd, Muckross O'Donoghue in 3rd. Sorry, yeah. So that's the 1-2-3 as they move on down the course. Waterford Lemon in 4th, and then we have Greg Namana Butler in 5th, and the other sculler from Muckross in lane 4, Brosnan. So that's the positions here now as we've gone about 1300 metres. So we've got one more Junior 16 single time trial to come after this, and then we'll move on to the Junior 18 double time trials. Such big entries have to have time trials, and just shows you the numbers that are entering the championships now. It's growing all the time. Record number of entries in these Irish championships this year. Just goes to show you the growth in Irish rowing that's going on presently. And I'm no doubt after all the Olympics are over, there'll be more coming into our sport. But as we move on down, Shannon Balfe now looking good. She's gone through 1500, she's gone about 1600 metres now, and she's out to a good lead from the St. Michael's sculler, who herself looks like a really good sculler too, McDonough, but definitely Shannon has shown the way here, Balfe. So that's the 1-2, and then Muckross O'Donoghue in 3rd position, with Waterford Lemon in 4th, and Greg Namana 5th in lane 1, and then the other Muckross sculler in lane 4, following up there Brosnan. So we'll leave that one go on down now towards the finish and we'll hand over.
Thanks, Jerry. Balf here holding her strong lead, but still pushing all the way to the end as she wants to get that top 6 time to get into the final. With Muckris O'Donoghue about a good few lengths now behind her, but the field is quite spread now. This is the second last time trial of 6, and these girls are trying to get the fastest time out of all of these. Bit of a battle now between the St. Michael's Sculler and the Muckris Sculler as they come in. Really pushing now. Bringing up their rates. Trying to get every second they can. The St. Michael's Sculler pushing ahead now a bit. Nice side shot of Balf as she crosses the finish line comfortably in front of that time trial. And the St. Michael's Sculler will finish just behind her, with the Muckris Sculler finishing in 3rd.
And already underway on our course is the next time trial of the Women's Junior 16 Single Scull. It'll be the final time trial of the day. And in lane 2, we have Tralee O'Sullivan. Lane 3, Waterford Cook. Lane 4, Sligo Walsh. Lane 5, CGS Deal. And lane 6, New Ross Brennan. And it's looking like the Sculler in lane 4 from Colgreen Grammar School is in front, leading the charge, with the Sculler in lane 3 beside her, just pushing behind from Sligo. So they're looking like the 1 and 2 right now. Just pushing on. They're about halfway through the course now. You can look down the enclosure. You can see them coming towards us. They're just about to approach the 1,500 metre mark. So they've about 1,200 metres to go. So they just need to keep pushing on. But that Sculler from Coleraine Grammar School is holding on to her lead. She's actually opened it right up. She's about 3-4 lengths up. And it's a close knit fight for 2nd and 3rd position.
Muckris Cox, Samuel O'Neill to the weigh-in, please.
You can see the times there coming up on the screen with Shannon Balf by a time of 8:39 for the last time trial. So we'll see how those work out and see which of those ladies have made it through to the final, 6-boat final. But there's only one leader in this current race on the course, and that is the Coleraine Grammar School girl from Deal, and she's coming into the last 150 metres now as she strolls in front up on the Sculler from Sligo Walsh. So it's Coleraine Grammar School is the number 1, with Sligo is the 2, and it's looking like New Ross Brennan coming into the 3rd position over in lane 6. And that concludes the time trials for the women's junior 16 single. And next we have the time trial for the men's junior 18 double, with lane 1 Athlone B, lane 2 Methodist B, lane 3 St Michael's, lane 4 Muckross, lane 5 Colostig Nodge, lane 6 Enniskillen B. Okay, Jerry, how are those double sculls getting on in the course?
Yes, we have the junior 18 double sculls now well underway. Race 349, and we're coming along here now. We've gone about 750 metres, and out in front it's St Michael's Limerick rowing magnificently along here with a strong looking crew as they move on down the course. Jack Rafferty, of course, who's had a silver in the recent National Schools Regatta in Britain, so he's a lot of pedigree there. And St Michael's really strong now. And in second position then we have Athlone B crew in lane 1 to their right, and then about a length and a half behind them, going nicely, is the Methody College B crew from Belfast. Then in fourth position, what about this Muckross F crew? What's that, 6 crews they've entered? They've about 2 lengths behind the Methody crew, and then another couple of lengths back to Colostig Noid and Enniskillen, and then Colostig Noid. But looking at the St Michael's crew tapping along now, and it's a time trial, so they can't just, it's not like a qualification and they can slow down a bit here. They got to keep going because you just don't know. But looks to me like it'll be alright. It'll be a disaster if they don't make the final, and we'll just have a look at them. We'll concentrate on them here, tipping along at 34 strokes per minute. So, but plenty of power coming through the water there. And then Athlone beside them in lane 1 to their right, going along in second position, followed by Methody College Belfast. Methody, of course, standards risen there in recent years again, and good to see that. Great junior rowing program going on. Great junior rowing programs going on in all these 3 leading crews at the moment: St Michael's Limerick, Athlone and Methody College Belfast. And you can see the fruits of it here now as these 3 strong doubles coming down the course. You're probably happy enough to get each other in the time trial, because it'll push each other all the way. But St Michael's leading the way through about 1,300 metres here in this first time trial of 6, might be even 8. Well, we'll get back to that, but that's amazing big entry for this junior 18 doubles. So on down the course we go through the 1,500 metres. St Michael's Limerick leading by about 4 lengths now, I'd say, from the Athlone B crew. And they have about 2 lengths on Methody College Belfast in lane 2 to their left. And then it's about 3-4 lengths back to Muckross, and then followed by the Colostig Noid crew, and the Enniskillen crew and B crew and Colostig Noid. So you can see this is well spread out here now as we watch it move away from us. So have a look at the St Michael's crew, the best looking crew on the water here as they move on down in with about 250 metres to go. It's St Michael's Limerick leading the way from Athlone, from Methody College Belfast. They're the first 3, then Muckross, and then we've Enniskillen B and Colostig Noid. Over to the tower.
St Michael's holding that sizable lead. I think they won this event last year, so they're looking to repeat that again. About 4 lengths now of the Methody crew. Looking very relaxed and very poised all together as they come up to the finish line. They have about 100 metres to go now. They're just bringing up the rate slightly. 7 heats in this event. Massive entry, so they're just trying to get that fastest time to hopefully get a good position in the final. That Athlone double looking really nice coming in. And as well, just really pushing on the legs now, bringing it up. Finishing a few lengths behind there. And the Methody double also looking
powerful performance there from the St. Michael's double. The current championship holders, can they do it 2 in a row? But coming up next is the next time trial, and in lane 1 we have New Ross B, lane 2 New Ross A, lane 3 Athlunkard A, lane 4 Carrick, lane 5 Cork, lane 6 Waterford, and we'll just wait for those images to come up on the screen. There they are already. And it's tight in the front for this one. We can say the crew from lane 2, New Ross A, has been dropped. We'll still need to push it on, because you never know. This could be the fastest heat of them all. You can't count on anything, so you really just have to dig deep and push all the way through to the line. But out in front, it's kind of a battle for 1 and 2 for the crews in lane 4 and lane 6. So that's the crews from Carrick and Waterford, just really pushing, looking like they're neck and neck. Wait for the images to develop to see how they are now. Lane 3 looking very lovely, looking like they're cruising there. They've got good boat speed. They're in control of this race. They're pushing out in front of that crew. And lane 3 have just nosed right in front of the crew from Carrick. So it's Athlunkard A in the lead right now, Carrick closely behind. So it's neck and neck between the crew in Athlunkard and Carrick. It looks like the crew from Athlunkard is just nosing out in front by half the length, but Carrick are just, can see the bowman in Carrick just having a look over his shoulder, looking at where Athlunkard are. They're pushing on, so they're fighting on against each other. They're nose and nose. It's looking like Athlunkard have the advantage, but we'll just see how this develops in the next few strokes. Athlunkard rowing with confidence though, just driving through, really rowing together comfortably, nice and relaxed. Carrick not quite looking as comfortable. Bowman looks over again to see where Athlunkard are, but it's anyone's game now. They've still got overlap. No one's lost contact from the other, so anything could develop in this heat, or time trial rather. So still pushing through now. You can see that there's 4 crews in contention, all in contact with each other. So anyone could nose out in front and take the advantage. So who's really going to push themselves? Like through the 500 meter mark, they've got about 60 to 70 strokes to go. So they really just have to dig deep and really go for it. So who has the toughness and the fight in them to be able to do that and pull out in front? Athlunkard still looking comfortable, looking like they're pulling away, but Cork in lane 5 really coming into it now. They weren't featuring at the beginning, but they found a boat speed, they found something within themselves, and they're actually pulling up on that crew from Carrick. You can just see them have a look over to their right. They see that they're in contention with Carrick. They've got overlap with the crews, and they just need to push on. So it's a battle of wills now. So Athlunkard, so you can see it there, it's really close there between Athlunkard, Carrick and Cork, looking like Cork are pulling in front. So it was close between Athlunkard and Carrick the whole way through. Athlunkard looking comfortable, but actually they have been threatened. They're really having to dig deep now. And Cork have gone up another gear again. They found something else. So they were down throughout the race. They weren't up in contact, but they didn't let anyone get in front. And now they're out in clear water. So after all of that, as I was saying, you never know how it's going to develop. When crews are in contact with each other, you're never safe. And it is actually the boat from lane 5, Cork, to take it to the line. And then Athlunkard 2 and Carrick 3. And already on the course, halfway down, is the next time trial, which is lane 1, Clonmel A, lane 2, Methodist A, lane 3, New Ross C, lane 4, Ban, lane 5, Cappoquin, lane 6, Muckross B. Jerry, how are the boys getting on?
Yes, race 3-5-1 well underway here now as we move on down the course, and it's tight enough now. They're all getting a good push along with each other. Only one crew gone out there back at the moment. So leading the way here, but only just about, is the Muckross crew on the enclosure side now, pushing out a little bit in lane 6, and they just have a little bit from the band crew in lane 4 in second position, and then it's back to Clonmel in lane 1 on the far station, with Methody a length behind them in lane 2. And in lane 5 then we have Cappoquin, and then followed up by the crew from New Ross. So big push on by Ban now. Have come up level almost with Muckross. So they'd be the 1-2 at the moment. So these guys, Junior 18 doubles, it's this time trial, and they've got 2 oars each, sculling, and obviously for those of you not entirely familiar with it, so sculling with they've got 2 oars, and they steer the boat by pushing left or right with their leg rather than have a steering device. So that's what keeps them on course. So moving on down, it's absolutely together now through the 1500, well through now. We'll watch it for another little bit as Muckross fight it out with Ban now, and this will help both crews now, but it's Ban pushing out in front now. Ban looked the stronger crew, the fastest moving boat on the course as they move on down, as the bowman with the white cap looks over and says, right, let's go here, and Muckross trying to respond, and then Clonmel being brave on the far side in third spot, and then you've got the crew beside them, Methodist College Belfast, trying to fight off that other crew from Cappoquin over to their left. So that's the way it goes. Leading the way home here in this Junior 18 double sculls time trial, it's Ban looking the strongest crew from the rest of them. Over to you.
Leading the way now, about half a length out in front, it's Ban in lane 4, closely followed by Muckross and Clonmel. That Ban crew now on your screen looking very comfortable, rowing well, trying to get that clear water out, which they've gotten, just trying to get a faster time, trying to push on from the boys behind them, really looking strong now. They're going through as they approach their last few strokes. Clonmel also looking well. And Muckross bringing up the rate there as they just try to get the fastest time that they can. Ban finishing out that time trial in first place. the times there of one of the time trials. Race 349. St. Michael's with a sizable lead over the rest of the field.
15 seconds. And these time trials are coming thick and fast. We're already on to the next one on the course with Lane 2, Sligo, Lane 3, Athlone A, Lane 4, Galway A, Lane 5, Fermoy A, and Lane 6, Cappoquin A. Right, well, I'm going to watch out for these Cappoquin ones because their Junior 16 scullers were very impressive at last year's champs. So let's see what stuff they're made of this year. Not quite clear from the picture we have in front of us, but Athlone A and Lane 2 are looking good. Nice and clean and long, looking very confident, certainly. Certainly taking a push and really going for it, trying to get out of the field. Fermoy in Lane 5 looking good. So not clear from this angle, but it's looking like Athlone and Fermoy taking a good push, pulling out in front. Athlone certainly not allowing themselves to get comfortable anyway. Sorry, apologies. That was Athlone and Cappoquin. Apologies. Human error. Athlone looking strong. You can see the cameramen have zoomed right into them. Really pushing it anyway. They're not letting themselves get comfortable. They're driving it all the way through to the finish. They know this is a time trial. They know that what they have to do, and they've got to dig deep. And if they make it into the final, they've got to do it twice. So the stroke man just looking over to his left, just trying to assess where he is in the field, and then drives on again.
That's Cappoquin.
Cappoquin also looking very good. Really striving it out. Looks like they've taken it up a gear, and they might just, looks like they have slightly better boat speed from the pictures over the Athlone crew. Looking really, really good, really, really strong. So it's between Athlone and Cappoquin for this one. Right. So it's Athlone, Cappoquin. Athlone just holding their lead, but Cappoquin really, really fighting. But Athlone have dug deep. They've responded to this challenge, and they've found another gear. They're going for it. They've got about 10 strokes, not even to go. Cappoquin looking for another gear, but I think they're just going to run out of water, and it'll be the Athlone crew just in front. It's a real battle to the line here. Cappoquin found more boat speed again. I think they may have nosed out right in front. I'm going to be brave and say that it was Cappoquin 1, Athlone 2, but we'll wait for the official line. And we've got the next time trial on the course again. Lee Valley, Lane A, Lane 2, Lane 3, Lee, Lane 4, Neptune, Lane 5, Lee Valley B, Lane 6, Skibbereen A. Over to you, Jerry. How are things developing on the course?
So moving along here now, moving along for the men's junior rated doubles race 353. We have Skibbereen A leading the way here now, looking very strong as they push on down the course. Some really good doubles in this, and Skibbereen looked like one of them. I saw an Athlone boat go down there in the previous race, looked very strong, and they're looking for a treble, of course, later on in the final. Later on, if they make it, no doubt, I'm sure they will. But in this race, it's Skibbereen leading the way here. They've got about 2 to 3 lengths, I would say, from Lee Valley in Lane 2, the home club, and then it's about a length and a half back to Neptune Rowing Club Dublin in Lane 4 rather, in third position, and then another length and a half back to Lee Rowing Club in lane 3. So that's the positions at the moment, and then another couple of lengths back to the Lee Valley crew. Sorry, that was in lane 2 is Lee. Oh, yeah, 2 Lee Valley crews. That's what it is. Apologies there. So as we move on down the course, we're looking at Skibbereen moving away now, and if you're getting shots of them, it's really good to watch this crew looking very strong, and I'd say now they will be up there in contention for the final when it comes up later on. So they have about 3 lengths at least then on the Lee Valley A crew in lane 1 on the far short of the enclosure, and they have a couple of lengths on the Neptune crew in lane 4. They're the top 3, and then back to Lee Rowing Club, and followed by the other Lee Valley crew. So well spread out now, like quite a few of these time trials. It's drawn out randomly, and you don't know what you'll get, but I've no doubt when we have the final later on, the top 6 will be all tightly bunched most of the way down. When we get to that, when we know what the list of the top 6 are, as soon as the last race ends, it'll come out pretty quickly. So isn't it a fantastic afternoon now as we're all watching here on the big screen in Inniscarra and all over the world as well online. I hope you're enjoying it no matter where you are. Get in touch with somebody here and tell us where you are, and we might put it out, you never know. But as the umpire now just gives a little flag to push somebody back onto their course, don't forget these scullers, as well as thinking what they're doing, they've got to stay in the lane as well and not move out of it. But Skibbereen now moving on down. They're through they're about 400 metres left here now as they push on hard because it's a time trial. If it was just a heat, they just take it handy, but they're absolutely standing on it now and going for the line, and you can admire that double scull coming in. And of course we'll have the lightweight double from Skibbereen racing in the Olympics. McCarthy and O'Donovan, we're looking forward to that. Here's 2 other young Skibbereen boys now showing off as they move in towards the last 250 metres. So Skibbereen leading the way home here from Lee Valley, from the Neptune crew, from Lee, and the other Lee Valley crew. Over to you.
Thanks so much, Jerry. The Skibbereen crew now showing what they're made of as they come up to the line. About 250 metres left. The Skib crew now bringing up their rate, trying to get every second they can to get into this final time trial. They have a bit of clear water now on Lee Valley on the outside. Skibbereen now bringing it right up into the finish line. Really opening out that lead now on Lee Valley, who are on the outside, on the other side. Skibbereen just passing the line now with a nice lead over Lee Valley, who are just taking their final strokes.
They're harder to see on the screen. And the next race in the course is our next men's junior 18 double time trial. In lane 2 we have Shandon A, lane 3 Commercial, lane 4 Fermoy B, lane 5 Fermoy C, lane 6 Muckross C, and bringing us through this race is Fermoy's very own Jason Dorgan, who's going to talk us through this race. Over to you, Jason.
Thank you, Leah. Coming in at this race is looking like it is Muckross C in first place from what we can see currently, making a considerate lead over the Fermoy crew and also making a lead in front of Shandon and Commercial. They continue to lead Muckross, making distance with strong, powerful strokes, leading the way. Fermoy pushing it, not leaving them get away. They have their eyes on first place. They are currently in third. Mockross just staying with Shandon. Is it?
Right. So just have a look at the screen. And
Yeah.
So lane 1 still really pushing it strong. So
Was lane two?
Shannon really working hard.
Shannon working hard, not leaving Mockross get away. Shandon. Oh yeah.
No, it's Shandon. Sorry, that was me. And then just talk about their technique.
Yeah.
So Shandon out front.
Shandon are now out in front with Mockross not too far behind. No one's giving up. They're all going for the best time they can get in this race. Fermoy are not too far behind, still giving it their all.
Shandon 1, Fermoy 2. Sorry, Shandon 1, Mockross 2. Fermoy
Shandon 1 look to not be slowing down, having a strong lead. Now we're coming into the 500 meters. People will be turning up the race, trying to have a strong finish towards to the end. They're trying to find some extra last bit of fuel they have in them, not leaving them get away. Fermoy are being very persistent, keeping strong. Now we have up on the screen race 353. Skibbereen with a nice 10-second lead over the others with 6 minutes 59 seconds, 0.6. Sub 7, very impressive.
But in this race, it's still Shandon in front.
Still Shandon in front with Mockross, not leaving them get away. Oh, no, they are leaving.
No, don't worry. Shandon, putting up the field, leaving everyone behind.
Leaving everybody behind, making a considerable gap, trying to give it everything they got to the line is Shandon, with Mockross coming in too, and Fermoy slowly behind Fermoy.
That's your 1, 2, 3.
And that's your 1, 2, 3 race. Thank you.
Well done.
Now we have the second last time trial of this event, with Galway B in lane 2, Clonmel B in lane 3, CRCC lane 4, Enniskillen A lane 5, and Shandon B lane 6. And now we'll hand over to Jerry on the course. What's happening?
Yes, we have 2 time trials left for the men's junior 18 double sculls. So race 355 now gone through about 600 metres, and leading the way here is the Clonmel B crew. The horizontal blue and white stripes moving down the course now, and to their right is Galway Rowing Club B crew in the yellow M-Packer, the yellow boat. That's the 1-2, and then it's about a length back to the crew in lane 4, which is in lane 4. Yeah, that's right. Cumann Rovate, the Kalosh and the Corriba, and they've a half a length. They have a big fight going on between themselves now, and Enniskillen A crew to their left. So we're moving along down now. So and then there's the other crew. Then of course Shandon B in lane 5 on the inside, with the sky blue colours holding up 5th. So we're gone about 800 metres here now, and just a gentle ripple in the water. Perfect afternoon for rowing, and I hope the pictures are being beamed around the world and you're enjoying them now. And we've Andrew on the water as well, bringing you some great coverage too, and well done to him as well. Great stuff going on there, and Upshot Productions bringing you all this coverage.
credit to them, give them a big clap, and as they brought it to you all the weekend. But back to this race, it's Clonmel. Nice strong looking crew, but I tell you what, to make that top 6 is watching some of these other doubles come down here without mentioning any names. Unbelievable, some of them, how fast they're going. A lot of good guys for the future, I have to say. So anyway, it's Clonmel now absolutely standing on it here as they move on down the course, and Galway continuing to hold on to second. Well done to them. In the yellow double, Sunny, that's the name of the boat, and in lane 2. So we're watching them now coming along, and they've gone through now 1,000 meters. So we're into the second half of this race, and it's lane 5 now in third position as they move on down here. So that's Enniskillen 8 crew. They've pushed ahead now of Cumann Rov the Colossian the Corb by just under a length, and then a couple of lengths back to Shandon Rowing Club. Boat Club, I think it is actually, apologies. No change at all here now, beginning to spread out as Clonmel now pull away into this third quarter of 2 kilometers. So they've gone about 1,300 meters now as the sun shines on our backs and we watch the big screen, or wherever we are on our phones, our iPads, our laptops all around the world here, and I hope you're enjoying it. It's just amazing, and we got some great races coming up. I said it earlier on, I'm really looking forward to it. Anyway, so Clonmel now, they can come down now and show you what they're able to do as they approach the last quarter. They're into the last quarter now with 500 meters to go. Clonmel with a considerable lead over the Galway Rowing Club crew, who've got a considerable lead over the Enniskillen crew, who've got about a half a length. Big fight on there. That's great to see. The Enniskillen and Cumann Rov the Colossian the Corb having a right fight between each other, and then it's Shandon tucked in behind them. But as we watch this one move away, it's Clonmel leading here and going foot to the floor. Don't forget, they want to make the final. It's not Galway or anybody else they want to beat. They want to make that final against all these other crews that have come down ahead of them, and top 6, don't forget. So as they push away, it's Clonmel from Galway, from Enniskillen, from Fermoy, from Shandon. Over to you at the finish.
Thanks, Jerry. Jason's going to take this one to the line for us.
Clonmel are now with a significant lead coming into these last 500 metres. Galway are not giving up though, pushing it to the end. They want the best time they can get. Enniskillen are still at the back in third place. Galway are still trying to hang on, but Clonmel's lead is they keep opening the gap. I think they'll take this to the line, and it will be a good, significant victory for them for the best time.
Yeah, look, they found another gear. They're opening it out all the way.
They keep pushing it, giving it all they got left. Galway are still making a bigger lead from third place, but Clonmel are bringing this home. There's a battle for third and fourth place though. Both crews looking good. Clonmel though have taken this right to the end, as you can hear the buzzer. Enniskillen just taking third place ahead of
Caution the curve,
CRCC.
No, you're... Screen. So next one on the course, we'll wait for it to come up on the screen, blah, 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 blah.
Next race we have on the screen now, the last time trial of this men's junior 18 double. Enniskillen C in lane 2, Muckross D in lane 3, Muckross E in lane 4, Muckross A in lane 5, and Athlunkard B in lane 6. Muckross really populated in this time trial. But it's the Muckross E crew which seem to be out in front here as they Muckross A now with a sizable, massive lead now on the rest of the field. The rest of the field quite close together behind them, but Muckross now really pushing as they around the halfway mark now. But Muckross A really with that. This is the biggest lead we've seen so far. Really pushing on now just to get one of those top 6 times, because this is their 7th time trial in this event. Muckross E behind them now, fairly neck and neck with the Enniskillen double out on the outside. But that Muckross A double well out in front now, looking very comfortable. With about 600 metres left. That Muckross A double is looking very relaxed. Muckross A now just past the 500 metre mark. They're going to be bringing it up now just to get that time for the final. Muckross A now really trying to find another gear just so they can get into that final. Looking very strong altogether, really technical rowing here. Really bringing it up. Muckross E and Enniskillen moving away now from the rest of the field. Battling for that second position. But Muckross A really out in front now. Looking very strong as they take their final few strokes. Hopefully confirming that place for them in the final. Muckross A just crossing the line there with their significant lead in the last time trial of the men's junior 18 doubles.
And already on the course, through the 500 metre mark, is the women's junior 18 quads, the first time trial. In lane 1, we have Clothig Nodge, my old school, the Jez. Lane 2, New Ross. Lane 3, Skibbereen B. Lane 4, Commercial B. Lane 5, Skibbereen A. Lane 6, Lee A. Jerry, how are the girls doing?
So now we've moved on to the women's junior quads, and about 600 metres gone in this first time trial of 4. Top 6 will get through out of all these time trials. Same again. So it's Skibbereen who pushed out to Clearwater, having only gone about 750 metres. We've got Moya Knowles there up the front, charging them along. Selected for the World Junior Championships in St. Catharines in Canada later on this next month in a junior double. So she's really on fire here this weekend, having won the single. She's in front of this boat now for Skibbereen in lane 5 on the enclosure side. Out to Clearwater already in this first time trial from the Lee A Rowing Club, rowing out of the marina in Cork City, about 20 kilometres away from here. So it's Commercial now in third, a little bit of Clearwater between them and Lee in lane 4. Commercial from Dublin, rowing in Island Bridge beside the Phoenix Park. And then just behind them, moving up right beside them now in lane 1 of the far shore to the enclosure, lane 1, Colostig Noid Galway. And then a half a length back then to the Skibbereen B crew. So 2 Skibbereen crews in this first time trial. Through the halfway mark now, Skibbereen continuing to move away, the fastest moving boat on the course by far here as they move away, and looking for that fast time to make the grand final later on this afternoon to the junior quads. Always a great boat to watch, such a technical boat, lots going on. 8 oars, 2 oars each, one of the girls steering with the shoe, moving the tiller left or right by moving the heel left or right over and keeping in their lane. So you can imagine now having to do all that, stick that in your head and do it. But on we go down the course. Skibbereen now, let's concentrate on them for a second. Lovely rowing, rating 35.5 strokes per minute. Really strong rowing, driving those legs down. That's the way to do it. Open up the backs then. So it's all about legs. It's all about driving your legs, not pulling. Those of you who aren't too familiar watching this footage here today, it's driving. 70% of the power almost comes out of those legs first of all, and then the hips and back and arms. So there you go. That's my little bit of technical stuff for you today. But they have about 2 lengths now on Lee, and probably 3 now, I would say, at this point. And just lovely to watch them now, flashing the white blade on the square before they drop it in and drive it through. Lee now holding on to second, nobody's catching them now. And then it's the other 3 are fairly bunched together then behind them. It's on the far shore, Colostig Noid, probably slightly in front of the other 2 crews, or the B crew from Skibbereen now coming right up in Commercial. That's lanes 4 and 5. As we move on, New Ross then behind them. So watching them now as they move on down the course, Skibbereen have gone through 1,500 metres already, and they're charged to the line. They're going for the time. Don't forget, this is against the clock, and they probably have about 60 strokes left to go from here. But you can admire this crew now. I'm sure you're getting close-ups of it on the footage. Skibbereen, Women's Junior 4, stroke by Moya Knowles, the junior champion from yesterday, I think it was. We've had so many races, and you can have a look at that one as they take this one on down into the last 200 metres. So Skibbereen from Lee, they're the 1-2, and then the other 3 fairly bunched together, with Colostig Noid in the far station, I would in third position, with the Commercial and the Skibbereen B crew following them up. So over to the tower at the finish.
Thanks, Jerry. Skibbereen holding that 3 lengths of Clearwater now over that Lee quad, looking really strong with their matching scrunchies as they come up to the line. In their last 250 metres now, Skibbereen looking to find that extra gear as they pull away. This is a time trial again, so they're just trying to get that fastest time they can to get one of those 6 spots in the final later on. Skibbereen lifting it up now, as well as the Lee crew behind them. And the Jez crew as well, looking very strong. Bit of a wobble there from Lee, but they recovered well. The Jez crew now really lifting, trying to get that time. But the Skib crew still looking strong as they cross the line. That Lee crew really lifting, giving it their all to get that final time. And that Lee crew recovering well from their wobble and just nipping the Jez at the end.
And And while we're waiting for those times to come up and for the next race to begin, just a reminder that the Kinetica shop is still open and they're giving away freebies. So if you want free stuff, make your way down to the Kinetica shop now before it all runs out. And the second of the women's time trials for the women's junior 18 quad is underway. In lane 1 we have St. Michael's A, lane 2 Closh na Curba A, lane 3 Lee B, lane 4 Enniskillen B, lane 5 Methodist, lane 6 Commercial C. It's looking like lane 5 Methodist out in front at the moment, but still a tight pack between the groups. So no one can get comfortable yet, but of course this is a time trial, so no one can get comfortable at all. Kind of an interesting note is last year in the grand final of this, there were 5 clubs from Munster and 1 from Ulster. So we had no Connacht or Leinster representation. So it'll be interesting to see how this develops this year. If we can get a bit more of a mix into the final, time will tell. But certainly a very strong tradition of sculling in Munster. Very, very strong scullers. But in this heat, it is the Methodist crew of Ulster out in front, really dominating the field. Looking like the crew from CRCCA pushing for second place. Wait for the next picture, get a clearer view. Methodist still well out in front and just pushing through, getting big puddles, sending them past the stern of that boat and driving themselves forward all the way to the line. Can see a battle just to the left of them there as you see it on your picture between lanes 1 and 2, St. Michael's and CRCC.
Yeah.
St. Michael's getting a bit of boat speed, Closh na Curba were out in front, but St. Michael's really pushing it. And actually, as we see on our screens there, the results of the race 357 time trials, Skibbereen time of 7:17, so they're currently the ones to beat. So it's Methodist 1, Closh na Curba 2, St. Michael's 3. But it's still anyone's game. Methodist out in front, but a battle there for second place between the crews in lanes 1 and 2. And St. Michael's have pulled out there. It looks like they found an extra gear. They've pulled out in front of the crew from Closh na Curba. They're just about to break contact now, and they've established contact with the crew from Methodist in lane 5. So it's anyone's game now. Methodist are really going to have to find another gear if they want to drive and push away from the St. Michael's crew. From a psychological point of view, probably is helpful to have another crew to push off when you're in a time trial, just to kind of focus your mind on something, get prepared for the final. But they're pulling away now. They've found another gear. They've put the hammer down, and it's Methodist lane 5. Pulling out, extending on St. Michael's in the number 2 place, Closh na Curba in the number 3 place. So no change in this field. Oh, we can see it in the picture there. Methodist well out in clear water. St. Michael's about 3/4 of a length, and Closh na Curba in the number 3 position there. So just coming to the line now. So Methodist are through in first place. And as they finish, the next race is already underway with St. Michael's. St. Michael's B, lane 1, Closh na Curba B, lane 2, lane 3, Offaly, lane 4, Muckross, lane 5, Killorglin, lane 6, Fermoy. Over to you, Jerry.
So we're following race 359 now. 2 left in these women's junior 18 quads time trials, and leading the way here is Killorglin, but Muckross hot on their heels there. In fact, Muckross led. Killorglin are now pushed through as we approach about 750 metres. So it's about another length and a half back then to Offaly Rowing Club, and then there you've got a length on the crew on the enclosure side, Fermoy, and then it's about 3 lengths back to St. Michael's B crew and Cumann Rovit, the Colosh na Curba B crew. So as we watch them move away now, well spread out through the 1,000 metre mark, Killorglin go through now. They've got about maybe just a little bit under a length ahead of the yellow boat from Muckross in second position, and then we've Offaly in to their right in third, just holding off and practically dead level. I'd say good race between them and Fermoy now, either side of the other two, leading crews for third and fourth, and then it's another couple of lengths back to the other two crews who are having a great fight against each other, St. Michael's Limerick B crew and the Cumann Rovit, the Colosh na Curba, who row out in Golliv, the B crew. So this one now moving along. They've all gone through the 1,000 metre mark now, and glorious afternoon here in this time trial of the women's junior 18 quads. We've one more after this, and then we've the men's intermediate 4s, and then we move on to the finals, the final session of finals here at the rowing championships in Inniscarra Lake, just beyond Ballincollig now, out towards the western road to Tralee. And what crowds we've had here over the weekend, and massive numbers looking online as well, watching online. So this is all great and brilliant coverage, as I mentioned earlier, coming out, being beamed out around the world. So hope you're watching it and enjoying it, and especially you here today on the big screen. Give yourselves a big cheer now as you watch these crews come down here. No change here. We've got Killorglin leading the way out to nearly a length, I would guess, from Muckross in second position, and then a bit of clear water. Big fight going on there, as I said, still going on. That's great, between Offaly and Fermoy, and then another big fight further back down between the B crew from St. Michael's Rowing Club Limerick and just about a half a length ahead of lane 2, Cumann Rovit, the Colosh na Curba. So there we go, well spread out now. There's probably a couple of 100 metres between these crews, between the leading position and those further back. So we come up now through the last 500, well through it, as we watch them move away now, coming towards the final kick. Don't forget time trial, so they got to keep going to the line as we watch these crews move away. No change at all. It's Killorglin leading by a little over a length, I'd say now at this stage. They're the fastest moving boat on the course from Muckross, and then about 3-4 lengths back then to, I'd say, Fermoy now has moved into third, about a length ahead of Offaly, and then a few further lengths back to St. Michael's, having a great fight, just a half a length ahead of the CRCC crew. So I'll hand this one over to the finish.
It's a Kerry battle here between Killorglin and Muckross. Killorglin just looking like they're edging in front there a bit as they come into the last 300 metres. Muckross there in their yellow boat with their yellow one pieces. Killorglin looking strong though in this event. Holding Muckross there with about a canvas of a lead. Trying to extend that lead all the time. They've brought the rate up now a bit, but Muckross have brought it up higher. Killorglin now extending that lead to a half a length, just trying to get everything out of this race that they can. Killorglin really bringing it up now all the way to the line. And Muckross finishing right behind them. And Offaly crossing the line there for the third position. Now we have the last time trial of the women's junior 18 coxless quads. Waterford in lane 1, Athlone in lane 2, Enniskillen A in lane 3, Sligo in lane 4, Lee Valley in lane 5, and Commercial A in lane 6. Commercial A there on our screens looking quite strong as they are around the halfway point now. Leisha Malumbi there on our screens, and the 3 seed in the commercial quad has a scholarship in Princeton in the US. Looking very strong there in her quad.
Hi guys, sorry, just a commentary up here. There's a thing on our screen saying that it's going to switch off in 37 seconds automatically. I don't know if you're able to do anything.
Lee Valley in lane 5 looking very strong. Seem to be in the first position. As we can see in the screen, Commercial in first place there. Almost clear water over lane 1, Waterford. Just breaking contact, really looking strong with a high stroke rate. But Waterford are still on the other side of the course. They can see them, they know they're there. But Commercial building this lead all the time. Using their competitors to push off them. Commercial really going for it now, building that lead all the time. The bow of that boat just taking a glance to her left and right, seeing how far away they are from that Waterford boat. Looking really strong now, they're through the 500. Commercial are well out in front now. But it's a fight for second place between... No, it's not. It's Waterford now in second place. But Commercial really pushing through. Commercial pushing all the way now to the line so they can get that place in the final. But Waterford now giving it their all, really lifting it up. But Commercial finishing this race with clear water on Waterford. Commercial in first place, Waterford in second. And looking like Athlone in 3. On the screen now we can see the men's Inter 4s just lining up for their race, with DUBC in lane 2, Skibbereen in lane 3, UL in lane 4, Cork in lane 5 and Shandon in lane 6. And the 4s are off there to a flying start. With, it appears to be UL just nudging out in front there from the start. Some impressive times there from the last time trial of the women's junior 18 quads. Handing over to Jerry on the course now to let us know what's going on with these men's Inter 4s.
Yes, the first heat of the men's Inter 4s, intermediate coxed 4s underway, and we've got 3 crews to qualify, and we've got 5 boats in this. In fact, I only see 4, so that's okay. In lane 3, we have Skibbereen. No DUBC boat, so maybe that's happened unbeknownst to me, of course. But in lane 3 DBC, lane 4 then we have University of Limerick, lane 5 Cork Boat Club, and lane 6 Shandon. So out in front is the crew in lane 4, University of Limerick. So they lead the way here now, having gone only about 600, 700 metres. They've just got under a length from Cork Boat Club, who are tucked in nicely in second position, and they've got clear water now on Shandon, on the sky blue of Shandon there on the inside, on the enclosure side in lane 6, and then another half a length back to Skibbereen in lane 3. So only one crew will get dropped here, and this is different now, tactics altogether to the time trials we've watched there for the last couple of hours. So we want 3 crews to get through, we will see. And then 1 will get dropped, won't make the grand final, 3 from the next heat. So coxed 4s, the guy sitting in front, our girl, they're tucked in behind the bowman and steering the boat, little lever there to move the rudder. So sweep rowing 1 oar each. So looking nice there and comfortable from the University of Limerick Rowing Club crew now as they just move along. That's a really good crew, really good intermediate 4 now, I have to say. Quite impressed watching them coming along here up to the 1,000 metre mark. We are as their Cox with the orange hat just turns the head saying something to them. Cox, you see, can't see because they're
looking ahead of them, so the cocks in the front of the UL boat can't see the other crews, and they might have a little plan where the bowman will say okay, or up one, or let's go, or whatever to them, because you don't want the cocks jumping around having a look and upsetting the balance of the boat. So they'll have a little plan there concocted up. But continuing to lead anyway, University of Limerick moving along. Lovely, nice, tall, lean guys getting long levers in there and just pushing the boat along. Looking very easy, but working hard. Cork Boat Club working very hard too. And they are holding on to that second position outright. And a big fight on now for third. That's where we'll concentrate on now as we move on to the business end of this, into the third 500 of 4 of them. 2 kilometres long. So Skibbereen now, I'd say, have just nudged ahead of the Shandon crew on the inside. As we move on along, we'll have a look at that Skibbereen crew now and see what they're up to as they push hard now. This is where they usually do a big push, generally anyway, and when you watch them. So Skibbereen rating 34, and then Shandon looking a little more lethargic, rating 32 only. So Shandon need to look at this now and take control of it, because Skibbereen are running through them here now into third position, into that last qualifying position, as we move along here, but very comfortable. The University of Limerick, they are just taking the rate down now and just cruising along. Be interesting to see now in the final how they manage, but very impressed with that crew now, I have to say. Cork Boat Club working harder, looking like they're working harder, but holding on to second nicely, and just coming up now. They're having a go at University of Limerick, so we'll see now if University of Limerick respond and want to win this, but they're letting Cork Boat Club come right back up on them, and as the other 2 crews fight it out, they're nudging back as well. Interesting what University of Limerick are doing. They're just letting them all come back, so we'll see anyway. Maybe they'll just do enough, absolutely just enough. But Skibbereen, big fight on again. Shannon have woken up. They've decided we need to do something here now, and they're having a right battle here as we move into it. We'll watch this for a little bit, but it's a very easy, comfortable looking University of Limerick crew. They want to watch out though as Cork Boat Club now come up right up on top of them. That's the 1-2, and then one more qualifying position between Skibbereen and Shandon as they charge for the line over the next 250 metres. But right now Skibbereen by about 1/3 of a length. Will Shandon have something and start charging over to the finish?
Thanks, Jerry. Yes, a very tight competition now between Skib and Shandon for that third qualifying position, but UL looking very relaxed and comfortable coming into this last 200 metres, as they know they have that 1, 2, 3 position secured. But it's looking like it'll be Skibbereen, Cork and UL in that final, unless Shandon can find something in there. UL still with that low stroke rate, very confident in their ability. Shandon coming up now on Skib. And that's UL and Cork. And I'm not sure who got that third position. We'll have to wait for the final result.
Right. Do you want to take this last one? Because it'll be the last one.
Yeah.
On your screens now.
So next race coming up on the screens now, we have UCD in lane 2, Commercial in lane 3, lane 4 is UGBC, lane 5 Neptune, and lane 6 UGA. 3 again to qualify in this race, but 5 this time's in the field. Not too sure who's out in front now, but it looks like UGB might be edging out a little bit as well as UCD out there in lane 2. Confirmation there was Skibbereen who got that 3rd qualifying spot in the previous heat of the men's Inter 4, with UL with a small lead over the other 2 qualifying boats. That Galway quad 4 looking very strong, as well as that UCD 4, which I think might be out in front now.
Commercial really working hard.
Commercial really working hard to try and get that spot for 3rd. All they have to do is get that 1, 2, 3 spot in this race.
It's looking like lanes 1, 2, and 3 fighting for it.
It's looking like this will be lane 2, 3, and 4 fighting for this.
I think so, anyway. UCD look like they're nosing out front just now.
UCD just like they might have a canvas on the rest of the field at the moment. But that UG and Commercial 4 is still looking very strong and right behind them. University of Galway in lane 6 also looking very strong, like they might be in contention for that 1, 2, 3. As they approach the last quarter of this race, they're really giving it their all now. Oh, yeah. So it's both University of Galway Cruise
In the UCD in a dogfight.
but that UCD crew still out in front, but those 2 University of Galway crews fighting it out for those 2nd and 3rd spots. But Commercial's still connecting to that 2nd UG4. Fairly neck and neck with the Neptune 4. But that UCD 4 looking very strong in lane 2. That Commercial 4 now just trying to find another gear to get that final spot. Really lifting it now to catch that University of Galway 4 on the outside. But that UCD 4 in lane 2 looking very relaxed and very confident coming into the last few strokes of this race. The last final of the day here. Last heat of the day, sorry. That University of Galway 4 just edging in front now ever so slightly above the University of Galway B crew and the UCD 4. Both University of Galway 4 is now ahead of UCD. And UCD taking that 3rd and final position in the men's Inter 4 final.
Thank you very much, Rosie. And can we just get a round of applause from everyone there for all the junior commentators who took place or kind of helped out in the commentary this weekend. It's a really, really tough job putting yourself out here. I would not have had the cojones to do it when I was their age. So really, could I get a round of applause? Come on, louder than that, everyone. They're kids, come on, show your support. Yeah, really well done, guys. We'll see you next year. So you can see on your screens now, we've got the next set of crews getting ready. They're lining up to get on the stake boat, and it is the Invitational Men's Novice 8. And then after that is the Women's Senior 8. So really everyone pay attention to this. Last year it was a clash of titans between the University of Galway Boat Club and the UL Castleconnell composite, and they were locked together all the way through the finish line, ending in a dead heat. It was my pick for the best race last year. So both crews are back again. This time UL are in a composite with Shannon, and they'll be joined by UCD and UCC. So that's the Women's Senior 8. It's the crown, well, the jewel and the crown for women's senior racing. So really do pay attention to that. And that's coming up at 4 p.m. right after this Invitational Men's Novice 8. And just a reminder that the Kinetica shop is open and they have loads of free stuff to give away. So please go get it. There's loads and loads of free stuff. We're talking energy gels, supplements. Please make your way to the Kinetica shop and grab your goodies. And a big thank you to our sponsors today to make this event possible. We would like to welcome Cork County Council. Delighted to be joined this weekend by Sinead Smith from Cork County Council. We'd like to thank Total Cleaning Supplies, the Cork International Hotel. We are delighted to have Sandra Murphy from Cork International Hotel join us this weekend at the National Rowing Centre. We also acknowledge Rowing Ireland's main sponsors, Sport Ireland, and we're delighted to have Niamh O'Sullivan join us here this weekend. Sport Northern Ireland, we have Richard Archibald joining us at the NRC this weekend. We have Powerhorse Sport, Whoop, Kinetica. We're delighted to be joined by Miriam Queely from Kinetica here at the NRC, who is thankfully giving out free stuff, which please go and collect. Quilcha, our hosts for the weekend. MG, Avison Young, Aegis, Philippi, Swift Racing, and Rowfit. Thank you for your continued support. It is invaluable. And they're off. The Invitational Men's Novice 8s. Lane 3, UCD Boat Club. Lane 4, Queen's University Boat Club. Lane 5, Dublin University Boat Club. Jerry, over to you.
Right, we've got the men's novice 8s now, officially invitational this year, but let's forget about that. This is the men's novice 8, and it's UCD in lane 3, University College Dublin. On the far shore to the enclosure, there's a good crosswind having picked up there, which didn't help these guys. And in lane 3, we have Queen's University from Belfast Boat Club, and in lane 4 it's Dublin University Boat Club. So it's like a colours race, or whatever you want to call it, a university championships. But as we move along here, we're just watching them now, nearly at the 500 metres already. But UCD and Dublin University Boat Club have pushed out about a half to 3/4 of a length on Queen's University Belfast Boat Club. UCD, if anything, now have about a canvas on DUBC. So here we go now, coming up to the first quarter of this race, and let's have a look at UCD now as who's nudging out in front, having a great championships so far, and 36 strokes per minute. That's not bad for a novice 8, and they've pushed out to about a third of a length. That's all from DUBC. Let's look at them now, and they're in the yellow boat, and the M-Packer at 33, so they're a lower rating. UCD seem to be a bit more up for this, and they're not afraid to push along at a higher rate. So they're out to 2/3 of a length now already, rating that 36 strokes per minute. As I mentioned, DUBC at a lower rate than at around 33. So it's not out to a length. They haven't got that length yet, and let's see if they can now, if they're going to continue on moving away. But unfortunately, Queens have dropped back now to a bit of clear water between them and DUBC. Watching them move along, they're at 33. Well done to Queens as they move on down the river in the other yellow M-Packer boat. They had a fantastic win in the quad and the double over the weekend, having a tremendous weekend of it, and it's just great to see that coming from Queens. But University College Dublin now have broken away, as they say, broken the band between themselves and DUBC. Fierce rivalry between these two colleges, of course. They have their colours match every year on the Liffey, down on the tidal part where they race from O'Connell Bridge right up to Euston Station, if you're familiar with Dublin, on the tidal. Under all the bridges, they start just the western side of O'Connell Bridge, and it's a great spectacle. And these guys will have raced back in March, and then they would have had their championships, their university championships. So this is the third big one of the year, and University College Dublin looking good here. They're out to now, they're pushing away. They're certainly the fastest moving boat on this course as we move on down the river now. So as we approach about 1100 metres, it's University College Dublin as we watch them now moving on down, and they certainly look the part. They certainly look like I can see why they're winning this race, because they're so, for a novice 8, I have to say, I'm quite impressed now with this. You'll see on the drone, you'll see on the footage you're getting from Andrew in the boat and all the other cameras around. And this is a novice 8 only rowing for a year, and it's a credit to them, and also a credit to DUBC as well in the second position, and Queen's University Boat Club. And it's great to see a novice race happening here, and hopefully we'll have the official novice 8s back next year, but this is the unofficial one. And never mind that, this is University College Dublin now running on down the course. They're out to 2.5, 3 lengths now at this stage, and looking really good. So we'll leave this one to go on down, and it'll be picked up by the finish now very shortly.
Thanks for that, Jerry. And as they cross through the halfway mark, you can see that UCD are really just walking this. They're very comfortable, and they've just got the confidence now. They've really taken control of this race. So all they need to do is just extend this lead, pushing big puddles, sending them past the stern. They're really in charge of this. They can just really sit back and enjoy this as they pull away from the other crews. It was looking like a derby at the beginning between themselves and Trinity, or Dublin University Boat Club, but they really are out in front now. So it's their race just to take charge of and take it all the way home. Now, this, of course, is an invitational event, so haven't had enough entries in this event in the last few years, so it's lost its championship status for now. So this is an invitational event, but they will get serious bragging rights and the knowledge that they are the fastest novice crew in the country. Still here on the championship course, great experience for them. A lot of big events taking place here, the home of the championships, of 50% of the Grand League events, and sometimes the Homes event and even the Coupe have taken place here in the past. But here they are, you can see them on their screen now. Or actually, you don't even need to look at the screen, you can really see them out there on the lake, really just enjoying themselves. These really are the best races to be an athlete in, knowing that you're in front, that no one can catch you, that this is your race, that this is your day, and you can just show off to the crowd now. Rowing really, really well for novices, I have to say. Very, very clean, nice body positions, rowing very, very well, and just pushing it up. They don't need to, but they just want to show off, show us what they've got and what they can do, as they really just are owning this race out on the lake today. And well done to UCD, only a few strokes away from their win. It's a really great race. You can hear the crowd just giving the cheers now. Now they're beginners, so let's really show our support to them. So congratulations to UCD. Well earned celebration there. And the next race on the course is the Women's Senior 8. This is going to be a big, big race. Let's pay attention to this. In lane 2, we're going to have the UL Rowing Club Shannon Composite. Lane 3, University of Galway with a Coxon tribesman, from Tribesman. Lane 4, UCD Boat Club. Lane 5, UCC Rowing Club. So these are the most experienced athletes on the course today, the senior men and women, the fastest boats, the big boats, the 8s. So they're going to be really, really exciting races. So really pay attention to this. This was an absolute whopper of a race last year. So let's see what girl power these girls have and what they can show us, what they can do today.
The Women's Senior Age Championship of Ireland has just started, and there's a bit of an old crosswind there now coming from the enclosure side, cross tail, so we'll see how that affects this. But the 4 crews are all away safely and all just tightly knit, bunched together at the moment. A kaleidoscope of colours coming at me now as we watch them. There's really nothing, and nobody's pushed out in front. If anything, possibly it's the NUG crew, coxed by a Tribes woman, Tribes Rowing Club Galway. So as they come up now, moving along, they seem to have just slightly taken a lead. But if anything, I tell you what now, University College Dublin are bang on level with them. So in fact, University College Dublin now have taken about 2 seats on University of Galway in lane 3. So that's the 1-2, and then it's about, they've already taken 2/3 of a length off the crew from University of Limerick Shannon in lane 2, but I wouldn't discount them by any means, with the University College Cork a further half a length back in the black boat on the inside in lane 5. So moving along here now, it's coming up already to the first 500. We've got a big race on here now. It's still tightly bunched. The Women's Senior 8s Championship of Ireland well underway now. We've gone through the first quarter. As we move along beside them, it's University College Dublin just about leading through the first quarter from the NUIG Tribes Composite. There we go, they're through by about a half a canvas, and then it's a half a length back to the NUIG Shannon crew with all NUIG with Anna Keating in the 6th seat, the former junior gold medal, silver and bronze medalist in the 6th seat. A great put her in there, and it's a half a length. As we move along, riding right up with them now, University College Dublin, only a canvas, maybe this is a good race. It's overlap. It's a chevron across to me from UCD to NUG to the composite of NUG Shannon, and then it's another 3/4 of a length in the black boat back to UCC. So let's ride along here with them. Now, here we go through about 700 metres. This is looking like a good race coming down down the tracks. I hope you're getting the good pictures. This is brilliant. Look at this now. NUG coming right up beside UCD. UCD charging along there at 37 strokes a minute. Let's have a look at NUG. They're charging along at 39. Big push. That's why they came right back up on them. They decided to do that to get up as they move now through. And also the NUG Shannon Composite. Absolutely now, there's nothing in it here. It's gone the other way now almost, just slightly. Canvas, canvas, canvas between the composite of NUG Shannon and the NUG Tribes in the centre, and then UCD in the yellow boat on the inside. So it's into this, coming up to halfway. And oh, that's good rowing by NUG now, Shannon Composite. As we ride alongside, let's call this now coming up to the halfway point, the 1,000 metre mark now through it of 2K. It's the NUG Composite of Shannon. They have about 2 seats on the NUG crew, who have about 2 seats on UCD, and with UCC back further length and a half back. So let's watch it out here. It's interesting how it went from one chevron to the other. It's now gone the other way with lane 2 leading from lane 3 from lane 4. NUG now settling down into the body of this course, into that third 500, the business end, where you do all the work, where this is where the winners, the champions come from. The final, the women's senior eights. This is a good race now. Can NUG push away? The Shannon NUG Composite, or can NUG fight back? I think they can. They're looking racy, but UCD need to watch it. They're slipping back. Let's have a look here. NUG in lane 2. Over on the far shore to the enclosure. That's 37. That's the far shore. The UL Rowing Club Composite with Shannon rather at 37 strokes per minute. And then now they've pushed out. They've pushed out about a half a length now. They're the fastest moving boat on the course right now, the Composite of UL Shannon. But NUG, they're being brave. They're moving along now. They're having a right go themselves. Oh, you can see the push here. You can see the girl in the 6 with the pink hat. She's determined. She's the one. You can see her in the big engine room. She's driving there. This is really good rowing by them. They're not letting that composite go from NUG Shannon. But NUG Shannon are responding again. This is great. They've moved away. UCD have fallen back now. There's clear water. So it's down to 2 boats practically at this stage. Through the 1,500 metre mark, it's University of Limerick Shannon. The lane 2 right over on the far side to the enclosure in the dark colours. They're pushing along to half a length now as we watch them for another tiny little bit here, pushing along that composite with the Shannon girl in 6. Really, so here we go now with lane 3, about 2/3 of a length back. NUG in lane 3. It's over to the finish.
And a very brave performance from these. You can tell these crews really, really want it. You can see the girls on the screen from the UL Shannon Composite looking over, seeing where your University of Galway. Can they shake them? No, they can't, because these girls have got experience. They've been rowing for years. They are battle hardened and they will fight. They can hurt themselves. They know how to do it, and it's going to come down to who did the training through the year. These races are decided through the year with the training. It doesn't just happen on the day. So let's just see who's put the work in. UL looks like they're just pulling away, and University of Galway trying to fight, but UL have found another gear and they've gone and they've opened up the lead and they're just about to break contact and they've about 20 strokes to go. Can NUIG or can University of Galway find another gear? I don't think they have time. I think this one is going to the University of Limerick Shannon Composite. It'll be a 2-year in a row victory for UL. And University of Galway have opened up. They've got contact back. They're in the fight, but it's just, they're going to run out of water. There's only a few strokes to go. UL just have to hold on to the line, and this is theirs. Let's see them go. Congratulations. Another brave, impressive fight from the women's senior eights this year, but is once again the UL crew that have taken the victory this year in a composite with a crew from Shannon, or with athletes from Shannon. Just to let everyone know, there's 20% off the Champs hoodies in the shop. So if you're interested and want to get an order in, head over for your discount. Ladies and gentlemen, we're well into our last hour of the championship weekend. It's been a long 3 days. There have been tears and joy. I'm sure there have been tantrums. But we've got 5 more events. We'll be kicking off with the finals from those time trials we saw earlier. And we have a grand finale at 17:15 in the form of the men's senior 8. We've just seen the results of the women's senior 8 and the celebrations that came from there. It really is a big prize to get. This year is a big year. It's history in the making. UCD, it's the current title holders. They've won 4 years in a row, and this year is their drive for 5. So they're really going to want to make records there. Their challengers, the ones to watch, Cork Boat Club. Cork Boat Club have been clipping on their heels for the last few years and closing the gap year in, year out. They closed it to, I think, half a length last year. And 3 weeks ago on this course, they won the men's senior 8 at Cork Regatta. They've won the men's senior pair this weekend. They've won the men's senior 4. So they've ticked a lot of boxes. They've one more to go. Can this year be the year that they bring the pot home to Cork? Commercial are back. Before UCD had their 4-year victory, Commercial had it 3 years in a row. Their winning streak came to an end when they were beaten by UCD, and they haven't been back in this race since. So they've been away licking their wounds. They're back now with the challenge, feeling like they're fit for the fight. So we'll see. They started off the year with a very promising year. They won Earn Head. They went on to the London Head. They got the overseas pendant. They were the fastest overseas crew of the day. And somewhere along the line, they lost momentum. And they started to fall back from the pack. So we'll see. You know, it was about 3 weeks ago since they raced here last, but anything can happen. You can put a big peak program in. It's anyone's game. So let's stay tuned for that. It's going to be a big race. No matter the winner, it's going to be history made today. So look forward to that one. And if you look to your screens now, you can see that the first final of the afternoon, the women's junior 16 single, are on the blocks already. These are the top 6 fastest crews from all those time trials we saw earlier. So in lane 1, we have Shannon Balfe. Lane 2, Skibbereen McCarthy. Lane 3, Athlone Rocket. Lane 4, Lee Valley. Lane 5, Garda Duggan. Lane 6, Cork O'Sullivan. And just to give her a name, because everyone else got a name, Lee Valley Monaghan, lane 4.
So the women's junior 16 single sculls final has just started, and they've gone about 100 metres now, and they're all away cleanly. And these are the top 6 that have come through the 6 time trials races earlier on. 36 crews whittled down to 6 now, and it's a credit to them and to their coaches getting them this far. But let's see what happens now. But out like a rocket is Miss Rocket from Athlone. From my record, she's already won the junior 18 doubles earlier on this weekend, and now looking for the junior 16 single scull. So this girl has got 2 more years left, having won a junior 18 doubles. So this girl is classy as we move on up along beside them. So she's out now. She's had a tremendous start. She's clear water already on the Skibbereen Sculler in lane 2. That's McCarthy. Has into second place, and she's in lane 2 to her right. And then over on the inside in lane 6 is O'Sullivan from Cork, and she's now dead level with the Skibbereen Sculler, so that's equal second. And then it's just about a length back to the other 3 boats who are all together. That's Shannon Balfe, Lee Valley Monaghan, and the Garda Sculler in the yellow M-Packer. Lee Valley and Garda both in yellow M-Packer sculls. So we've gone through about 350 metres, and it's Athlone now, and she's just charging down this course, and I've no doubt she'll keep it up too as she goes along there. She's the fastest qualifier. She's out in front now in this final, and sneaking up there on the lane 6 is O'Sullivan from Cork, now making second position, hers outright through the first 500 they go, and it's Athlone leading the way here, but I tell you what, O'Sullivan from Cork Boat Club is charging along on the inside, so she needs to keep an eye on her now. O'Sullivan, what a second 500 she's having here as they move on down the course. As we go along now, let's concentrate on Athlone for a second now and see. As you can see, she's at 34 strokes per minute, and big long strokes, tall lean girl. And let's look at Cork. She looks quite high as well with the rate, and she's in second at 33, so just 1 stroke behind her in the rates. So as we move along, it's Cork Boat Club holding on to second behind Athlone. So continuing to hold third, no change then further back. It's the Skibbereen Sculler in lane 2, McCarthy, holding on to third. And now moving up gradually is the Lee Valley Sculler Monaghan, now into fourth, making it outright hers. And then equal fifth between the Garda Sculler on the enclosure side in lane 5, Duggan, and the right over on the other side of the enclosure, Balfe from Shannon. So they're beginning to spread out here now as we move into this business part of the course now. We're coming up to about 750 metres gone. Well spread out for a final. It's unusual. You can see even into the top 6 there's a difference there, but this girl in front is just on fire. So yeah, I think it's Sarah Rocket. She's leading along here now. She's got a couple of lengths now. She's held off that big push from Cork Boat Club to her left, right over on the other side of her, and she can watch her now because she's in the centre lane, a chevron here, where the well, not quite, but that's the way it should be. The only person that's done something wrong here is the Skibbereen Sculler to that system in lane 2, where she's pushed ahead of the girl in lane 4, the Lee Valley Sculler Monaghan, who I'd say will come past now. She had a very strong second half, and I remember watching her in her time trial. But way out in front, moving along here, is the Athlone Sculler, racing in the junior 16 single sculls, and enjoying this, I've no doubt, as she looks super fit. She's just tapping it along, and she's just moving away all the time. But Cork Boat Club, very brave. Duggan from
from Cork Boat Club in lane 6, right over to her left, in the chocolate brown and white hoops, in the white boat in lane 6, moving along on the inside in lane 2. Silver medals and bronze medals up for grabs here too now, as Monaghan from Lee Valley now attacks the Skibbereen Sculler. McCarthy, will she respond now? But it looks like Monaghan is going through her now into third to make third hers outright. So that's the 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's Athlone from Cork Boat Club in lane 1, Athlone in lane 3, and it's about 4 lengths probably now, I'd say, and then a couple of lengths back to the Sculler Monaghan from Lee Valley and the Skibbereen Sculler McCarthy. Well, I'd say Monaghan has now pushed out in front by half a length, yeah. And then a couple of lengths back to Garda now, who's just nudged into 5th ahead of the Sculler in lane 1, Balf from Shannon. So, yeah, we've got another 4 races to go to finish off the Championships of Ireland 2024. Some big ones coming up, but let's just look at this now as we move on. They've gone about 1,350 metres, and I have to say, I mentioned it earlier on as well, a tremendous junior program going on at Athlone Boat Club. They've produced a lot of champions now with junior boys and girls over the last 5-6 years, and here's a junior 16 champion coming along here now, and she's now just made it her own here. And it's interesting now because Monaghan is pushing into second now. Cork Boat Club being drawn back in, where Monaghan now is going to, I would say, take over into second position very shortly. She's a strong sculler. She goes the 2K. You know, it's not who's leading at 1,000 metres here. She was in 4th, 5th at one stage, and now she's pushing out into second, pushing through Cork Boat Club. And the Skibbereen Sculler, I'd say, is going to be strong too as she looks over and see what's going on there. So as Monaghan from Lee Valley, the local club there, here she rows up and down here all the time, knows the water very well indeed. Father of Noel, who of course is a former international lightweight, and I'm sure he's done a lot of coaching with her and spent hours coaching her, and you can see that. But she's just pushing now into second. But Cork Boat Club coming back again. She's gutsy, right on the inside lane there in lane 6 on the enclosure side, not letting her get away, but she's just edging in front. Skibbereen as well hanging on, so that's really good if Monaghan doesn't get away from them. But certainly the other two now, they have a right fight on for that bronze medal between the Cork Sculler and the Skibbereen Sculler on the either side of the course. But Athlone leading the way here now. We're going to just call it and hand over. Athlone leading the way from Lee Valley Monaghan, and then it's Cork Boat Club on the inside in lane 6, and then Skibbereen in 4th place, followed by the Sculler from Shannon and Garda Duggan. Over to you at the finish.
Thanks, Jerry. And she's been in control of this race from the get-go. It is Rocket from Athlone. Rocket by name, Rocket by nature. Look, it's cheesy, but by gosh, if it isn't true, look at her go. And if she can do this and she's junior 16, she's already won a championship this weekend. She won the junior double. Who knows? She's going to go on to, she's going to be a serious contender when she's 17, 18 years of old. So I'm sure we'll see her to go on and do even better than what she's already doing. So she's coming to the finish line now. She's going to take her win. That's Rocket from Athlone. And it really has just been a battle for second place between Lee Valley and Cork. The lead has changed hand a couple of times now. Just Rocket crossing the line now, coming to the end. And she can relax after putting a really hard battle in. So congratulations to her and to Athlone Boat Club. And we'll just wait for the official results on the 2 and 3 in that one. And just pushing off the blocks now is the final of the men's junior 18 double. In lane 1, Galway A. Lane 2, St. Michael's. Lane 3, Cappoquin A. Lane 4, Athlone A. Lane 5, Muckross A. And lane 6, Ban. So St. Michael's are the current title holders of this, so they'll be looking to defend their title and get a double win in this men's junior 18 double championships. Cappoquin very strong as junior 16s last year in the doubles, so I'll be very interested to see how they are now that they're into the championship events. And it's just looking like from the screens there that it's lane 4, Athlone A, that have actually nosed in front, but it's really, really tight between lanes 2, 3 and 4 for the first, second and third position. So it's a real dogfight there at the moment. So it's St. Michael's, Cappoquin and Athlone all battling for the first place position. Looking like Athlone have just nosed in front for now, but it's anyone's game. I think they've extended it to about half a length. They've got really pushing it there. It looks like they're working really, really hard. So trying to get in front, trying to break away from the pack and get into a safer space where they can be out in front, take control of the race. But they're going to be really working for it now because those other two crews are not letting them get away from St. Michael's and Cappoquin. So it's those three crews now all together fighting it out. So it is still Athlone just holding the lead, but really, really under pressure. So it's over to Jerry to see how they're getting on in the water.
Yes, this is the Junior 18 Double Sculls final now, and they've gone through the first 500 and well underway through the first quarter, and showing in front now just about the St. Michael's double, and in lane 2, and that's really impressive stuff from them now as they push on down this course. And then we have Athlone then about a half a length behind them. Athlone looking for the triple, having won the single and the quad, and then Cappoquin then sandwiched between them. They've broken free by about 3 lengths then from the other crews behind them. I'd say it's in lane 5 then, Muckross A just about ahead of the other two boats, Ban and Galway. But out in front, St. Michael's now in lane 2 from Limerick. As they push on down here, can they hold on to these guys now? Because I would say there's the other two guys to their left. There's quality in those boats, and of course quality in St. Michael's as well. But we're watching them now as they all bunch up again together. This is looking like a good race now. Moving on down now, let's look at this. Athlone beginning to show form. Athlone now beginning to jump up here. Are they going to win this treble? Already they've got the single, Rian Coffey, and now he's in with Zach Megan looking for this double. But let's have a look now. Rian in the blue cap. We'll have a quick look and concentrate on them. But of course, getting nothing on my rate watch, so I'll try once more before we move on and see what happens. 35.5. Okay, so they're on fire, and then St. Michael's holding on then to. St. Michael's holding on to that second position, still in the overlap, with Cappoquin sandwiched in the middle, then a half a length behind them again. Big, strong, tall lads, all these boys. We're going to concentrate in the top 3 with Galway in 4th, about 3 lengths behind them. So at this point now, St. Michael's still holding on just about. This is great coming from them now out in lane 2, on the other side of the course from the enclosure. From Limerick, they've a really good strong rowing program going on down there now, and this is looking good now. This is looking like a big race ready to explode now as we move on down, because I tell you what, Cappoquin and Athlone won't let these guys go. But I tell you what, it's brave rowing from St. Michael's as we move on down the course here. Good strong rowing coming from them now, moving into about the 12:50 mark now already. Now let's see, can Athlone attack them? Can Cappoquin attack them? Murphy and McGurk, can they take it on? They're dead level with Athlone, and they're not. St. Michael's aren't getting away. They're just stuck there a half a length ahead of the other two boats who are absolutely dead level. The boys junior 18 double sculls Championship of Ireland. Now let's see, we're coming into the last quarter. I think this is going to be a good race. Athlone beginning to show a little bit again. Athlone are coming up. They've pushed past Cappoquin by about a third or a half a length. Nothing at all in a double, but they've gone ahead of them. They're beginning to look slicker. They're beginning to push on. Can St. Michael's stay? Now Athlone beginning to kick on. Athlone beginning to show what they're made of now as these two boys move on up. Coffey and Megan, I'd say they've moved out in front now at this stage as they start their charge for the line with 500 metres, 400 metres to go, rating 35. There's another big couple of kicks in them. So here we go. As I mentioned, it's Rian Coffey with the little blue cap on him, and he's sitting up there and he's just driving it. What good rowers. We're going to just watch this another little bit now. But St. Michael's have been so brave. Can they stay with them? They haven't gone away. Can Athlone get away from them? It's Cappoquin who are behind now at this point, but it's practically dead level between St. Michael's and Athlone. Can Athlone win the treble? Can St. Michael's Limerick spoil it for them? Let's see what happens. It's over to the tower.
This has been a real exciting fight from the beginning. Three crews very much in it, but it's looking like two just nosing and fro. You can see the bowman and Athlone just looking to his right, looking to his left. How far have I got to go? Can I make it? So it looks like St. Michael's have found another gear. They've gone again. I think they've nosed in front of the Athlone crew. Athlone responding. They've opened up the stroke rate. They're really going for it, and it's down to these two. It's looking like St. Michael's pulling away now from the rest of the field. Only a few strokes left to go. Real brave effort from all three crews, but St. Michael's are just the ones that found the extra gear and just went. They're just about a length up. Athlone found another gear. They've gone again, but it might be all too late. There's only a few strokes left. And a real great gear change there from Athlone. They closed it to a canvas there from St. Michael's, but it was all too late. They ran out of water, and St. Michael's have taken this their second year in a row. So congratulations to the boys from Limerick. And really good work from Athlone there and Cappoquin, who held on for very long. And of course to all six crews, because coming from a time trial into a final really takes skill. So well done to them all. And just on the starting blocks now, if you look to the screen, is the final of the Women's Junior 18 quad, Coxless quad. Lane 1, Commercial A. Lane 2, Methodist. Lane 3, Skibbereen A. Lane 4, Killorglin. Lane 5, Muckross. Lane 6, St. Michael's. Shannon Boat Club, the current champions of this event from last year, not here today, so we'll have a new winner. And the girls are off. First 10 strokes into the game. Let's see how this is developing when the screen comes through for us. Early in the game, it's Muckross in lane 5, just in front, about a canvas up on the rest of the field. All looking that like they've got overlap. St. Michael's in lane 6 looking like they've fallen down away from the pack already. Strong effort from all of them. Looks like the field might be closing in a bit, but it's still the crew. Muckross in lane 5 just in front, but right beside them in lane 4, Killorglin are taking a gear change, and it looks like they've got an increase in their boat speed. And it looks like they may have even just nosed out in front, but it is a real battle here. Commercial in lane 1 look like they're still in the group, but looks like they're falling just a bit down in their boat speed. And we'll hear from Jerry now to see how this is looking like down on the course.
Yes, here they come. It's the Women's Junior 18 Quads Final A Championship of Ireland. They've all coming along now through the first 500 metre mark, and we'll call it now as they come up here. It's Killorglin now going to lead the way through now the first 500, and very tight behind them now, behind Killorglin. We have the Muckross crew. Well, actually it's Skibbereen who are in second, about a half a length behind them, and then it's another third of a length back to the Methody College Belfast crew in lane 2, and then it's Muckross, and then Commercial Dublin in lane 1 on the far shore to the enclosure, and then another 2/3 of a length back to the crew in lane 6, which is apologies there now, St. Michael's, although it doesn't, St. Michael's, apologies. So moving along, this is a great spectacle now, the women's quads, very technical stuff going on here, but looking at it now, it's Killorglin leading the way as they move on down here. Sive O'Sullivan stroking them along really well from the Skibbereen crew, who aren't letting them go. They're overlapping. There's a good overlap there now as Skibbereen start to settle down now and start pushing along and coming back up almost beside them. A strong Skibbereen crew indeed, with 4 girls who've lots of pedigree under them. Of course, we've got Aoife Hendy, Moya Knowles, Jessica Crowley and Alyssa O'Sullivan, and they're coming up now practically dead level. So on we go here with the quads, and it's Skibbereen now practically dead level with Killorglin. Up we go, dead level through, coming up to the 1,000 metre mark. Skibbereen leading the way just about from Killorglin, nothing at all in it through the 1,000 metre mark. So let's concentrate and look at Skibbereen for a bit. I watched them in the heat, and they look very 36.5 strokes per minute they're at. Killorglin right beside them now. They can't let them go. They're both at 36 strokes per minute, and they've got now Clearwater back to Methody College Belfast in the dark suits in lane 2 to their right, and just to the other side of them, Muckross had a great start in lane 5, and then a half a length back to Commercial and a half a length back to St. Michael's. The final of the women's Junior 18 quads, and it's Skibbereen now as we watch them move on down. Both crews now, Skibbereen have pushed out to half a length. This is the business end. This is the third quarter as we move on here of this 2-kilometre race. So Skibbereen absolutely now attacking this, and they want to win it early by the looks of it. They're out to nearly a length. How they went through that crew beside them, it's just amazing. Killorglin just left there. It's a length now, pushing out to Clearwater. Will Skibbereen win this Junior 18
Quads Championship. You'll know in about 3 minutes' time. They're out to Clearwater from Killorglin in lane 4, who just overlapped by Methody College now, who are coming back at them like a train in lane 2. So Methody are a second half crew. So there we go. They're moving up to half a length behind Methody are from Killorglin. But there's no doubt about it. It's an amazing turn of speed there by the Skibbereen crew over the last 500-600 metres. As we approach 1400 now, we're coming up to the last quarter. And Skibbereen now, it's theirs to lose. They've got 500 metres to hold on to a length of Clearwater from Killorglin. I don't think Killorglin now can get, after having been taken apart there by Skibbereen over the last 500 metres. I tell you what, Methody now are coming up in Killorglin in lane 2. And they're now coming right up beside them, and it's a great race on for second for this Championship of Ireland. Through the 1500 now, we're all through, and it's Skibbereen continuing to lead here now as we come on down the course, flashing the white blades, pushing this boat along, the fastest boat on the course for the last 1,000 metres, and they are continuing to be the fastest boat on the water. They're going to do a bit of champagne rowing here now. Watch them here. I watched them in the heat, and I was really, out of the time trial, I was really impressed. So we'll pass it over now for Skibbereen leading the way home from Methody, from Muckross, from Killorglin.
It was looking like a fight into the second 500, but at the 1,000 metre mark, Skibbereen made a gear change and they just pulled away for the field, and this has been their race ever since. So they can just put the peacock feathers up now, do some display rowing, and really just enjoy this as they stay in clear water ahead of the crew from Killorglin. Killorglin really put a fight off. They tried to go off of the first 1,000 to get ahead of the field, but they couldn't break away from this Skibbereen crew, who just overtook them and have taken this race and made it their own. So as Jerry's already said, this is their race to lose. They've got about 20 strokes to go, so they just need to push it on, enjoy this, and get ready for their prize at the end as they pull away even further and extend their lead from the Killorglin crew in second place. Actually, apologies, it's Methody who took a big push and overtook Killorglin. So it's Skibbereen 1, Methody 2, Killorglin 3. Just coming to the line now. They can relax after a really, really tough race, really, really brave effort. A fantastic second 1,000 metres there. Well done, Skibbereen. And at the starting blocks now is the final of the men's intermediate Coxed 4. In lane 1, Skibbereen. Lane 2, University of Galway Boat Club B. Lane 3, UL. Lane 4, UGA. Lane 5, Cork. Lane 6, UCD Boat Club. So it's just interesting, if you look there at the men's Inter 4, just as they leave the starting blocks now, we've got 5 of the 4 crews that have actually got the Frigg rig, which is the non-traditional lineup. So it's very interesting to see that that's actually the most common choice for this particular event. Anyway, off we go, just off the blocks. Still anyone's game now, but just nosing in front is the crew in lane 3, which is the ULRC crew. And we'll hear from Jerry now to see how this is developing out in the course. Over to you, Jerry.
So we've got the second last race of the championships now underway. The men's intermediates Coxed 4, race 371. And off we go now as they've gone through about 250 metres. It's the crew in lane 3 now who've led out, just stuck their noses out in front. The University of Limerick Rowing Club. They've taken about, this is the crew I was impressed with in the semi-finals, and now they've pushed out to about a half a length from the others. So there's nothing much in it between the others now. If anything, the crew to their left, University of Galway, a half a length behind them. And then so hardly anything in. It's the UCD crew over in lane 6, which is on the enclosure side, in 3rd position in the yellow boat. And then it's another half a length back to lane 2, University Galway Boat Club B crew. And then in lane 1 we have Queen's University Belfast Boat Club. Lane 1 is empty. In lane 1, that's right, yeah, Queen's Belfast. So well, actually, they're in lane 2, but they have, we won't go there now on the numbers. But moving on, it's lane 3, we'll call it, University of Limerick. So they continue to lead now, out to 2/3 of a length, but not getting away. They're looking nice and relaxed and controlled, but they have about 2/3 of a length from the crew beside them in lane 4, University of Galway Boat Club. So it's about 2/3. They're trying to push out to a length. So as we go on down the course here, University of Limerick now just desperately trying, looking the relaxed crew all along, and they're out there now just trying to get out there to that length, as I say, from University of Galway beside them in lane 4. But UCD now pushing on. UCD over in lane 1 from me, and they're now just nudging out into second in the yellow boat. They're probably dead level, I would say, with the University of Galway at the moment in second place. And but they're a length behind University of Limerick as we approach halfway already now shortly. But as we look at the University of Limerick crew, they're very impressed now with them, and they're at 36.5 strokes per minute. UCD now have moved into second, and we look at them now. They have a canvas on the other crew beside them there. As we come along, they're at 37. Halfway, University of Galway. They have a length lead on University College Dublin. So that's the position. That's the 1-2 at the moment. As we move on down here with University of Galway in 3rd place, just barely behind UCD. So there's nothing in it between them now at the moment. So on we go down here now. The other crews then, Cork and UCG in 4th and 5th. But out in front, continuing to lead here now, it's University of Galway Boat Club. From the University of Limerick from the University of Galway. It's a little confusing because the numbers they have aren't the lanes they're in. But anyway, as we move on down, it's University of Limerick leading the way all the way and looking the good crew. I was very impressed with them now, I tell you, in their heat. As we move on down here, Skibbereen have dropped back, and then we've also got Cork, and we've got University of Galway in lane 2 drop back. But moving out, continuously moving, is the University of Limerick crew. They've got about a half a length of clear water now at this point. UCD still holding on to second, but they need to make a charge now. We're coming up to about 700 metres to go, and they haven't really attacked this crew. They're letting them go away. UCD and University of Galway need to start going now. They need to absolutely throw it at them because they're going to walk away with this. They're coming up to the last marker shortly with 500 to go. UCD are putting in a good push now. Is it enough to get back at them on the inside in the yellow boat to their left? So here we go. Is there going to be a charge on here? Will University of Limerick hold them off?
We've been to the last quarter of this race. As we push on now, there's 60 strokes left. Will they let them go away with this one, or will they get after them? It's UCD now having a right go at it. University of Galway as well, but they're in third. Cork having a right go, but they're back further. Let's see how this goes now. We're into the last 400 metres. University of Limerick led the whole way in this men's intermediate Cox 4 final. Are they going to lead the whole way to the line? It looks like it at this point. Before I let you go here, it's University of Limerick with the other two crews, University of Galway and UCD, desperately trying to get back at them, but they're going to run out of water. There's clear water there between them. It's over to the finish.
They nosed out in front right at the beginning of this race off the start blocks, and it's been their race ever since. University of Limerick can take it to the line. They've 40 strokes to go. They're going to be in a world of pain, but it's going to be really satisfying because they know this is their race. And it has been a battle for second place between the crews from University of Galway and UCD. This fight is over. UL have won this, but who will take the second place? University of Limerick, 5 strokes to go, and it's a fight still for second place. It's looking like University of Galway just in front of the UCD crews. So that's the University of Galway crew from lane 2. That's the B crew, just in front of the crew from lane 4, which is the A crew. And it looks like it might be UCD might just have one last push in them. And I think it looks like it's Limerick are across the line now. We knew they were going to take it. UCD just took a good push and took the second place. But there's no contention in this. There's no doubt that the winners of today's race are the University of Limerick Men's 4. Congratulations to them. And our final of the whole weekend, up next is the men's senior 8 in lane 2, Queen's University Boat Club, lane 3, Commercial, lane 4, UCD Boat Club. They've got this title 4 years in a row. They're going for their 5th this year. Can they do it? Lane 5, Cork, lane 6, University of Galway Boat Club with a UCC Cox, I believe. So it'll be all eyes on Cork Boat Club for this one. They've been clipping on the heels of UCD for the last few years. They've closed the gap every year, and they've won the men's senior pair and senior 4 already this weekend. Can they take the clean sweep and win the men's 8? Can UCD make records and get the 5th in a row win? And they're off, and it's neck and neck. It's looking like maybe UCD have just nosed in front, but it's way too early to tell. This is absolutely anyone's game. It's going to be a real battle. And Jerry's there where the action is. How does it look on the ground? Or the water, more to the point.
Men's Senior 8 has just started the final race of the Championships 2024, and you've got the roll call with the 5 crews in it. And as they hurtle down the river here, there's lots of big names in these boats, and really looking forward to this. Will history be made? Will Cork win the triple? They've won the 4s and they've won the pairs, and let's see, can they do the triple and make history here, as you've all been listening and hearing about all weekend. But right now, out in front, slightly ahead of anything, Commercial Rowing Club from Dublin in lane 3, just jumping out in front, but nothing hardly at all in it. As we move on down now, about 250 metres to go, we're watching them here now. Great pictures, quality coming out at you. UCD right beside them. Cork Boat Club have jumped out now. They've got about maybe two seats on the rest of them. So we're watching along now. Commercial, probably nothing actually. Dead level with Cork, with UCD in the middle, about 2 or 3 feet down. They've jumped ahead of the Composite on the inside, but I wouldn't dismiss them yet. UCC with 2 big names in there with so let's get from the Cork, but moving on, Queens have dropped back then in lane 2, so we'll watch this now as Cork Boat Club moved out again. They've got about 2 seats on Commercial in lane 3 to their right, with UCD and the yellow boat in the middle. So these 3 crews now are the ones with University of Galway, University College Cork Composite back about a half length. So they need to watch it or they're getting away. But Cork Boat Club are the fastest moving boat on the course at the moment. They're just inching out every few strokes as they move away here now from the others. And I tell you, Johnny Cuddy doing a great job stroking that boat. And don't forget, they've already won the pairs and the 4s, as I said. And will history be made? Cork will go on fire tonight if they can do, but there's still a long way to go. They're out to half a length now with UCD and Commercial bang on together in lanes 4 and 3 to their right. So Cork Boat Club moving on down here, rating 35.5. That's nice. That's nice and conservative. 37.5 rather. So let's have a look at UCD now in the middle there, just to their right, and they're at 36, and then it's Commercial then slipping back a slight bit. They're at 38.5. So there's a lot going on here. Now we're halfway already. Cork Boat Club, they're out to half a length. So you Cork Boat Club people beginning to get a little excited, but we're only halfway down. University College Dublin, the holders of this event, they've won it for the last number of years, since around the last 5 years. There was a year gap in COVID, but can they retain it? It's there into second. They've got 2 seats on Commercial in third. The Composite haven't made any move at all there on the inside. They're another half a length back on Commercial. Here's a great race now. We've always had great races in the senior men's 8s. They're moving out. I tell you, Cork Boat Club are out to that lovely, good, strong half a length from University College Dublin, and about nearly a length on Commercial now at this stage. So it's Cork Boat Club leading the way down here, all the way. We've gone through about, I'd say, 12:50 now at this point, and they're moving on, and they're out to 2/3 of a length. Cork Boat Club now. Are we witnessing history? Will University College Dublin spoil the party, or Commercial, or the Composite even? But right now they're in the front, they're in the driving seat as they drive on down this. John Cuddy absolutely making them go. Thomas Early in behind him, and Barry O'Flynn won the pair with Tolan yesterday. So those big boys in 5 and 6, they know how to do this. I tell you what though, UCD haven't let them go. There's still an overlap, there's still time. They're moving up now to the last quarter soon, but UCD need to go soon. They need to show their experience. They need to absolutely now have that plan ready to go at them. But it's 2/3 of a length front for Cork Boat Club. Sarah Lonergan is driving them along, the teacher from Tipperary. She knows what to do here. She's in lane, she's driving them. She's doing a tremendous job. Well done. As Cork Boat Club now, they've got 500 metres to make history. Will University College Dublin in the yellow boat to the right damage it? Can Commercial come back? They're over a length behind though. The Composite have fallen away further. It's Cork Boat Club leading away here with about 400 metres to go. The chocolate and white of Cork Boat Club from Blackrock, County Cork. It's a great club, and will they be greater than ever now from today? Will the fires be burning? They've got about a half a length on UCD. I'm going to hand this one over, and I loved it all. Everybody over to the finish.
And history has been made right in front of us. If Cork Boat Club take this, they've been out in the lead the whole way, but they're going to have to fight to the bitter end because this is senior men. If they relax, they're not going to be let go, so they're going to have to drive it every stroke to the end. Never in the history of Cork Boat Club have they won the senior men's title. As Jerry has said, Cork will be on fire tonight if they can do it. They've got a few strokes to go. UCD have taken a gear change. They're really pushing. Cork are going to have to go again. They're going to have to find another level if they want this victory to be theirs. There's only about 5 strokes in it. And they're over the line. And look at them celebrate. Listen to the crowd cheer, to the home crowd. Cork Boat Club, congratulations. For the first time since 1912, the men's senior championship win is going to Cork. What a momentous day for them, and congratulations. They've been chasing this for years. They haven't given up. They've built momentum year on year, and 2024 is their year. And commiserations to UCD and Commercial. They put in a very, very brave effort, but today wasn't their day. And it has to be said, I know UCD would have liked their 5th in a row victory, but it's a very good day for the sport, and it's a good day for men's rowing to have a break in that winning streak. It's never healthy for a sport to have one victor. So congratulations again. And that concludes the Irish Rowing Championships of 2024. Congratulations to all crews that won and participated. Well done, and thank you to all coaches and supporters, to all volunteers. Well done again to the regatta committee who've done a fantastic job again this year. Thanks to anyone else I've forgotten. Remember, there's free stuff in the Kinetica shop, and it's 20% off hoodies. And we'll take a bit of a break now. The season starts back in September, and we have another year to go again. And remember, everyone, in 2 weeks' time, we are going to the Paris Olympics. We have a historic qualification. We have 7 crews going to the Olympics and 1 going to the Paralympics. So make sure you give all of them your support. It's going to be a big year for Ireland.